Good morning and welcome. Namaste. Salam alaikum. Sasri akal. Bienvenidos. Welcome to you, our global cricket family. And welcome once more to this beautiful Olympic Mountjoy ground. Look at that. Marvellous views of what's around us here. Mountjoy takes its name after the ancient Jewish settlement. Mountjoy means Jewish mountain. Welcome to you all. The umpires are out. Bright and early once more this morning. Abdul Khan, Nilkesh Patel. And ready for our first match today. Match number 33. Match day number 9. It's going to be Fateh versus Catalonia Tigers. Fateh winning the toss and deciding they're going to have a bat. Something they haven't done particularly well so far this week. They haven't won a game either, so they'll be wanting to put that right. Fateh at the moment sitting at the bottom of the table. So played 6, haven't won any, lost 6, so they'll be keen to get some points on the board. They want to start early and get some runs. I'm delighted to be here with you once more, Rico Full, and joined by my partner in crime, Michael McCann. Good morning, Michael.
Welcome everybody, welcome to our viewers in the subcontinent, maybe keeping an eye on your dream team, watching us on Fancode or across the rest of the world on Sports Flick for this game. Fateh batsmen taking their time to come out. Now 3 into 2 doesn't often work in a relationship, and it doesn't work in the European Cricket Series either. We've got to find out who's going to join Pakai Care and Catalonia in the semi-finals, and it is Catalonia Tigers, Bangladesh Kings and Barcelona Shaheen fighting it out for those last 2 spots. Barcelona Shaheen with 5 wins from 8. They'll be watching on nervously today, hoping results go their way. It's a bit of a Catalonia Tigers and Bangladesh Kings sandwich. The Tigers playing first and last, and the Kings playing twice in the middle. The Tigers know that winning both of their games today will guarantee them a semi-final spot. We're not going to bore you with all of the permutations because it can get quite complicated. But the Tigers know that 2 wins from 2 will sort them through. As for the Kings, they've got to win both of their games and get their net run rate above Barcelona Shaheen.
Yes, can be all very complicated, but stay with us. As each result is confirmed, we and you will know a little bit more, but it could go down right to the wire, could go down to the very last game of today. Play is on the way. Happy Singh, the striker, is off the mark. And Catalonia Tigers are doing what worked very well for them yesterday, starting with the spin of Ghulam Dastgir. He took 2 for 4 in that amazing start they had to a game, and they're sticking with what's worked well with them. So Dastgir.
Well, that innings you refer to was the first time anyone had bowled spin in the first over of the entire competition. By goodness me, it worked, so unsurprisingly they're going to persist with it.
That's a nice looking shot from Govinda Singh Jr. So some more changes from Fateh, and that's nice to see. The openers haven't been working. They've tried different variations, and now they're going for the left-hander. Happy Singh back on strike. Oh dear, and that's what happens. We saw this yesterday with Happy Singh against Raval Sporting. Though him and Manjinder Singh, lovely, made a good start off the medium paces. As soon as the spin came on, as soon as the first ball was in the right areas, oh dear, it's a little bit of timber. He's gone. Wickets have been smashed. And, well, Happy Singh's poor series with the bat has continued. He's on his way. Well, that's what spin does. It's not great to see a batsman who's struggling to find form. He's got himself into the 20s a couple of times, but that's not enough for his team. He's the one they really rely on to give them a good start. So Happy Singh departs. And the man who's replaced him is Manjinder Singh Lovely, the captain. Now he went in very similar circumstances against the spin. Tends to back away. Floated up to him. That was over pitched. And Manjinder Singh just quite happy just to get bat onto ball and take a single rather than what you would have expected him to do was to give it a right old bash. It was a full toss. Well, once more, as we've been telling you most mornings, the heavy dew on this ground. That's hit it up in the air, and that's a nice looking shot. Govinda Singh Jr. So far, rewarding the captain for having faith in him to open the innings. Just lofting that over the infield, goes for 4 runs. First boundary for Fateh. So the first over comes to an end. Fateh have already lost the prize wicket of Happy Singh. Seven for 1. The end of the first. And we know all about this man who's coming on to bowl now, Aziz Mohammed. He's the star player really for Catalonia Tigers. If he has a good game, then they have a good game. It's as simple as that. Jinder Singh just getting in line with that one, pushing it towards point. Takes a single.
Yeah, when he's got it right, Aziz Mohammed has lit up this tournament with bat and ball. Had to wait a long time to play their first game in this competition due to quirks of the fixture computer. But they've made quite an impact on this competition, the Tigers.
Oh, that's a lovely ball. Beautiful. Done him outside the off stump there. Govinda Singh very late getting onto it. Just see that the morning sun is rising here. You can see those shadows. I'm told it's going to be a beautiful day. Temperatures up around 21. And it won't take long before this dew burns away. Well, that's been signalled a wide ball.
Yeah, it was a touch surprised given that moisture, which is on the pitch as well, and brings a lot of swing, that they'd won the toss and chose to bat.
Yeah,
most of the time, first game of the day, wherever we are across Europe, you win the toss, you have a bowl.
Yeah, and chose to do something which they're struggling with. So, yeah, it was a very strange decision. That'll be another wide. It's well done by Manjinder Singh. Something which some of the batsmen haven't done too cleverly in this series. The balls that are going for wide down the leg side, they managed to get something in the way of it and no run, rather than step inside and take the wide, and in that case take 2 wides and still get that ball to be bowled again. So Aziz Mohammed not quite at his best yet. That was wide outside the off stump. He's been put away and it's gone all the way. The first 6 of this morning. Nice shot. He saw the width on this, got into line beautifully. That's a lovely
the off
pick up.
stump. He's been put away.
Superb shot. First 6 of the day. The second boundary. Fateh making a good start here this morning. Aziz Mohammed just struggling with his line. This the second over. 18 for 1.
Is this going to be the innings where they get to that 3 figures mark?
That's well played. That's good to see from Gurvinder Singh. When the ball is there to play his shots, he's played them. And when it's a decent ball, good length, he just got bat onto ball and rotates a strike.
And the reason I mention that with such relish is we love an underdog. And Fateh have ultimately, through their poor form, become something of one. And they've come so close at various points to, as a team, making it to the 100 mark without quite doing so.
Swing and a miss, gone all the way through everybody. In fact, gone all the way, 4 byes. Well, how about that?
Well,
Didn't come up. Just looking at the wicket keeper here, yeah, you would think he should have stopped that. He just tried to put a foot in the way. A little bit lazy keeping. Hasn't quite woken up, maybe.
it didn't come up, but again, he stood upright, kind of like a pencil there, Sufian Ansar. Really, you've got to bend those knees and crouch slow, and that's the advice of many wicket keepers. Heck of a lot better than I've ever been as a village one.
Good reply from the bowler. That was right on the money. And good work there from Majinder Singh as well. That's the sort of balls that have been getting him out. He's been going and walking down the leg side and missing them. Got bat on the ball, takes a single. Very good over for Fateh, that one. 24 the score of 2 overs.
The only defence that I will offer Ansar is that it is keeping very, very low. And it now, as the tournament's gone on, has seemed to only get lower, and we haven't really worked out why. Now, for some thinking, it's a concrete artificial track. Well, no, it's not. This is a very unusual surface in that regard. It's a plywood surface with 2 sets of green matting over it, as Dasgir continues.
He's on his way, stumped. Tidy work in the end from the wicket-keeper. I thought for a moment that Sufwan Ansar had fumbled it. He just walked out here.
Well, he had fumbled it. You're quite right. Your eyes weren't deceiving you. He just had so much time. I think for a second, actually, he's given up there. Lovely Singh. And had he not, he might have had a smidgen of a chance of getting back in time.
Yeah, I mean, that's a soft dismissal for Majinder. I mean, you could see he was really, really concentrating hard. Didn't want to throw his wicket away. He held himself back on some of the shots he would normally have had a swing at. And, well, he'll be disappointed to see that he's gone as softly as that. That's a tame dismissal for a batsman who, again, like Happy Singh, hasn't really got going in this tournament. Second wicket for Catalonia Tigers. Of course, this game, though for Fateh, it's all about pride. A, trying to get to a score, the 100 mark, which they haven't been able to, and B, trying to get their first points on the board. Catalonia Tigers, this is all about having to win to stay in the hunt, getting into the semis. They will know, win both the games. That one's crashed away. That's big. Seis carreras. Balle, balle, balle. The second one off the innings. Nice shot. Well picked up that by Rajiv Singh. And that's what Fateh have to do if they're going to get to the 100. Just keep playing. Anything that's loose, punish it. And that was loose. A full toss on the legs. Been put away nicely. Yeah, so going back to the Tigers, they know they cannot slip up. Got to win both their games. If they do that, they're in the semi. Simple as that. But they cannot take this game for granted. They know they're playing. But that's going to be 4 more. Well hit. We're inside the power play. The fielders are on the ring. Gets into position. Lofts it over. 4 more. Back-to-back boundaries from Rajiv Singh.
Well, it's poor bowling. But when the buffet turns up, you've still got to bring your big old plate and get the food down you. That's exactly what Fateh have done there. Filling themselves up at breakfast time here. Poor from Dasgir. That's a much better ball.
Yeah, better ball. He's keeping to outside the off stump. Now, Rajiv Singh has been one of the finds for Fateh, as well as Kuldeep Singh, when everybody else has failed. Oh, he skied this one, though. It should be a comfortable catch. It is. Well, I was just giving him some praise. He's one man that's come out fighting when his team have collapsed all around him. He's played some nice shots, but this time his head went up in the air. He sliced that up. And no mistake made from the fielder. So the third wicket goes down with the score on 35.
As soon as that shot was played, the scorers, as Randeep Singh Dade comes out to our left, who kind of just can't help themselves sometimes because, like all of us, they love the game, just said, "Oh no." That, in 2 words, kind of summed it up pretty nicely, as well as we could, really.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a big wicket. I was hoping, and so was Fateh, a lot from Rajiv Singh. Wasn't to be this time. Gurvinder Singh Jr. Nice shot from him, the left-hander. Looking good at the moment. Getting into good position and playing some nice shots. End of the over. So we're at 36 for 3. That's the end of the power play. Quite a decent power play in terms of runs for Fateh. Probably one of the better ones they've had. Yeah, and in comparison, you look at that scorecard, well...
It's getting obliterated, isn't it?
Yeah.
And we know that their middle order is... It's sort of like paper in the rain.
Yeah, I mean, these two... This is important. I would say that maybe the only other batsman that can contribute and score good runs is Kuldeep Singh. So these two, this partnership is important. Gurvinder Singh at the moment is looking good, the left-hander. And he needs to continue for Fateh now. Oh, that's a good ball, good shout. Maybe just going to go on to miss the leg stump. It was always on the move, the ball. You see this, he's angled it in. Very close call, and that's what the umpire, Nilkesh Patel, had to take into consideration. And deciding it would have gone on to miss. Oh, Gurvinder Singh will think twice about going back. It's got to come forward. Hit this ball on the full. Nicely played.
On this pitch, unless it really is short, you've got to come forward. And we've seen as the tournament's gone on, it only seems to be keeping slightly lower and lower. I can only think that's because the two mats above the wood are sort of, as time goes on, getting compressed down, possibly.
Yeah, and that's an example of what Michael's talking about. And it seems to be that one particular spot, doesn't it? Just that length outside the off stump. Just around about there now. Whether that is the case or whether it is this dew first thing in the morning has some part on it.
That definitely adds to it, I'm sure, that bit of moisture on the top.
Going down the leg again. It's good. Gets down to the end of the end. Has to run quickly. Could come back and think about it, decide not to. Leg bye is taken. Yeah, once more an indicator there that really batsmen need to be thinking about getting onto the front foot. I personally would be saying you've got the wicket-keeper that's standing back. Just take a couple of steps outside the crease.
Yep. And then you turn that back of a length that Aziz Mohammed, when he gets it right, hits so well, into something more of a drivable delivery. You also negate that swing. That's short and wide, though. Miscued down the ground. Daskia won't get there. Bit of a life, a poor shot there. Poor old Fateh. You've brought plenty of character to this tournament, but have had their struggles with the bat. 54 all out, 80 for 8, 94 for 4, 80 for 8, 99 for 8, and 92 for 5. The ultimate travesty of all of them being that 99 for 8 with 2 dots off the last 2 balls of the innings. And that's another one to the book, which, if anything, sums up it's a team just being slightly luckless with the bat and not quite getting over the line. That was it, because you could kind of feel the whole ground, apart from the fielding side, just willing them to get that last run for the three figures.
That's right. I spoke to Majinder Singh Lovely at the end of that game in passing. Just watched this last ball from Aziz Mohammed. Just punched out. We'll take the single. And one of the things he said, it was two things. Number one was that they didn't have too much time to get a team together for this European Cricket Series. So the team that you see, as he said, was probably not the best team they could have got if they had more time. And he's promised me, he said, the next time he said that we're here, he said, we'll be a much stronger outfit. We'll make sure that all of our players that didn't have enough time to notify work and move other commitments around will be here. And well, I'm looking forward to that, and also one thing he said, and I think we need to, well, we appreciate that, because we've seen various players that we know have played for other teams playing, you know, wearing different jerseys, playing for other teams. And what Fateh said to me, he said, all of our guys are all part of this team, and they always will be. So they haven't taken on any players from any of the other teams around Barcelona as well. So yeah, credit to them for that. Razakat Ali now bowling key spin, so they're very much liking the spin attack first thing in the morning here. Catalonia Tigers. That one, it's appeal for LB, but going well down the leg side.
Coming right arm around now after that first ball. Seems a curious decision to change. It wasn't that bad a delivery.
Just moving the field around. Remember, we are now outside of the power play. We're into this, the fifth over. So to the left-hander. Nice movement off the feet. Getting to the pitch. Nice to see. Shows signs of confidence from the batsman. He knows the wicket keeper. He's standing right up. Safwan Ansar. He's already had one stumping in this game. But confident enough to come down the track and play that ball straight. Oh, that's been clubbed away. Balle, balle, balle. Randeep Singh died. Lovely shot from him. Picked that up. Sent it packing. Can't bowl that to me, he says. And Razakat Ali gets the cloth. Gives the ball a wipe. And has to think about what the next one's going to be. I would imagine it will be flatter and quicker. Let's have a look. It's a big shot from Randeep. Well, slightly flatter, aiming it more outside the off. .49 for 3, Fateh. Flighted up. And, well, no foot movement there. All he needed to do, really, was maybe take a step into that and smash it straight through the gap. Razakat trying to get this ball to get in between bat and pad. This one's down the leg and will be punished. It's hit well. Fielder gives it chase. Tries to put a foot on the ball. Can't do. 4 more. Nice shot. Feeling the cautious. Get this here, but chokka ho gaya. Didn't fancy a sliding dive, the fielder there. It's getting a little bit of criticism now.
To be fair, we have criticised fielding at this tournament when it's been merited, but in Mohammed Kashif's defence, it's quite tricky on the clay out there.
So we're at the halfway stage. Fateh, well, their target in their mind is to get past 100. So far, they're on course. 53 for 3.
Good little fourth wicket partnership building here. So far worth 18 between Govinder Singh and Randeep Singh Dade. And the man trying to interrupt that now is Ghulam Sawa on to bowl. So far in this tournament, He's been handy with his little spinners when he's got it right, but has occasionally gone round the park. He's got that towel in his hand because they've got to keep trying the ball here, otherwise the spinner's going to have big problems with his grip. This has gone very high. It's going to take some catching. Oh, and dropped over the rope by Gulam Dasgir. Stuck his right hand out. Would have had a better chance of maybe catching it and flicking it back in with two. It's a difficult skill though. Sawa holding this back. Govinda Singh gave it everything. It went as high as it went long. And just palmed over the bar by the goalkeeper, stroke long on out there, Gulam Dasgir. That's a full toss. And this will go just over Dasgir's head again. This time for 6. Couldn't even get a hand on that one. Well, someone up on high is really deciding to tease poor old Gulam Dasgir in front of us. The first one, well, he could only palm it over the rope for 6. And this one is a miscued full toss. He's actually on it very early, Govinda, but does just enough. 2 from 2. We're going 3 from 3. He's going to stay with this right arm round action that goes through the umpire. Quicker and flatter. Whipped away. The sequence ends. Govinda loses strike. He has 29 of 14.
Yeah, I'm liking this from the left-hander, Govinda. He's, you know, they've been hiding him somewhere. He's come out here and he's played his shots. Looks like a batsman, and a very good one at that.
Well, this is his first game of the tournament, which adds to the point. Where's he been? But given the ability he's shown us already, presumably unavailable. Oh, he's got him! A low dipping full toss, slightly bizarre situation because Randip Singh Dade sort of put his hands up as if to say, well, am I out? And the replay confirms, well, yes, you are, mate. It's turned in, it's hit the off stump. Just watch his reaction, very curious. Yep, the wicketkeeper's gloves, nowhere near it. Sufian Ansar doing all the right things behind the stumps. So not one of those confusing situations. And Randip Singh Dade walks off for 11 off 10. Fateh's 66 for 4.
Yeah, he was totally confused there, wasn't he? It was one of those that he's played and missed because it was outside the off stump when he played his shot. He's standing around looking and saying, "Why? What happened?" But failing to realise that Gulam had a little bit on that for it to come back in, and it just gave the off stump a little kiss on the way.
Shock horror. The spin bowler is as part of his job as the bowler. You know, he's allowed to spin the ball.
Michael, that's a great example there. Looking at these two batsmen, how to play the spin. One is using his feet, getting to the pitch, making it look easy. The other one is just standing in his crease and swiping across the line. Guys, youngsters out there, if you're looking, this is what it's all about. Move your feet.
Yeah, and then that messes with the bowler's length as well. Gagandeep Singh is the new batsman. 3 patrolling the leg side fence. Boundary options behind square both sides of the wicket. Unless you choose to go over the sweeper's head. That's a very calm guide for one to get himself off the mark. And with Govinda going so well, Gagandeep perfectly entitled to take the single. We talk about messing with bowlers' lengths. It's nothing that can mess with their lines more than a left-hand, right-hand combination.
Now, Gagandeep, is he also a new addition? It's a name that doesn't ring a bell.
He certainly is, yep.
Well, I mean,
both of these batsmen playing their first knocks.
Like I said, Majinder Singh, when he was saying this other player's not available, well, if the others are similar to what we're seeing here from Gurvinder, well, I'm looking forward to seeing them again.
Coming right arm round and through. That's a proper straight batted shot down the ground as The busy, buzzing robot bee of the drone comes above our head, getting some of the fantastic shots that you might see at the start of game. 6 overs gone, 68 for 4. Fateh need 32 to get to that elusive 100. Is this going to be their moment? Govinda has the strike. He's got 30 off 15. And of course, the beautiful thing about Barcelona, one of many, is how fantastic the weather is. So one suspects we'll be back here in not too long. We're not quite the Barcelona Cricket Network, but I would not be surprised if we're back here pretty soon. And what's not to like here, of course. Mohammad Kashif drops short and gets away with it a bit. Govinda just adjusting to the medium pace, having faced spin almost entirely in his innings so far. So Gagandeep now has the strike, the right-hander. Going to that familiar medium paces field. Plays out in a ring straight. Either got to go over them to get 6 or look behind square of the wicket on either side. That was what he was trying to do there. Run it down to third man. Get 1 though. Again, not easy conditions for Sufyan Ansar to keep in, and he has my sympathies as he makes the point that he'd put the pads together and the ball hit them, but you're allowed to get your hands down there and bend those knees. He's no old man, Sufyan Ansar. He's 26 years old.
The important little period of play here, because Mohammad Kashif, who's on to bowl now, he's though he does get 1 or 2 good balls in the right areas, he does struggle with his line a little bit as well, where he sprays it around wides, etc. That's picked up well by the left-hander. Lovely shot. 6 runs, 6 of the best. Quality batting so far this from Gurvinder Singh. Now that would be a highlight, wouldn't it? Am I going to talk too soon? I'm going to put the commentator's curse on, am I? Well, I hope not. It would be fantastic, not only if we see Fateh get to the 3-figure mark, but if this young man goes and gets a 50, that would be tremendous for them. That would be a great way for them to finish their European Cricket Network series here in Barcelona. Remember, after this, they still do have another game as well, so it'd be a good positive finish from them. And could they make the upset? Could they upset the Catalonia Tigers?
Well, this is already comfortably the highest individual score by a Fateh batsman in the tournament. Nobody across 6 games before this had got past 25, and that tells you everything about the struggles with the bat. All of their top 6 highest run scorers in the tournament have had at least 1 innings where they've got into the 20s and then got out for 25. And it's often that acceleration period from 25 to 50 and so on, where a guy is in and pretty much everything seems to be clobbered for 4 or 6, that is the difference between scoring 90 or 100 or 130, 150 and so on. That's gone. That's 4 more. Well, Fateh are having fun out here in the early morning Barcelona sun. And they're causing the Catalonia Tigers, who need to win this game to reach the semi-finals, a fair bit of a headache now.
Do the Tigers, to you here, Michael, have this feeling about a team that haven't quite woken up, they haven't quite turned up?
Is there, dare I say, is there a bit of a C word around? 81 for 4 off 7, and by C word I don't mean anything inappropriate, dear viewers, I mean complacency. The thing that when that gets into a team, it's cancerous. The feeling of, well, yeah, if we just sort of turn up and do okay, it'll be enough.
Yeah, there just doesn't
Fateh,
seem to be that same little bit of urgency or firepower. And remember, if Fateh can get to 110, 120 here, they're bowling. I know they can bowl one or two. It's always one or two loose overs there. But other than that, it's just nothing special. But it's wicket to wicket. Runs are not going to be easy to get.
particularly in these early morning conditions, that's smack down the ground. Good fielding from Mohammad Kashif. Might be a run-out chance. They've tried the second. And he's in. He's made his ground. Just about gets back to cheers from the dugout. Now this is excellent from Gagandeep Singh. He knows that the game within a game is to get twos, to get the heavy-hitting Gurvinder back on strike. And he's done exactly that there. He's been willing to sacrifice his less important wicket for the good of the team. And he has got back for the second. That's good positive running. And Gurvinder is on to 40. And he's going to get 6 more here. That's a big one down the ground. Gurvinder Singh, where have you been? Fateh have been struggling without you. But goodness me, are they happy to have you back.
That was very good batting. The plan was to get him stumped. But he just moved across and spanked it for 6. Fantastic.
And he's got to his 50. The first Fateh batsman to reach the landmark in this tournament. It's the man who's been hidden away, unavailable for their first 6 games, but back in the side and showing them what he can do and showing the world what he can do. 52 off 21 balls for Gurvinder Singh. Whips this one away to get to the landmark just over square legs head. And that is a proud moment for Fateh. 6 sixes and 1 4. And surely they're going to get to these 3 figures now. Well, he could be out here. Oh, he's dropped. He's dropped on the mid-wicket boundary by Gulam Sawa. And if anything sums up the Tigers' struggles this morning, it's the captain dropping a regulation catch here. Fancy footwork again from Gurvinder. I'm sure he's a good dancer. And a ball late. The Fateh dugout, who have been too busy cheering the sixer to keep an eye on the scoreboard, do realise that he's got to his 50, hence the cheers. And that's short, and pummel, this is gone out of the ground. We're going to need a new ball for that one from Kookaburra. That is a Bizaway super strike from Gurvinder Singh. He's on to 60, 7 sixes now. Scored almost 2/3 of the runs in the innings. And Chakade Fateh is what everyone round this ground is thinking, because Fateh have got to their 3 figures. They've had their struggles with it. And that is very intelligent batting. Last ball of the over. And the torture will continue for the Tigers, because after 2-6, 6-2-6, he drops his bat on it for 1. So 104 for 4. And Razakat Ali has a pair of overs to forget. He's gone for 34 off his 2. And Gurvinder Singh will take strike for the 8th over to face Mohammad Kashif on 61.
Well, we were saying about, are they being a bit complacent? Are they taking this too calmly? There's no sense of urgency. And then when you see Gulam Sawa, their captain, drop a catch, which is a very rare sight, maybe this is going to be an upset. It's an upset in the making here. That is for sure.
Here's Kashif, who went for 12 off his first over. He's managed to do something no one's really done in the last few days. Get some real bounce out of the pitch there. That scooted up off back of a length. It's hit him in the stomach area, Gurvinder. Well, now what's going on here? There's a huge old conference call about changing the field, and in the end, they've changed absolutely nothing. Still got 5 men out across the straight boundaries. One of them is Sawa. That time, Dudswell Fields on the bounce. They thought of 2. Had they gone, they might have had a chance, but They only get one, so Govinda has 62 but is at the non-strikers. Gagandeep again trying to do the right thing, offering his wicket as something of a team sacrifice.
But look at the gaps. Look at the field. Nobody's coming. Well, Kalam was now just coming to the edge of the ring, but it's an easy single, and you could Gagandeep is just going to drop back on this and take the single, surely.
Yeah, they haven't really cottoned on to the game situation, the Tigers. Nudges one, rightly applauded in the Fateh dugout. Well, that is a phrase that you hear a lot from professional cricketers, but a distinct lack of it there. Game management. Just giving him the single. Now the field changes for the left-hander. Govinda on 62. What a knock this has been. It's comfortably past double what any Fateh player had scored individually in the tournament so far in an innings. He's miscued that. And a cry of anguish and frustration. Good over this so far from Kashif. He's only gone for 3 singles, as well as that dot. Just trying to pull things back here. What do they do here? Do they let Gagandeep have the single? Do they bring some up to try and get the dot? No, they're keeping 5 out. 3 of those on the leg side. The leg side is almost entirely offering 1, apart from short fine leg. Swing and a miss. Good from Kashif. Held it just in that channel, well outside off, away from where that sort of axeman-like hoik can make any contact. Now Gagandeep's probably got to go for the boundary there, and I think that's exactly what Govinda's come down and said to him. Doesn't really want to be taking the strike here, the man in your picture. He's got to run a ball 6. Meanwhile, Govinda is a runaway train at the moment.
Well, this is an interesting move from the bowler. He's taken the initiative himself without consulting the captain. He's brought the man up. That was deep square leg and pushed third man back. So
surely got to be well outside off again then. Seven balls left for Fateh. Probably got to be looking at maybe 120 from here.
Yeah, they'll want 120. And 120 is going to make this interesting.
Well, he's got away with that. He just brought square leg up. The only defence I can offer Kashif is that maybe it was a bit of a double bluff, and it did catch Gagandeep out, hits him in the body, he gets the dot ball. Dare one say, against batsman slightly more in form, that could have disappeared over square leg's head for 4 or 6, but that is a brilliant penultimate over. He's gone for just 4 runs, so Mohammad Kashif finishes with none for 15 from his 2, and Fateh are 107 for 4. Govinda will start the final over on strike on 63. Muhsin Ali Bashrat is going to bowl this last over. Now, this is a fascinating repeat of what we've seen before. Starts with a low full toss, driven down the ground for 4. Lovely shot, poor ball. But goodness me, didn't he put it away well? Proper cricket shot, this. Muhsin Ali Bashrat has come on twice before to bowl just the final over. He's bowled it so brilliantly that he's had us wondering why he hasn't bowled more. But again, he sticks with this slightly odd specialist role. Hasn't gone so well there. Needs to pitch it for a start. That's better. It's trying to get in the block hole, but it's still driven down the ground for 4. Missed out in that half volley slot. And Govinda Singh is seeing it big. He's not going to miss out. 1 bounce 4.
It's a delightful shot. Beautiful footwork. That could, as straight as you can hit it. And the bowler looking back, Mohsin Ali, at the two fielders saying, come on guys, how come you're not getting to that? Well, the reason is it's beautifully timed in the gap. One of them's got to come finer. And mid-on has done just that. Quality batting this. It's been a superb knock.
I might perish here though, should perish, does perish. Well, the Gurvinder Singh show comes to an end. We've been delighted to have front row seats. 71 off 30 balls. He was trying to get this one through the vacant square leg region. And instead skies it up. And so he has to go. Bhawandeep is the new batsman coming out for his first knock of the tournament. And so ends a memorable innings for Fateh. The first individual 50 for them of the tournament. 71 off 30 balls, featuring 3 4s and 7 6s, going just a touch under 2.5 runs per ball across the innings. Now for these last 3 balls, it's up to these two to see what they can manage. That's a decent enough belt down the ground, and he might well have injured Mohsin Ali Bashrat there. Bashrat getting hit on the foot as it went through. Half stop on it. Bit of fancy footwork. He plays that on one leg. They're going to keep running here, and they'll be run out. That is good, ruthless fielding out there from Ishtiaq Nazir. Sufyan Ansar does the rest. Well, why not at this stage of the innings?
That was a brilliant arm, wasn't it? What a throw that was. He was under pressure. He knew the batsman were going to take 2. He kept his calm, kept composed. Good pick-up, and the throw was absolutely superb. And that's where a wicketkeeper wants it, in his gloves. Look at this. And just watch the throw. You'll see the throw coming here. Wicketkeeper in the right position. Absolutely glorious stuff. Good cricket.
And it was good cricket all round, because there was nothing wrong with them pushing for the second at that stage of the innings. Now it's the left-handed Gurpreet who will face the penultimate ball of the innings. The last ball of the innings, pardon me. After those 2 boundaries by Govinda from the first couple of balls, this final over slightly petered out a bit for Fateh. After that boundaryless penultimate over, the Tigers just pulling the momentum back in their favour. Miscue. We'll get 1. Cries of hold it, hold it, hold it to Mohsin Ali Bashrat, who eventually does so. So a single taken from the final ball. What an effort from Fateh. They hadn't got past the 3 figures mark as a team until this innings. At the 7th time of asking, they've done it. 118 for 6 posted, primarily thanks to a memorable 71 by Gurvinder Singh.
Yeah, and I think Fateh are going to really put some pressure here on Catalina Tigers. For me, the Tigers don't look up for it. I don't know if they're going to have a different approach when they come out to bat. Fateh are not going to make it easy for them. They're going to be on the pegs all the time. We've got an interesting game here.
Gulham Daskir got important early wicket of Happy Singh for just 1 bowled. Then Daskir got a bit of tap. Went for 19 off his 2 overs, but he did pick up 3 wickets, so the gamble of bowling him at the start of the innings very much ended up paying off. Aziz Mohammed a bit too wide and full there. That was Gurvinder Singh's first 6, just throwing his hands at it. Classic left-hander shot. Daskir had his 2nd wicket there, an almost comical stumping. And Jinder Singh Lovely trotting down the pitch. Smart work from Sufyan Ansar. Then Daskir went for back-to-back boundaries, hammered away for 6 there. Wasn't going to miss out on that freebie, Rajiv Singh. Next ball overcompensating, short and wide outside off. Daskir had his third wicket here. Rajiv caught by Shahid Bhatti for 10. And then it became the Govinder Singh show. That was Randeep Singh Dade, only 6 of his innings. Randeep Singh did hit this 4 as well off Ghulam Sawar. Sawar had the last laugh eventually when he dismissed Randeep Singh Dade, but he will have nightmares about what Govinder Singh did to him. Dropped over the rope there by Ghulam Dasgir, a difficult chance. The very next ball was a full toss, which he just about miscued, but still got over Dasgir's head. Randeep Singh Dade bowled there. Singh Dade waited before heading off. He seemed a bit confused about what had happened, but he was bowled. Off stump hit. And out came the man taking protocols very seriously, wearing that face mask, Barandeep, which isn't actually required when batting. Govinda kept going. Mohammad Kashif came on. And the boundary was found by Gagandeep. But it's mainly the Govinda show, the left-hander with that magnificent pull shot. Swinging for the hills, but with great timing too. Razakat Ali was dispatched all over the place. What a knock it was from Govinda, 71 off 30 balls. Hit back-to-back boundaries at the start of the final over off Mohsin Ali Basharat. That the second of them. Brute of a baseball shot down the ground. But then Govinda perished there. Trying to get it through square leg. Skied off the outside edge. 71 of 30 for that man. A superb knock. Had his first individual 50 in the competition. And it was up to the lower order to finish things off. Barandeep Singh run out. Rightly trying to come back for 2 off the penultimate ball of the innings. Single off the last took Fateh to 118 for 6. So they've lost 6 from 6 so far, but they're in with a big chance of causing an upset here against the Catalonia Tigers, who desperately need to win this game. The Tigers in the race for Finals Day Friday. They have 4 victories from 6 so far. Join us for that run chase very shortly here in Barcelona.
And we are back, European cricket fans, for match number 34 of this European cricket series here in Barcelona. And there's a bit on the line for this one. I think it's going to be a good game. Raval Sporting Club versus the Bangladesh Kings. Raval have played 7 games, they've won 2. They're not going to make the semi-finals, but they're always up and about for a big win, so they'll be up for it. Bangladesh Kings, very interesting position. They played 6. They've won 3. They've got 2 more. If they can win both of their games today, then they'll definitely have a shot at the semi-finals. You know, they'll probably be in a 2-way playoff with another team, potentially the Catalonia Tigers or Barcelona Shaheen. We don't know yet, but they're definitely still in the race, and we love the way they play cricket. They're up and about, so this game's going to be a goodie. Raval's a home team, so Govinda, you'll flip the coin. Moshe, you call. Cheers, Rob. Tails the call.
It's a hit.
It's a head. All right, mate. So you won the toss. What are you going to do?
I want to bat first.
You're going to bat first. Why is that?
Yeah, I want to get a big total and then pressure the other team.
Okay, and what do you think is a big total against these guys?
I think 130, 140 is a good total.
Yeah? You might have to bat the same way you did yesterday.
Yes, I want to same batting, but I don't know what.
Okay, good luck, brother. Have a good game. Right, so you're in the field. That's not too bad for you, is it?
Yeah, but when I on the third, then I decided the field first. But this ground is some moisture.
Yep.
So if is good when I first hit the ball, then we can control the run. Then our target, if we control 100, down 100, then we can win the match.
Yeah, you're a good chasing side anyway. So you've shown us already that you can chase big totals. So you must be pretty confident.
Yeah, our many match we win the change the target to say for us good. Then if we do good effort the betting, then we can change.
Definitely. We love what you play. Good, have a good game. So Raval Sporting Club have won the toss. They're going to have a bat.
Hello and welcome back. Well, we've got a real match on here. Fateh have decided this morning they're going to all turn up to the party. They scored the highest score so far, thanks to Govinda Singh's 71 of 30 balls. 119 the target for Catalonia Tigers. Catalonia Tigers, remember, need to win the last two games to make certain of a semi-final place. There we go. Well, not a convincing start from them. I thought they looked a bit lethargic in the field. I know it's an early morning game. They didn't look up for it to me, Catalonia Tigers. And if they've got the same sort of mindset with the bat, Fateh are going to go through them. So Govinda Singh did the job with the bat, now trying to do it with the ball. First ball is dot. Mohsin Ali gets off the mark. And Shahid Bhatti now on strike. Floats that up nicely. Nice bit of loop on that ball there from Gurvinder Singh. Once more, that's nicely played to the fielder. Bit of hesitation. A cleaner pickup there. Would have been interesting.
Well, you say lethargic. I wouldn't disagree with that. Also mentioned maybe a touch of complacency. Fateh winless from 6 games.
Oh, that's not very good at all. You could see the fielder saying, Ramna, Ramna, Ramna. Forni dena. Take your time, just got to stop the 4. This is not good at all. No effort to try and get down to use the hands on this. And
If you want to cause an upset, you can't afford fielding like that. And actually, it's often been their fielding that's been the weakest of their 3 aspects of the game, Fateh.
it's up in the air. Oh, well, there was a slight touch of hand on that from Happy Singh. Had to make a lot of ground in the end, having to dive to try and get to it. Great effort.
This would have been one of the catches of the tournament. Can't blame him for dropping that. And he probably is their best fielder, Happy.
Yeah, without doubt. I mean, if anybody's going to take a great catch, it's either going to be Happy Singh or Kuldeep. Happy there making a tremendous effort. Good dive. He heard the ball making contact with probably his fingertips, but wasn't able to keep hold of it. First over comes to an end. 8 is the score.
As he has in each of their last 4 games in a row, Rajiv Singh is going to bowl the second over.
Nice start from him. Oh, yes, Nayyar, Gandhi ball. That was the fielder saying it. No, that's a dirty ball, and the dirty ball is going to be put away, and it was.
As soon as I saw the full toss, I was waiting for you to say it. Oh dear, oh dear. Lovely first ball, dreadful second one from Rajiv Singh. Could have taken the wide, but to be honest, when it's that poor a delivery, why not have the boundary instead?
And Gurvinder Singh, well, we've seen the addition that he's made with the bat, but also out here, so vocal, applauding the good balls.
Well, we've seen some players struggle to get up for these early morning games, but somebody's put a few euros in Govinda Singh this morning. He is ticking. It is, and I'm laughing only in delight of sharing the enthusiasm and the love of the game he's got. He's adding a huge amount to this Fateh side, even when he's not involved.
Wow, that's gone way, way over. That's a quality shot. It's gone like a bullet. Smashed away, 6 runs. Wow, if it wasn't for the this metal structure of the nets, that would still be going. That was hit with some force.
Yeah, you can't bowl there as a spinner. Half volley in that slot.
Happy Singh's got to get down here. Does brilliantly.
Well, we've often seen players reluctant to dive. Well, if there's any time that you're better off diving on what is a nice grass outfield, for the most part, apart from the small clay bits on the leg side, it's now, because you've also got that extra bit of moisture that just cushions you.
2 overs gone. It's a better over for the Tigers. 20 off it. Courtesy of, well, one quite a filthy ball that on the leg side, hit for 4. And then that beautiful rocket shot for 6. 20 without loss. 2 overs gone. Mohsin Ali back on strike. Oh dear. And well, Michael, you said earlier in the day that one of the issues that Fateh have is with their fielding. And well, we've seen 2 now, gone for 4.
And that's 6 bonus runs. This should have been a single. And, well, it just appears to be signalling that fielding in the clay part of the ground was the excuse, but it's a poor excuse because it's still flat out there. Just wasn't willing to get down and provide that long barrier, make sure he stopped it.
Govinda Singh Senior comes back in again. Oh, well, I thought that was going to go all the way through. Not sure how this missed. Seeing it now again here. Oh, it's moved away off the seam. If it continued down the same line, it would have gone right onto the stumps.
But unfortunately for Govinda, it wasn't his arm ball, it was his natural one that turns away for the right-hander. Well, that's better. And rightly, he gets encouraged. This time, good work from the man at square leg. Misfielded badly earlier on in the over. He gets down, gets a bit of clay on his trousers in his hands, but he stops the ball.
And Govinda Singh Jr. this time, both Badia, very good to the fielder, making that stop there. It's going down the leg. Interesting little kick of the leg there before he played that shot. Here we go. We'll see that again. Just a little flick of the leg, and then he goes to play the shot.
It was a bit sort of like a kicking horse. It was an odd kind of schism.
It's well bowled.
Now, I've said this before, so I don't mean to overly labour the point, but there, he's trying to open his body out and make room so that he can slap that through the mid-wicket or long-on region. And although it's the power play, he had fielders out at mid-wicket and long-on. Baffles me as to why we haven't seen more batsmen in a situation like that think of the sweep shot.
Oh, well, Khana Pina Nayyar, says Gurvinder Singh Jr., and I agree with him. You can't, he's bowled a fairly decent line, he's made the batsman work hard, and then he's floated that way, way up, leg stub, filth, put away 4 runs, and every time they're applying a little bit of pressure, Fateh, a bad ball is bowled, and the Tigers manage to capitalise. 31 without loss, that's the end of the power play. We see straight away, well, unsurprisingly, it's Govinda Singh Jr. who's involved in setting the field, getting the players in the right place, working in tandem with Happy Singh.
I was told mid-innings that actually, normally, and it doesn't surprise me to hear this at all from what we've seen so far, Govinda's actually one of 2 vice-captains within this Fateh side. He's a real natural leader. He's out at long on. Randeep Singh Dayed is going to bowl. Has 2 wickets in this tournament so far, but he's been very expensive, an economy rate of just under 13.
Yeah, and I think Mohsin Ali is certainly going to have a go. He's not in the mood to hang around. 19 of 10 so far. Well, even he's not going to be able to get to that. And nor is the fielders chasing it. So it's a no ball for not pitching at all on the surface of this pitch. And so they'll take 4 byes and a no ball.
So you've got that dark green surface in the middle. If it pitches on that light green undermatting or the grass, it's a no ball. And very cruelly, because of that, it goes down as 4 byes on Gagandeep Singh, who could do little about that one.
Oh, well, we've got to remember, don't get too excited. It was a free hit. So the only thing the wicketkeeper could have done there is to save the 4 runs. Talking of wicketkeeper, he's not the normal keeper. It's normally is Toki, isn't it, the wicketkeeper? He's unavailable for this game. So Gagandeep Singh is having to step up as the keeper. Well, if he had taken that, he needs to probably think about becoming their wicketkeeper. That would have been a great take off the free hit. Ends up being 4 runs.
Yeah, that would have been a good sharp reflex catch. Tigers have got the momentum here. The other crucial thing to mention is that the Tigers have now put on their biggest first wicket partnership of the entire competition. They've had some interesting makeshift combinations of openers, mainly because their 2 best batsmen don't want to open the batting. Miscued, dot ball. Aziz Mohammed and Devinder Singh Kaur both prefer to come in at 3 and 4. They've been struggling with who should be 1 and 2, so best news for the Tigers is that their 2 best batsmen are still in the pavilion. They're in a great position here.
And talking about great position, that's been hit out of the ground, which puts them even in a better position. 6 runs, nice shot. Yeah, Michael, you're absolutely right. When we look at the games that Catalonia Tigers have played and we look at who scored runs, 2 names come to mind most of the time. Yeah, Aziz Mohammed, Devinder Singh Kaur, and well, they can't be relied on to do it all the time. So if Catalonia Tigers go on to win this game and the next game and go into the semi-finals, if they've found 2 more batsmen that are in form and scoring runs, that's good for them. And it's will set themselves up nicely for the semi-finals where they've got top teams to play and 2 batsmen that you rely on all the time are not. You've got to be bigger and better than that.
Teams tend to rarely win these ECS competitions with just 2 very good batsmen. You need a few others who are able to chip in here and there. Mohsin Ali's been the best of the rest as such, and he's going well here.
Gets away with that one. Just struggling with his line. I get the feeling he's trying to keep it within the wide line on the offside.
Mohsin Ali has got to 30 now, and he is the only batsman apart from Aziz Mohammed and Devinder Singh Kaur with a score of over 30 in the competition so far. 47 off 25 against the Bangladesh Kings in that 31-run win last Friday, which, given those 2 teams are in this finals day Friday fight, that knock and that victory could prove pivotal as we get a bit of a costume change here.
Yeah, 48 with that loss, 4 overs gone. A little conference going on here as to who's going to bowl this over. Fateh need wickets. They need them quickly before these 2 take this game away from them.
The only consolation for Fateh is that the Tigers have started well, but they haven't got away from them. They're scoring at exactly the required run rate, pretty much. It's not like they're overly on top of things in that sense, but the fact that one of the biggest six hitters in the tournament in Aziz Mohammed is waiting, as well as the excellent defenders in core, is the waiting issue.
Govinda Singh Jr. is going to see if he can continue good match he's having so far. Did very well with the bat, 71 of 30. Now seeing if he can get in the wicket. Starts off with a short ball. Well, it was down the leg side, and you were expecting that to be put away by Mohsin Ali, way over there where our European Cricket Network flags are. But instead, gets it top of the bat, flies over the wicketkeeper, 4 runs.
Yeah, the luck all going the Tigers' way at the moment. But a couple of quick wickets, and it all looks so different. Switching to right arm around.
Well bowled.
Wahotachi bowling, the shout from various fielders. Translates as good bowling. That it certainly was.
Oh, he's given that some welly. That's gone a long, long way. Ginna, Badda Shaka, that's huge. Picked it up. It was a short ball. Just smashes it away.
Well, that is how to bring up 100 runs for the tournament. Mohsin Ali destroying that short ball. And now he's just 2 sixes away from a 50. Well, that isn't a 6, but it's an excellent 4. Full toss, got on top of it, and gave it a good old whack. This is a really poor ball from the man who was so good with the bat. The question being asked about height as well. And it is a free hit. Well, he did come a couple of yards down the pitch there, and the height should be done on his natural striking position, but even then it really was very high. He met it at almost head height. Short, and that will go. That's 6 more. 4.6. The no ball 4, and now the 6. This is becoming very expensive, and the hero with the bat is struggling with the ball. Short again, in that slot. Off it goes. And that is also 50 for Mohsin Ali. 50 off 22 balls.
He's not finished yet. Balle, balle, balle. That's another one. Once more over the fencing here, into the stands. Well, fireworks starting early here. Pataki chalpe, swere, swere. Well, Mohsin Ali, I think he's a man like me. He likes to start the day with some aloo parotas. And, well, it's given him the energy and it's given him the firepower. They're big and juicy. He's loving it. Made some room for himself there, and well, if he just stood still.
Made some. He made enough room to drive a car between the stumps and his pads there. Double-decker bus.
Yeah, misses out on that last one. Well, I mean, Govinda Singh Jr., he was fired up for it. He wanted to have a go. He tried to bang it in, but that over has gone for 27 runs. And that's not what was needed from him. Well, he'll probably say, well, come on, Fateh, I gave you 71, so I'm still in credit. Well, don't quite work that way, unfortunately. That's put a lot of pressure now on them. It's racing along. That is now 75, the score at the halfway stage. And that's gone high, high up. It's another one out of the ground. And this time, well, Sharad Bhatti's saying, you're not going to finish this game before I have some fun, so getting one in himself.
17 off 9 now for Bhatti. This is brilliant. The first ever half-century opening partnership of the tournament for the Tigers, dominated by Mohsin Ali. Half volley, skied, chance for Happy. Oh no, in the end, he just decides to refuse the catch. It wouldn't have been an easy one. And he is their best fielder, so if anyone was going to take a decent catch, it would be him. They come back for two. Shahid Bhatti getting a bit of fortune there. Bhatti goes again. This is right towards us in the commentary box. And dropped by project manager Max By, running across from the scorers and operations tent. Well, we really were ducking for cover here. A couple of yards more on that, and that was coming straight into my hands. Met on the half volley. Lovely straight bat. And then you can't quite see it there, but the man running across in front of us drops the crowd catch. Say crowd catch, of course. No crowds allowed in for obvious reasons, but our staff have been having a few goes at crowd catches across this tournament.
Max By's let us down, hasn't he? We had two on the trot. That would have been the hat-trick of the European Cricket Network team taking catches, and he put it down.
Yeah. Well, Stefan Gooch and Sharad Brambat did their bit yesterday, but dropped today. That's gone straight through, and to our left in the scorers and operations tent, he's being admonished and reminded of that drop. Poor Max. He'll be struggling to live that one down for a few weeks. In fairness to him, it wasn't an easy chance. He's had to run 20 yards away to his right to even get there. We'll give him that. That's a dot. Back-to-back dots out on the field. It's been all quiet since that 6-1 dot. But at this stage, you're going to need wickets, really. If these two bat through, surely there's no way they're not going to score 29 off 24. 90 without loss after 6.
And this partnership, as you said, just getting bigger and bigger. And, well, probably right on cue for Catalonia Tigers. I mean, I was saying they didn't look the part at all, did they, in the field? But maybe they were just, well, maybe quite rightly they thought, unless Fateh score 150, we're not in any trouble. Well, it's good to be positive, I suppose, but sometimes you can be over-positive, and that can be your downfall.
We've had 2 10-wicket victories in this tournament. So here comes Rajiv Singh back on for his second. Get through for 1. Now, it's important the Tigers don't dilly-dally, and in fairness, they're not. They've scored 17, 27 and 15 from the last 3 completed overs, because net run rate is also of exemplary importance for them in this race for Finals Day Friday. Smeared away to mid-wicket's right. He won't get there. That's 4 more. The runs just keep getting piled on here. Fateh just cannot find an answer. He's fetched that from a long way outside the off stump. Done so very effectively. Nearing the 100 partnership. Wide run rate almost down to below a run a ball. Not quite timed. We've seen 2 10-wicket wins in this tournament, both from the table toppers Pakai Care. Pakai Care chasing down 90 to win against Falco in less than half of the overs available for a 10-wicket win in Game 8. And then they did it again in match 22 of the tournament against the Catalonia Tigers. Well, we mentioned net run rate. The Catalonia Tigers' net run rate is the worst of these 3 teams fighting for the last 2 spots by quite a distance. Barcelona Shaheen's net run rate is excellent. They won't feature today. They've run 5 of their 8 games. They're done. They're watching on nervously, hoping other results go their way. Short baseball shot down the ground. That's 1 more. Just ticking these off now. Couple of wickets suddenly here. Rush of a mini collapse. We've seen games lost from stranger positions than this. That's a full toss. Good footwork. Something the man to my right has rightly talked about a lot. These two look very confident now, showing us their dance moves and their shimmies, as well as some lovely shots. That's another overdone. 7 gone, 99 without loss. It's very good from the Tigers. There's a bit of discussions going on with their dugout now, and I wonder if that net run rate is coming up.
Yeah, I think in fairness, if my calculations are correct, I think if they win both their games today, the net run rate, hopefully for them, shouldn't be an issue.
But they won't want to assume that they're going to beat Minaj.
Of course, yeah. I mean, anything can happen. I mean, they're playing their last game today, and that's going to be against Minaj. And, well, that could go either way, couldn't it? I mean, Minaj, if they turn up and they turn up with a strong squad, who knows?
Well, this is the side that were the Spanish champions in 2019, after all. Short. Slightly missed time. Goes out on the bounce. That's a single for Shahid Bhatti, who has 29 off 16. This is his first knock of the tournament, Shahid Bhatti. A new addition today for the Catalunya Tigers. Been a valuable one for them with the bat. Oh, I wonder. I thought I heard a little noise there, but nobody was appealing, so clearly just me. Dot ball. Jinder Singh Lovely had held himself back for the death, but might well have held himself back a bit too late here. That's good though. And suddenly, we've had 7 balls without a boundary. They couldn't, could they? Surely not. Still on here.
Still on indeed. 19 is required. Good over in here.
Oh, he's got him! He's got him! Fateh still believe. Manjinder Singh Lovely, their captain, comes on. And after 4 balls of his over, the penultimate over, he's conceded just 1 run. And now he's picked up this wicket. Mohsin Ali Basharat, who has batted brilliantly, has to go for 62 off 32 balls, 6 fours and 5 sixes. He slowed down a touch towards the end. And now, not a bad man to send in the pressure situation. One of the very biggest hitters of the tournament. A man with the 2nd most sixes in the entire competition. And the 3rd highest number of runs. Aziz Mohammed steps out. But he's under a bit of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, not been any boundaries for a while. So, and that's what Mohsin Ali was trying to change.
Well, Aziz Mohammed has got this very, very high, but it is a catching chance. And 2 fielders end up almost running into each other. The ball heads over the rope. Well, he's a touch fortunate there, Aziz Mohammed. He didn't hit this cleanly at all. Could have been caught on the rope. Gets right underneath it. Ends up with only recriminations for the fielders on the boundary. You can see that bat speed from low to high. Goes again. This time maybe feeling a bit more conservative mindset after that. Life the previous ball, is content to take the single, and they also know that that gives him the strike at the start of the 8th over. So 14 to win off 2. Aziz Mohammed there on 5 with Shahid Bhatti, who has 29. Fateh considering their bowling options. And Jinder Singh Lovely, excellent there. He only conceded 6 and picked up the wicket, but someone else has got a bowl. Govinda went for 27 from his only over.
Like they're going with Happy Singh here.
Well, this is the problem with doing your bowling combinations and the way they have. You've now got to bring on a 6th bowler to bowl the penultimate over when trying to prolong the game. A lot of pressure here on Happy Singh Lovely.
You just think though, Michael, I mean, just if that catch was taken there and Aziz Mohammed went first ball, how that would have changed the complex of this game. The ball also went for 4 runs.
He's only bowled 2 overs in this competition so far, Happy Singh. Going for 33 without picking up a wicket. And it's balls like that that are wide, just short, sitting up, asking to be hit. And Aziz Mohammed is not going to miss out. He doesn't want a close finish here. He wants this game done in a hurry. That is his 25th six of the tournament. A quarter century of sixes. He doesn't hang about.
No, he doesn't. He's out there to finish it quick, like you said. Net run rate. I mean, that wicket there and that period of time without a boundary.
Well, showing that he will respect. Good ball though, Aziz Mohammed.
He likes to get right under it, doesn't it? If it's slightly short, regardless of where it is, steps across, gets right under it, and picks it up and sends it packing. Can't bowl short. Well, there goes another one. Out of the ground. And that's big, that's huge, and that's what this man does best, hit sixes. And this is what Catalonia Tigers have been looking for. They've been looking for an opening partnership so the likes of Aziz Mohammed and Devinder Singh Kaur can come on and play this sort of role. Right on cue for them.
Well, now they should tick these off. Aziz Mohammed has, I wouldn't say weathered the storm, because that's not really his style. His style is to bring a different kind of storm to the situation. Fateh, with nothing to lose, have fought so bravely. Their best performance of the tournament with the bat.
Their score's tied.
Guided away. And that will be that. A quiet single to finish what's been a thoroughly exciting game. Fateh, the underdogs, with their 7th loss from 7. But haven't they fought hard? A really good effort with the bat. 118 for 6, powered mostly from that superb knock by Govinder Singh. Govinder Singh with 71 off 30. Mohsin Ali in the reply, though, with 62 off 30. As we look back on this run chase for the Catalonia Tigers, defined by a superb opening partnership. It was by an absolute country mile the Catalonia Tigers' best opening partnership of the competition. Remember, before this, in their 6 games, they'd never had an opening partnership worth more than 25. But this time, they had it at 100 exactly in 7 overs and 4 balls. Mohsin Ali dominating the scoring. Some extras helping them along too. They really were always in control of this game. The Catalonia Tigers, once this pair got going, they would have been nervous for a long time that they were going to be victim to an upset victory for Fateh. Dropped catch there by Max Bai, the European Cricket Series Network staff member behind the scenes. He'll be getting plenty of stick about that one, I can tell you that he already is. There was maybe a bit of a sting in the tail, we thought here. Mohsin Ali bowled by Manjinder Singh Lovely for 62 or 32. 6 4s and 5 6s. Aziz Mohammed came out and got really lucky here first ball. Had he been caught there for a golden duck on the rope, things could have all looked so different as he skied that one up. As it was, fortune favoured him. Aziz Mohammed finished the game off with 18 from 6 balls. 1 4 and 2 6s. He's now up to 26 6s for the tournament, the second most of anybody in the competition. Shahid Bhatti with a good first ever ECS knock, having not been available earlier on in the tournament. 30 off 17 not out for him, very much playing the supporting role. To Mohsin Ali, who hit 62 off 32, his first 50 of this tournament. Scored almost as many runs in that knock as he had in his previous 6 innings put together. As for Fateh, Govinda Singh Senior quite tight at the top, conceding 18 from his 2 overs. But apart from that, the bowling figures largely ones that make you wince if you are a bowler. Apart from Manjinder Singh Lovely, he came on, as he always does at the death, but came on a bit too late in truth because he didn't even get to bowl the last over of the innings because it was done by then, but only went for 6 from the 1 over he did bowl and picked up the only wicket to fall. So the Catalonia Tigers with their 5th win from 7 games. Fateh with 7 losses from 7 now. Let's get a bit of post-match reaction from this game number 33 of 40. We'll be able to head to my dear friend Rico Full, who is pitchside, speaking to our player of the match.
Match 33, what a match it was. Catalonia Tigers coming into this game knowing they had to win this one and the next one. They're into the semi-finals, it's as simple as that. Fateh, well, they've had a terrible, torrid time really. 6 games, 6 losses before this one. Were they going to change it? Well, they made a very good effort. And thanks to the player of the match to the right of me, Govinda Singh Jr., he made 71 from 30 balls. He got Fateh for the first time over 100 and sat the Catalonia Tigers a challenging target, which in the end we saw there, thanks to some big hitting there from Mohsin Ali, they got to quite easily, quite comfortably. But it was good work from Fateh, and I'm delighted that they did get to a landmark by scoring over 100 runs and found somebody who scored some runs. Govinda Singh Jr. ਵਧਾਈਆਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਫਤਿਹ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਕੰਪੀਟੀਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਚੱਲੇ ਨਹੀਂ, ਬੈਟਿੰਗ ਨਹੀਂ ਚੱਲੀ, ਤੂੰ ਆਇਆ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਲੁਕੇ ਰਿਹਾ, ਆ ਗਿਆ ਤਾਂ ਬੜੀ ਅੱਛੀ ਨੌਕ ਕੀਤੀ ਅੱਜ।
ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਭਾਜੀ, ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ, ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਮਿਹਰਬਾਨੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਯੂਰਪੀਅਨ ਕ੍ਰਿਕਟ ਲੀਗ ਨੇ ਇੰਨਾ ਵੱਡਾ ਟੂਰਨਾਮੈਂਟ ਕਰਾਇਆ ਤੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ਨਸੀਬ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਿ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਖੇਡਣ ਦਾ ਮੌਕਾ ਮਿਲਿਆ। ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਭਾਜੀ।
Just saying thank you very much. He's really enjoyed coming and playing in this European Cricket Series. He hasn't been available because he's had to work. Thankfully, we are going to see him again playing in the next game. Player of the match, तो अपनी bowling था नहीं, और ही कैसे नहीं मिलिया, bowling कैसे नहीं, bowling थोड़ी 1 over for 27, काफ़ी कुट पई है, अच्छा, पर तारी batting बहुत अच्छी देखी, technique बहुत अच्छी है, foot movement more good है, कितने अपनी batting सीखी तुसी?
ਬਾਜੀ ਇਦਾਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਪ੍ਰੈਕਟਿਸ ਕਰੀਦਾ ਆ ਵੀਕਐਂਡ ਤੇ ਨਾਰਮਲੀ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਆਪਦੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਕਟਿਸ ਕਰਦੇ ਰਹੀਦਾ ਤੇ ਟੂਰਨਾਮੈਂਟ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਖੇਡੀਦਾ। ਹਾਂਜੀ ਬਸ ਇਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਕਟਿਸ ਕਰਿਆ ਜੀ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਇਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਗੇਮ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਸਾਰੀ, ਜਿੰਨੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਕਟਿਸ ਕਰੋਗੇ ਉਨੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਹੋਵੋਗੇ। ਹਾਂਜੀ।
I was just saying he didn't get the player of the match for his bowling, bowled 1 over for 27. It was definitely for his batting, just saying where he's been practicing. And he said he's practicing all the time, whenever he get the opportunity, always practicing, always trying to perform and always trying to get better. Well, it was great to see today. It was a fantastic knock. Really enjoyed it. And it was something that Fateh can do with when we see them again next time later today. And the next time we're out here, Manjinder Singh Lovely did say to me that the next time there's a European Cricket Series here, the team will have time to prepare and come back much better and much stronger, and we'll see more players like we have here in the making of Govinda Singh Jr. ਵਧਾਈਆਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ. Congratulations. Well, there you have it. That's our player of the match for today, for this first game. Next game is going to be a big one because we've seen Catalonia Tigers winning. They have to win. With a team that can also pip them to the semi-finals is Bangladesh Kings. They're back next and they're playing against Raval Sporting. So it's going to be a very important game. A lot riding on it. Join us at 10:30.
Welcome back to the Montjuïc Olympic Ground for this match number 34 of 40 across this 2-week European Cricket Series. Barcelona Bash. We are on the brink of finals day Friday, but still with a three-way battle to find out who will make the last two spots. Pakaiker and Catalonia confirmed. But it's Barcelona Shaheen, the Catalonia Tigers, and the Bangladesh Kings who are fighting it out for those last two. Bangladesh Kings with 3 wins from 6 so far. And they lost the toss against Raval Sporting. Raval Sporting have chosen to have a bat. They are out of things in terms of qualification with 2 wins from their first 7 games. This is their final game of this ECS pool stage. And that's a very good first ball from Moshiur Rahman, sliding it across the left-handed Kishitij Patel, who's been comfortably the best batsman in this Raval Sporting lineup. Ishan Patel is the non-striker. I'm Michael McCann, your commentator for this one, joined, as always, by Rico Full.
Welcome back all to a very important match for, well, definitely is for the fielding team. Must win.
Yeah, and you want to start as you mean to go on. Great start from Moshiur Rahman. Back-to-back dot balls against the prized wicket in this Raval Sporting lineup. Kishitij Patel with 208 runs in the competition so far. He and Gurvinder Singh have been comfortably their 2 best batsmen. It's nice again from Moshiur Rahman, and might be a power play, but such is the quality of the bowling. Kishitij just has to nudge it for 1 and see if Moshiur Rahman can adjust his line to the right-handed Ishan. Ishan so far with 54 runs at an average of 11 in the competition. And for a player of his quality, we expected a lot better than that.
Yeah, he hasn't really turned up with the bat. He's a classy act if he gets going.
Well, that's 3 dots from 4 balls so far. Excellent start this for the Kings. Been inconsistent so far throughout the tournament. Bangladesh Kings. This is their first game since last Friday. Turned away. Could be the first boundary of the innings. Just about kept in play. Shahadur Rahman with the fancy footwork fielding. He's one of quite a few changes because the Bangladesh Kings are missing some of their main men. Jubed Mia, wicketkeeper batsman, has got a 1-match ban for bringing the game into disrepute. Mohammad Siraj Nippo, their excellent spinner, is not available. Played and missed. What a good first over from Moshiur Rahman. Boundaryless. Off the top of my head, can't remember many, if any, other first overs in an innings throughout this tournament that have been boundaryless. 3 without loss from the first. MD Shafiullah is also missing, an important all-rounder in the Kings' engine room. I'm told that they will be back for their second game today. They play back-to-back. They're up against the luckless, winless Fateh in the 3rd match of the day. But for that to be relevant at all, they have to win this game. They've got to win this game and win against Fateh, both by big margins, to keep themselves in with a chance, because they have 3 wins so far. And the Catalonia Tigers and Barcelona Shaheen have both already got 5 wins on the board. Second over, Sofikul Islam to bowl it. Oh, he's got him. Straight through. And that's a big breakthrough. Sporting Rival's top run scorer of the entire competition has to go. Kishitij Patel out for 1 of 4. Straight through him. Base of the middle stump. You miss, I hit. Simple stuff, but mightily effective. 3 for 1.
Yeah, looked a bit surprised there, Kish Patel. Stood there a bit, looked up at probably his captain, who was, well, probably not looking at him, probably had his head down, thinking, here we go again. That wasn't the best of shots from the key batsman, the left-hander, who's really been, if he's on form and scoring runs, then Raval Sporting are always in the game. Now a lot of pressure on the captain, who, as we've already said, has been well out of form. This man, Manish Manwani, he can hang around and he can do more than that. He does score runs, but he needs a little bit of time to get in. Well, he's got a lot of time here.
Third highest run scorer in the competition. 91 runs in the competition for Sporting Rival, I should say. 91 runs at an average of 15. Most of those runs came in his personal best in the tournament of 47 against Falco yesterday. This time down the ground, and rightly Manwani turns down the single with Patel because he'd been run out at the non-striker's end from the first ball he'd faced. Manwani with 47 off 26 in yesterday morning's defeat against Falco. They put 110 on the board but fell 23 runs short of the target. Short. Adjusted to the lack of bounce well, and a half misfield means that a single can be completed. And Manwani put on Raval Sporting's best partnership of the tournament of a stand of 72 for the 4th wicket with Govinder Singh, or it was at the time until the fireworks from Govinder Singh and Kishitij Patel last night against Fateh. They had a very good day of things eventually yesterday. 2 defeats. But then a win against Fateh in the evening. Lost against Falco and Barcelona Shaheen to confirm that they won't be at finals day Friday. Oh, that's well bowled. Well, it was definitely going over the top. But they're right up for this, the Bangladesh Kings. Very skiddy bowler anyway, Sofikul Islam, and this pitch is keeping low, so that's only going to make him even trickier to face.
Yeah, but that one didn't keep low. That was really had a bit of pace behind that. Came up and came quickly into Ishant Patel there.
He's one of the quicker bowlers in this competition, Sofikul. And that's, again, just too quick for him. This is good, proper opening bowling.
That just shows you when a man is not in form. Ishant Patel, on his day, when he's firing on all cylinders, that would have been a cut shot to the boundary. It's one of his favourite shots. He's a great offside player. Maybe just not getting tempted into it quite yet. He knows that he's got to put some runs together with Manish.
Flicked away. That's a proper little tickle down through fine leg. Met with a straight bat. And the wrists just turning it down to the boundary for 4 to finish the second over. And that's what Ishan can do. He's more of a natural touch player than a basher. So the end of the second over. The first boundary of the innings finally belatedly turns up off that final ball of the second. 8 for 1 off 2. Sofikul Islam picking up that wicket and conceding just 5. And unsurprisingly, Moshior, having conceded just 3 from the first over of the innings, is going to come back and complete his spell now in the power play.
Yeah, I think the captain just knowing that if he can pick up another scalp or 2 here, it puts his team in a good position. A team that, remember, as we said at the beginning of this match, they're a little bit depleted on their in-form players for various reasons.
It's again excellent from Moshio. Has a go as well. Why not? Had his fast bowling teammate Sofikul backing him up. They'll feel like if they can get Kishitij Patel, Govinda Singh, and Manish Mamwani and Ishan out, they'll be through the bulk of this Sporting Ravel lineup. They've been very dependent on that top four. And again, fortunate. Could be a run out. Oh, miscommunication. Monsieur Rahman and the wicket keeper charging in Omar Ali, seeming to get confused about, we're going to try and kick the ball onto the stumps at the bowler's end. Sorry, at the batsman's end, or are we going to try and run them out at the non-strikers? In the end, they did neither.
Yeah, Manish Mamwani, very, very late going. Ishan Patel was literally, well, he was in his face before Manish went, so a bit misunderstanding. Fortunately, gets Manish home at the other end.
Well, happy to have a shy. We've been watching Catalunya and thought we'll have a bit of that. Catalunya, who are done for the pool stage now, but will be back for finals day Friday. No more than anything else, is a team that are great fun to watch in the field.
Well, the bowlers will disagree, especially when Yasir Ali is firing it back in, shying at the bowler's end.
Terrified of their figures being ruined by the overthrows.
They start shaking.
Well, half a chance, but it does go away for a boundary. Still yet to see a 6 in this power play, but that's a second 4. Ishan Patel unconvincingly into double figures. Oh, inside out. That's a gorgeous shot and a brilliant catch as well. What a catch on the extra cover rope. That's one of the takes of the tournament. Well, one has to feel for Ishan Patel. He just cannot buy a bit of luck in this competition. He's been struggling with the bat. He gets a couple of boundaries into double figures, meets this one on the half volley, and it is quite supremely caught on the rope by Saqib Mohammed. Well, hopefully we can just catch a replay or two of this before Govinda Singh, the master blaster, faces his first ball as he tries to repeat his heroics against Fateh. That was a quite outstanding catch out there. Our pictures don't really fully tell you. What a shot from Ishan. And taken just inches off the boundary at head height. That was travelling. And this is travelling as well, but it's travelling straight up. It's going to need some catching though. Oh, it's dropped.
Yeah, that was really bad communication there between those two fielders. Well, they both almost stopped, and then once Sufikal Islam looked like he was going for it, he then stopped in his track. And then the other fielder there had to commit, and that was Tahir Ahmed.
Yeah, it was the hokey cokey, wasn't it, Rico?
Really worse, yeah. I mean, that, well, how key could that be?
Just given a life. And, well, if there's anyone you don't want to give a life to, it is Govinda Singh. He has 190 runs in the tournament at an average of 38, but it's not so much the runs with Govinda as well as the 6-hitting prowess. He has by a long, long way the best strike rate of any sporting batsman in this tournament. It's a lot of 6s, not least last night. Ask Fateh. Hit 9 of them in his 87 not out of 23 balls.
It's not been a productive power play, has it, for Raval? 14 2 down.
Short. Cut away. That is somehow kept in play by the man who's having a great game out there. No, he hasn't quite managed it. Well, Saqib Mohammed took a great catch in the previous over, and he would have done really well to keep this alive. Couldn't do so, though. Tough few moments here for Tahid Ahmed. He's just dropped that catch after the miscommunication, and there was a big old scuffle between his teammates. Not quite Lee Bowyer, Kieran Dyer stuff once upon a time when they had a fight on the pitch when playing for Newcastle United, but there was 4 or 5 Kings players in there shouting and gesticulating at each other in frustration. And now Tahid Ahmed's got to come on and bowl, but that's much better from him. That's what he can do. That's why he's one of the Kings' most dependable bowlers with the ball normally.
Yeah, I mean, it was Safiq Al Islam and Tahid Ahmed, the 2 men that had that mix up there. I don't think either one of them called.
That's what bowling to his field. He's got a backward point, cover and an extra cover. Means he's sacrificed a bit of protection on the leg side, so he can't afford to go anywhere near either batsman's pad, because even with the left and right hand combination, that's the field he's adopting both ways around. What are we going to get from Govinda? 19 sixes in this tournament already. Dropped on naught here. This is towards us. Hit very hard and low, and it goes for 4. Just beats the 2 sweepers who can't get round. They come to fetch the ball from next to our commentary position. Well, that is exactly where Govinda Singh likes it. On his pads in that half volley slot. In fact, pardon me, it's Manish Manwani. But when he hits the ball that well, it's hard to think he's not Govinda Singh.
Yeah, I mean, Manish Manwani, he's all onside, and we were saying this yesterday. He just, on the offside, if you get the ball on the offside, he struggles. He'll even try and scoop that here on the leg side. That's what his weakness is. That's where you've got to aim at. There you go. That's a good example of that. That's a good, slightly short, has to be said, but it was on the offside. And Manish is swinging it all the way around. He's fetching it from outside the off stump and still putting it on the leg side. That last one that went for 4, Monsieur Rahman, the captain, was furious because he called it. He said, leave it to me. And the fielder not listening to the instructions. So...
Oh, that goes off the bottom of the bat, off the outside edge, but they all count. 28 for 2. Fortuitous. End of the 4th. And a bit of luck. Goes the ray of Govinda. He's on to 10 off 5. His moment in the sun yesterday with that innings against Falco. Looking to finish this competition well, Raval Sporting. 2 wins from 7 so far.
He's a lovely man, Govinda. He was the player of the match in that game, wasn't he?
Yes, of course he was.
And he's a great... I mean, you did the interview with him. He's such a lovely guy to talk to, and he's absolutely fabulous, full of energy all the time.
Yeah, and he has a big role behind the scenes. He's part of the ground staff here. He's one of the first here, last out. Even on the days where Raval Sporting haven't had any fixtures. He's been one of the men painting those white lines in every day, so he was telling me that only adds to your sense of appreciation of what a precious opportunity it is to be out there playing on TV with the world watching. As now the world is watching Saqib Mohammed come in for this 5th over. Starts with a wide. Now this is going to be fascinating from the Bangladesh Kings because they're having to turn to new options. So this is Saqib Mohammed's first over of spin, first over of any kind in a tournament, because Mohammad Siraj Nippo, their most economical bowler, and probably their best, is not available for this one. And that's too short. He's going to get away with it though. 1 bounce. Examines his bat. Manish Manwani, but Well, it wasn't the bat there, it was the timing that meant that went for 1 rather than 4 or 6.
The man there doing the fielding, Mohamed Shermu, well, he's going to be massively key to this Bangladesh unit when they're batting.
Right now, though, he's just got to fetch this one back. Lands just to our right. 6 runs. Similar delivery from the previous ball. And whilst Manish Manwani missed out, you can bet your bottom dollar Gurvinder Singh isn't going to. His 20th 6 in the tournament. And he's just carrying on his merry way from that knock against Fateh yesterday evening.
Yeah, he hits the ball so clean. You pitch it up to him, he's going to put it away. He's hit the biggest one. He's hit one that, well, it almost ended up in the Olympic Stadium. It was massive.
Well, that is pitched up, but that's right in the block hole. And it should have only been 1. They're going to get 2. Nearly actually went for 4. Well, this was a mess. And repeatedly, the Bangladesh Kings are having communication problems in the field. That's the 4th time where 2 players have ended up running into each other. As we see, Mohammed comes in. Govinda does well to get this good delivery out into the leg side. It goes through the legs. Comically, of Mohammed Rahul.
Very good and alert there, wasn't he?
Nothing Shemu can do about that one. Just over the rope. By Govinda's standards, it's not his biggest hit. But it's not Strictly Come Dancing. There's no score for it. You get 6 no matter how far it goes over the ropes, so long as it does.
Yeah, and that, again, what courtesy to that misfield, because he shouldn't be on strike, should he? Just a single. Should be Manish there. He gets back for the second, and very next ball, he's hit for 6. This is how these little things, not just the 1 runs, but the 6 runs there now, is all courtesy of that.
Well, that would have been a wide had Govinda stepped inside the line of it. Understandably, given that there's no boundary protection behind square on that leg side, he instead was trying to pull it away, and given the form he's in, it's a surprise he missed out. It's a good ball, back of a length. The sign of a batsman in form is that he still gets that good ball away for something. Govinda Singh now on to 25 off 10. It's overtaken Kishatij Patel as the top run scorer for Raval Sporting in this tournament. He scores his runs much, much quicker than anyone else for them. So he's just got to keep telling himself as we reach the halfway point with Raval Sporting 45 for 2 that even if he plays a tiny bit within himself and waits for the balls that are right in his slot, he will still end up scoring at a significantly faster rate than anyone else they've got. He's got to keep going here, Govinda Singh, but has also got to value his wicket and not throw it away. It's that difficult balance. Mohamed Shemu to bowl the 6th.
Yep, Shemu, like I was saying, he's got a key, massive key role to play with the bat, with Jubin Mir missing through that, as you said, through that suspension. A lot of pressure on him, so he's coming on to bowl. Oh, that's picked up absolutely beautiful, out of the ground. And that just goes to show you the form that this man is in. And Raval Sporting, they've absolutely erupted in their dugout. They're loving that hit. That was superb. Brings up their 50. And that is all about a man who's in form. He's seen the ball big. That ball wasn't that bad. It wasn't that short. Good response from Shermu. Good little battle here. Battle in the making. Shermu versus Gurvinder Singh.
I'll tell you what, if the league table wasn't done on points and net run rate, and it was done on the loudest dugout, Raval Sporting wouldn't just be winning the ECS, they'd be right up there at the ECL. Brilliant to see.
He's nearly knocked out Manish Manwani there, hasn't he?
Well, Mamani's not wearing a helmet at all. If nothing else, he should definitely be wearing one at the non-strikers end, the way Govinda's batting. Even if I was someone that elected not to wear a helmet, I might consider it for such a purpose.
I mean, we're talking about the noise levels. The most noise that we've heard in this ground when was Amit Das hit a superb 6 yesterday. And everything erupted, and me and you were thinking, well, it's like they've won the game. It's like they've won this European Cricket Championship. And the reason for that cheer was Amit Das doesn't hit sixes. It's the first six that anybody has ever seen him hit. And that's why they all erupted.
Yeah, he's normally known as a bit of an anchor in their top order. He wasn't the other day.
It's trickling away to the boundary. It gets there. Well, the fielder was giving that some chase. It's almost like he pulled a hammy or something there. He really sort of started limping. It seems okay now.
And you'll be able to pick up on your effects microphone that dugout. Well, there's no crowds allowed in for reasons that need no explanation in the current world, but the dugout more than making up for it here. When I think of loud dugouts, Royal Roma also come to mind in ECS Rome. They finished second as losing runners-up, but they were one of the loudest teams when they were batting.
Nish Mawani with that shot, the second boundary, second four. He's taken the catch. Well, that's very well taken. I saw him go down in a roll. Was waiting to see if the ball was still in his hand. It was indeed.
Sofikul Islam.
What a good catch that was. It came to him quick. He had to go down. And for one moment as he rolled, I'm looking to see if the ball was still with him or not. And it was. And, well, I should have just listened to the noise levels around the ground because it was all silent. It would have been obvious that he had taken the catch because Raval Sporting were quiet. That was given a good old thump. Catch taken. Oh, very well taken indeed.
We had a good view of it in our commentary box. It was only about 15 yards away, and he did really well to not just take it, avoid the elbows, knocking it out on impact, and then while rolling over, keep it in his hands. Nice grab. They needed that as well, but Danger Man Govinda still lurks.
Yeah, breaks that partnership. It's a good one. Two came together at 13. Shubdeep Deb off the mark straight away.
Deb so far in the tournament has 36 runs, an average of 12, 3 not outs as well. Strike rate of only just over a run a ball. He's a stylish middle order player, but he's known as a bit of an anchor in this Royal Sporting side. Again, that goes back to my point with Govinda. He really is their one big blaster. Govinda bats through here, they're probably looking at 110, 120. If he gets out, they might well find themselves struggling to get to around the 100 mark.
Hussein Aminal coming on to ball. Another key player in their side, Hussein. Need a couple of good ones from him. Should be Deb. He likes to play his shots in the offside. Very good cutter of the ball. Govinda trying to get to the other end.
He's looked much more convincing against pace on the ball, though, Deb. He's really struggled every time we've seen him against spin. And Aminul with 8 wickets in this tournament already, at a respectable economy rate of 10.
Single taken. Good work there from Asjad Butt. Talking about Shemu and the importance his role is going to be with the bat. Well, that man there, he's going to be massively key. If he gets in. Oh, well. Gurvinder Singh there just getting a little bit too excited. He wasn't in line with this one at all. He was almost trying to play the shot with his head sort of down, looking at his feet. That's more like it. Stand still and deliver. Kinna Badda Shaka gone a long way that. Michael McCann is having a look under the tent to see how far did that go. A long way, mate. Long, long way.
I was actually just worried about the health and safety of our cameraman up there on the scaffolding behind the bowler's arm. It's whistled past him.
Yeah, that's Yusuf up there. Yusuf, welcome. He's joined the crew of Daniel, Darko, and Mate.
Our replay just meant that we missed a ball there, but it was a wild swing and a miss from Govinda.
Oh, well, that's a swing and a hit. 6 more. Balle, balle, balle. That is big, and that's his 8th.
He's going here, Govinda. He's on to 44. So he's 1 hit away from his half century. And an alarm has gone off here. So the game has been stopped briefly. Not entirely sure what has happened.
Looks like it's something coming from the other side of the ground.
Car alarm, I think. The play seems to be going on, but I'm a bit surprised it is, because it is very, very distracting. I think the umpires are going to stop things. 70 for 3 after 7. The alarm thankfully ceases. Mohammed Hassan Shemu will bowl his second. Went for 12 off his first and picked up a wicket. It's a bizarre interruption.
Shemu, in he comes. To Shubdeep, that'll be a wide ball. Good work from the stand-in wicket-keeper, Omar Ali. Unlike some keepers we've seen, he gets down low, gets something on the ball, stops it going through.
We've spent a lot of time talking about the Bangladesh Kings probably needing to win both games today, win them big. Ravel Sporting haven't read that script.
Just lost his footing there. He's about to deliver. Dead ball signalled. Yeah, Omar Ali as well. Remember, he took that nasty injury when he collided with his captain, Monsieur Rahman, early on in this series. But fortunately, it wasn't serious and he recovered well. And I spoke to him earlier today and he's got no signs of that injury. Certainly up for the task. Good young player. It's well bowled. Deb gets enough on it to push it out there to the off. And once more, the fielder misfielding. And, well, that's the second time we've seen the ball, hardly any pace on it. And the fielder struggling to pick it up cleanly. That went straight through him again, but fortunately, of course, there was very little pace on the ball. No damage done.
Yeah, never mind getting through to the semi-finals. They're going to have no chance of winning this tournament if they don't improve their fielding from what we've seen so far in this innings, the Kings.
It's chipped up. Captain coming in. Rahman, 1 bounce pick up. Gets it back to the bowler.
Now he's done his job with the ball brilliantly, Monsieur Rahman. 1 for 9 off his 2 overs at the top. But they've got some decisions to make about who's going to bowl these last 2. Sofikul Islam will come back for 1, but the other one is a bit of a problem.
Nicely bowled again by Shomu. He's getting the ball in the right areas, making the batsman play, not giving anything loose, nothing too short.
So Sofikul Islam could come back to bowl either the 9th or the 10th. His first over cost just 5 and he picked up a wicket. But then Tahid Ahmed, Saqib Mohammed and Hassan Aminul have all bowled 1 over pretty unsuccessfully.
Gurvinder Singh waiting to pounce. Oh, that's so unlucky. And it does come straight off the bat. The bowler thinking it's hitting the pad, but no, it was the bat. He'll feel very unlucky about that. Watch this. He's gone right across and somehow from the base of middle stump, he's managed to get a little bit of the bottom of the inside edge of the bat onto it and it's gone for 4 runs.
Well, he's got himself into a horrible position. It's just the bat speed and hand-eye coordination that has saved him there. And he's on to 49 off 19 for back-to-back 50s.
Hit that hard. Smashes into the fencing there. 6 more. And the roars of Raval are back again. And so they should be, because that 6 takes him on to 55. What a fantastic innings. And there's no stopping him. Even when the bowler's got him beat and the ball is homing onto the base of middle stump, he manages to get something on it. This time round, short and wide, punished. And he starts, when you look at him from side on, he's really aggressively leaning forward, just waiting to pounce. Slower ball.
He's deceived that time. Often batsmen, when they reach that landmark, have that moment of ecstasy and waving the bat to their teammates. Just need a ball or two to calm back down. He reached the 50 off 20 balls with 3 fours and 6 sixes.
Yes, he did. He's done a fantastic job. Michael giving you that stats and information. And it's the sixes. He just deals in sixes. He just likes smashing it all over the place. He even set off a car alarm going off somewhere. Well, let's hope it didn't do any damage.
So he doesn't get sent the bill for it, because to be fair to him, he does put so much good into the events with all of the work that we mentioned behind the scenes as a member of the ground staff here. He's also up to a quarter century of sixes for the tournament. Wow. 25 now, Govinda. Now it's
going to be Sofikal.
Storing up a problem here. Sofikal comes back now, but who's going to bowl the final over? We'll see in a bit.
In he comes. Deb will just want to get a single. That'll do for him. Score 84 at the end of the 8th. Still just 3 wickets down. Nice little partnership being built here. Govinda ready to launch. Well, another swing and a miss. His last 2 balls have been dot balls, which is not what he's all about. He's just trying to hit it too hard now. Just leaning back. He knows it. He's a little bit frustrated with himself there. Probably moving on a little bit too much. He's moving outside the leg stump and missing out on those. Let's see how he adapts himself to this next ball from Islam. Hit hard. Captain will do the fielding.
Do you push for 2 there? Should Deb say, look, what are the chances of his arm being that good that he's going to get it from deep long on all the way to the keeper's end? I'm going to sacrifice myself. He's got 5 off 6 here, Deb.
Yeah, talking about sacrifice, I think this needs to be it. He's got to go for it. He's got to come down and try and hit. Oh, that's a good grab. That's nicely taken. He had to reach very high. Hussein Aminal. Good job from him. Takes another wicket. Well, Deb just wasn't able to get any power in any of his shots. He's played that shot a few times where it's just scooped over fielders and been a single. Hussein Aminal taking the catch, and he'll probably be perhaps one of the favourites to bowl the last over. There's also Tahir Ahmed, so one of the 2 will definitely come in. The new batsman, Amit Das, well, got the biggest cheer of this European Cricket Series so far when he hit a 6. Well, if he could hit another one here, I think that car alarm's going to go off again. Dot ball.
Now, Deb got 5 off 7, and we've seen him just depart. I have to question why Deb has come out at number 5 when he's scored around a run a ball all tournament and not played any knocks of real significance. And Amit Das hit 40 not out off 21 yesterday against Barcelona Shaheen. But yeah, here he is now.
Very interesting point. Yeah, good observation. That is a wonder. Nice pick up from Shermu, stopping the 2.
We do often see these teams have something of a set batting order for 50 over in T20 cricket and maybe not be flexible enough to adopt that into the incredibly short format that is T10.
Yeah, that was interesting because they elected to take a single there and score 87 off the 9th over, and that single meaning that it's Das that goes back on strike. Not very smart,
But
Michael.
again, I go back to, should Das have been out there a long time ago?
Oh, he should
instead
be,
of
without
Deb?
fail. Without fail. From his
Um,
performance the other day, played some nice shots. Also, a very good runner. So he would have, and I think he's got good vision and he's a good cricketer. We saw that from the shots he played.
And it's not a disrespect to Shubdeep Deb, but we haven't even seen hints of little cameos here and there that showed he could even play the kind of knock that Das played against Barcelona Shaheen. It's often what we see in T10, a capable lower order hitter put below a middle order batsman.
Tahir Ahmed. Oh, that's picked up beautifully. Out of the ground it goes. Balle, balle, balle. Well, he's hit another one. And this just underlines and highlights what we've been talking about here, Michael. You don't send out somebody like Shubdeep Deb, who's probably a good cricketer in his own right, but he's not a T10 hitter. This guy can hit the ball. He's kept that wide from him. The umpire says it's okay.
Yeah, we keep talking about this 6 Amit Das hit. Give him his credit. I've just checked the card. He hit 2 of them. 4 fours and 2 sixes in that 40 not out of 21 balls against Barcelona Shaheen.
Oh, well, his first ball he's hit for 6. Well, he's undone all that hard work by playing out the next 2 for dot balls. He's not thinking here. He's got Gurinder Singh,
Yep.
56 of 23 balls standing there at the other end. What he needs to do is just put bat onto ball and run. No. Well, that's.
Oh, he's run Govinda out. Oh, that is an absolute mess. And Govinda rightly turns to him and says, "What are you doing?"
Yeah, that's poor. I mean, we have seen.
That's really, really poor cricket. So
Yeah,
Amit Das, once he's missed it, he might as well just stay there.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about some, poor cricket in terms of in the field, whatever. But there's nothing poorer than this. This has got to be the worst.
Poor old Govinda.
Well, Govinda, yeah, he's out now. 56. He scored a 23, 3 fours, and he hit 6 sixes. And well, I'm pretty sure he would have hit a few more if he could have got himself onto strike. Amit Das didn't read the script, and all he's done there, I mean, he's hit a 6 first ball, great, then dot, and then he's then run out his man. Playing the same shot all the time. All he needs to do is just, even if he hung the bat out outside the off stump, he would have got bat onto ball, got Govinda into strike. Govinda is now out, and well, Abhishek Bodikar is having to go in and hit the very first ball out of the ground. Isn't able to do so. Had a go. And this, the final over, is a disaster, this, for Raval Sporting, because not only is it another wicket, it's a dot ball as well. Has his stump shattered. Out for a golden. He's got to go. He's on his way back. Michael.
Only imagine how bad Amit Das is feeling at the non-striker's end. He's got his bat being leant on and his right hand on his hip in just sheer frustration, and he can only blame himself. Gaurang Mahanvashi will come out to face the last ball. Remember, they only took 3 runs from the penultimate over. They've taken 6 runs from this final over, and all the momentum that Govinda Singh had going has been taken away by his teammates' not only inability to hit any boundaries alongside him, but then running him out.
Well, single taken. Batsman waiting to see if they could try and sneak in another. They couldn't. Oh, well, 7 off the final over, and that's from 2 scoring shots. Amit Das, oh, he's disappointed us. We were bigging him up, saying how we felt he should be coming in earlier up, and then, unfortunately, not smart thinking cricket from him. And Raval Sporting finish on 94 for 6. Bangladesh Kings, of course, well, they'll be over the moon with that. They came back strong. Remember, their side is slightly depleted in terms of who they would prefer to have in their team for various reasons. This was a great catch, outstanding catch as we were watching these highlights there. And a great pickup from our cameraman as well. That was Mate. Well, certainly the pick of the bowlers was the captain, Wasir Rahman. And well, that was a complete mix-up there between Safiq Islam and Tahir Ahmed. He should have had another wicket, the captain. And well, the Kings, if they do get through, and there's a big if because they've got to win this match first and the next, and also probably see how the other games go and other results. But the one thing they do need to improve on will be their fielding. They've been sloppy, and I would say quite easily that's another piece of bad fielding. I mean thankful for Mohammed Shermu there that didn't go for 4 runs. But I would say they've probably given at least 10 runs away with that sloppy fielding. And there's the man there, man in form, Gurvinder Singh. How'd you get him out? That was a question we were asking. And in the end, he was run out by his own player, Amit Das. Mohammed Shermu coming in here. Very well hit. That one from Manish Manwani. Gurvinder Singh just doing what he did best, hitting the ball out of the ground. Just look the way he leans into it. Before the ball comes to him, he's leaning. He's almost like he's got somebody holding him back. And as soon as the ball comes, they let go of the rope and he just goes forward, firing. Got a bit lucky with that one. And that one he just smashed away. 6 smashing into the side bollards there. Well, Manish Mawani was taken by a great catch. Shubdeep Deb went. Amit Das came in. And well, we didn't see the 6 that he hit, but we see that crazy run out, which didn't allow Gurvinder Singh to get onto the striker's end for this last over. Abhishek Baraka came in, had to have a go, missed out, going first ball, stumps all over the place.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, for match number 35 of this European Cricket Series here in Barcelona. And we've got a big game here, I'm telling you. We've got the Bangladesh Kings Cricket Club versus Fateh Cricket Club. Now, Bangladesh, in the middle of a game at the moment, they need to win both of them to give themselves a chance to make the semi-finals. They're playing good cricket. They'd have to be going in as favourites. But Fateh haven't won a game yet, so they will be up and about to finish this tournament on a positive note. I think it's going to be a good one, so let's toss the coin. We've got Nilkesh, our stand-in match referee here. Okay, let's go. Tails the call. You going to say it?
It's a head.
It's a head. Okay, so Mohun, you've won the toss, mate. What are you going to do?
Yeah, I decided the fielding first.
Okay, you're going to field first? Why are you fielding first?
But our team is very confident. They change the run target. We comfort the change. So for us, it's good. Next day we take bet, then we can change.
Okay, mate, you're definitely a chasing side. We always know that, so I hope you have a good game. Enjoy, buddy. Lovely. Yeah, how you feel? You're batting, mate?
Yeah, I feel good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You happy to bat first?
Are we happy about it? Last game we enjoyed the games, so last match is hard luck, so not going very well this tournament. So we enjoy.
Yeah, you just got to go back to basics and just play good cricket and just enjoy yourself, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we really enjoyed the tournament. So hope next tournament, if we get chance, take good performance.
Definitely. Well, we enjoy seeing you play. Thank you very much, mate. Cheers, mate. So Bangladesh Kings have won the toss and they're having a bowl.
Welcome back to the Montjuïc Olympic Ground. It's the run chase for the Bangladesh Kings is about to start. They need 95 for victory against Raval Sporting. And this match number 34 is the race for finals day Friday. Well and truly hot up. The Kings have got to win this game and win in their next match against Fateh. They're playing back-to-back today to give themselves the best possible chance of going through. They've not just got to win both games, but ideally win both well to get their net run rate up. So they'll be looking for a quick run chase here, if they possibly can. Hamid Hossein Shimmer is the striking batsman. Unable to get off the mark from the first ball of the innings. Asjad Butt is at the other end. Abhishek Borikar, Sporting's most dependable performer with the ball in the competition so far, is starting right on the button, as you saw there. And again, excellent from Borikar in that outside of stump channel. He has got slip catcher in play. The sort of gully position is Ishan Patel on the far left corner of your screen. Certainly merits having that catcher in when he bowls like this. And that's finally the first runs of the innings from the third ball. It scoots away to the third man rope. Mohamed Shemu off the mark.
Yeah, not convincingly. Getting lucky. The one thing that, you know, as a batsman, that if you're going to play a shot, especially inside the power play it hard, play it big, and try and loft the ball. And that's what he was able to do, and lofting it over the ring of players round the 30-yard circle.
Borikar so far in the tournament with 6 wickets from his 12 overs coming into this one. Hits the pads. Umpire Gooch unmoved. Reckons it's going down leg. That was our first impression too. Ooh, well. Could have been hitting that leg stump. Certainly wasn't going over.
No, it wasn't going over. I was probably just looking at the angle of the ball. Borikar going quite wide, angling it in. Batsman hitting it, coming forward. So, yeah, that was the only doubt. That was better, straighter.
Got his man this time. Manwani takes the catch. No doubt about that one. It was in that half volley slot that normally has gone over long on's head for 6, but mistimed. And that is a big early breakthrough. Mohamed Shemu gone for 4 of 5 balls. He's out in the first over, 4 for 1. Shemu takes the long walk off. Now comes Shakil Mia. Mia with 46 not out from his only innings of the competition so far. He's not been available very much, unfortunately, for the Kings. That 46 not out coming in a successful run chase against Falco back last Tuesday. Because due to a quirk of the fixtures, they played 6 games last week. And then they come back today to play their last 2 pool fixtures on the same day, back-to-back. And Mia picking up from where he left off against Falco. A lovely ballerina spin, a low pull shot, crisply hit for 4.
It was a delightful shot. Ball not coming up very high, but kept his eye on it. And there's that little swivel, sending the ball in the gap, 4 runs. A good finish to the over, but they've lost a wicket. And credit to Manish Manwani, he certainly is developing so much as a young cricketer here. Hasn't turned 17 yet. He's coming off the bowl here now. But in the deep, his catching has been outstanding.
Nice take from him to provide the early breakthrough. 8 for 1 from that first then. Borikar picking up his 7th wicket of the tournament. Now Asjad Butt will face his first ball. Second highest run scorer for the Kings in this competition so far. 118 runs in the competition. Nudge away. Will just about get 3 for 1. Most of those runs from Asjad Butt came in one innings. Very memorable one. 72 not out from 28 balls against Minaj last Wednesday evening in a 42-run win.
What a lovely ball that was. A bit of Goldilocks.
That was Goldilocks. And he might well be able to hit 72 off 28, but he can only respect a delivery like that. Just look at this. Well, Butts watching on from the non-striker's end, pleased that he doesn't have to face it. And it's Shakil Mir, another in-form batsman, who's lucky not to nick it. Met on the half volley. And dropped. Oh, dropped. What a great chance that was. Yudhvir Singh puts it down. Well, he was trying to be aggressive in the power play here, Shakil Mir. Meets it on the half volley, but he sort of ends up chipping it up. Didn't really follow through with the shot. And running back from the inner ring, he got there and he should have taken that.
Did all the hard work, didn't he? You've heard me say before, Michael, but Asjad Butt, he's a batsman that I like. I like watching him bat. He plays really nice shots. He's got a bit of class about him when he gets going.
It's a proper shot. Just turned it away, used all the pace that was on it from Manwani, who'd made the mistake of straying onto the pads. So now both of these batsmen have their first boundary. Still in the power play, of course. He's got a third man and a long on are the only two out. So that's a no ball because it's pitched off that dark green matting. Anything on the lighter green matting on the side or on the grass brings a no ball and a free hit. Chance for Asjad Butt to get an early sighter. Field can't change, of course. And that is a gorgeous shot down the ground. A free and true swing of the bat from Asjad Butt. His second boundary, taking advantage of the free hit.
Yeah, Manish Manwani here, I know that was a free hit. I can see what he's trying to do. He's getting a bit of a way swing, but it's pitching the ball up for that. But, well, he's playing into the trap. The batsman like it pitched up, and that's a better ball from him. Banging it in a little bit shorter. That's better.
So, 2 overs gone. 19 for 1. Manwani concedes 11 from his first and will be frustrated that Yudhvir Singh dropped that catch. Otherwise, he could have got Shakil Mir. As it is, he hasn't. Borikar back to bowl his second. Got a wicket with his first and conceded just 8. Even Stevens so far.
Even Stevens, yeah. Massive, massive game. This for the Bangladesh Kings and these two, Asjad Butt, Shakil Mir. We want to get them home.
Oh, he's miscued that, and he's gone. The catch is taken this time. Borikar has his second wicket. Relatively simple one, and this time it is held. Taken by Gaurang Mahanvashi, who we'll see later with his spin. The 17-year-old clings on. Ravel Sporting are causing some upsets here. They don't give two hoots about Bangladesh Kings' semi-final push. And they might well be out of contention themselves. They are throwing more than the first cat amongst the pigeons. Quite a few here. Sofikul Islam, who was brilliant with the ball earlier on. 2 for 8 from his 2. Comes out to bat. 19 for 3. Oh, Ravel Sporting looking for their third win from 8, but certainly been a capable side when they've got things right in this competition. They've just come unstuck against some of the very top quality teams. Here's Borikar, gets the treatment this time though. Well, that is a way to announce yourself. Sofikul Islam is at the crease. And you're going to have to find a way to stop him. Good luck if he keeps timing the ball like this. First ball whipped away. Bit of the helicopter style about that shot. 6 runs.
Beautiful pick-up that was. It was effortless. Pure timing.
Goes again, but might have perished this time. Is it 6 and out? Oh, dropped. Dropped. What a good catch it would have been. Not taken. Govinda Singh, so good with the bat earlier on. Just can't hold on to this. I thought he was going to take it. He got there, got 2 hands on it running back. Would have been one of the catches of the tournament. And it's another catching chance, and Mamwani takes it this time. Borikar finally has his 3rd wicket. Should have had it the previous ball. Mamwani gets his 2nd catch of the innings.
Well, Mr. Cool out there in the outfield. And that's the way to take catches. And, well, undeterred, he knew it was the big wicket. He knew it was Ashdad Butt who could have, well, changed the way this game was going. And at the moment, it's going Raval's way.
Well, the Kings' 2 highest run scorers in the tournament so far, both openers, Shemu and Butt, both gone for single-figure scores. And right now, it's not so much about net run rate, it's about just finding a way to win this game, keep themselves alive in the tournament, coming into their final game next up against Fateh. As out comes Saqib Mohammed, who had a bit of a nightmare in the field. Slower ball, just worked away, so he'll get off the mark.
I have to say, Michael, I'm surprised. If you look at the last 2 games, Mohammed Shermu was in the runs, Jubin Mia, who's suspended. It was Mohammed Shermu again, and the other guy was the captain. Monsieur Rahman had to step up, scoring 25 of 9. He's got to be coming in now, surely, hasn't he?
Well, this reminds one of the Shubdeep Amit Das situation in the other innings in Ravel Sporting's knock. That short pulled away. Nobody at square leg. You just cannot bowl there with this field. He's got a 6-3 field. Everyone up on the offside. Mid-wicket long on and a short fine leg. No protection there for a bouncer like that banged in. It's not clever from Abhishek Borikar. He has a dent to his excellent figures. He's picked up 3 wickets there to move on to 9 for the tournament. 3 for 20 from his 2, but he's put in a star turn nonetheless for Ravel Sporting. He's dismissed all of the top 3, and he had 2 catches dropped off his bowling as well.
Yeah, I mean, Shakil Mia, we know he can hit the ball one, hit it big, and that catch going down from, well, Gurvinder Singh, I mean, it was a difficult one because he was moving, and you could see when the ball hits his hand, because he's on the go, the force of his movement is taking it away from him.
31 for 3 after the power play. Right now, the pendulum swinging in favour of the underdogs. Big change of dynamic coming here, though. Power play done. Sweepers pushed out on both sides of the wicket. And on comes the teenager, Gaurang Mahayanvashi. He's already taken regulation catch. Now we're going to see him with his left arm spinners. The stop ball turning away from the right-hander. He's their top wicket taker in the tournament for Ravel Sporting and their most economical bowler. And that's what he'll do. Really slows it right down. He's got a quicker ball that keeps in the locker and an arm ball as well. But that's the quicker ball, and he didn't pick it at all. More celebrations for Raval Sporting, and it's their teenage spin sensation who's at it again with just the 2nd ball of his spell. Gaurang Mahayanvashi takes the wicket. Saqib Mohammed is bowled for 1 off 3. Lulled into a false sense of security by that first ball being flighted up above his eye line. That second quicker one, just watch it go straight through him. When the ball hits the stumps, the bat is a long, long way from contact. Wasn't expecting it at all. So, 31 for 4. Outsteps Omar Ali. And are we seeing the end of the Bangladesh Kings' campaign?
Ali best bats one way. He's an aggressive little batter. Youngster to youngster here, both in the under-19 setup. Ali will have a go for sure.
Well, that's the super flighted one from Garang. And Omar Ali, who will have seen a lot of that when they play together in the nets, so long as the net's high enough to allow such a delivery. Just nudges it away for 1. Omar Ali so far in the tournament has disappointed. 22 runs at an average of 7 and a strike rate not far above a run a ball. And that keeps low. Sofikul not able to get anything on it. Remember as well, their third highest run scorer in the competition, Mohamed Shafiullah, is not playing in this game. One of the few notable players missing. Is that out? No, possibly going down leg. And they'll get through for a leg bye. It's all happening out there. There's only one thing we know for certain right now, which is neither of these batsmen are picking Garang Mayanvashi.
Yeah, just maybe missing the leg. Yeah, we're watching very much the stars of the future here. And this man, well, what a future he's got. Don't worry about the girls, young man. Just worry about playing cricket and you're going to be a star. You heard it first from me, Rico Full.
Girls or the boys? Depends on what he might fancy. End of the over. 34 for 4. Beauty of cricket, of course, is cricket doesn't discriminate in any way, shape or form, and everyone across the globe, and certainly here at the European Cricket Network, is united by that love of the game that brings everybody together. Ishan Patel's going to bowl the 5th.
All spin. It's going to be more of the same. Flight it up.
You're quite right that it's more of the same, but he's a far less effective spinner, Ishan. He's not as consistent. He doesn't turn the ball as much. Did deceive him in the flight there. I'll get away for 1. Ishan with an economy rate of 13 and over, by comparison to the Garang's 10. He's much less of a wicket-taking threat as well. He's only taken 3 wickets. Garang now up to 9 for the tournament. Oh, but he's got one there. Turns in, hits the off stump, and the jig of delight afterwards. You know he's been practicing that celebration in the mirror last night. And now he's got a chance to do it. They are jumping for joy out here, Ravel Sporting. And the Kings' semi-final hopes are fading as each wicket falls. Little booty shake here from Ishan Patel.
He's doing the boogie-woogie, isn't he? The boogie-woogie. There he goes. Come on, give it a wiggle.
Well,
wiggle it just a little bit. I'm liking that.
I'm loving it. Full lockdown, of course, here in Catalonia generally, meaning that such dance floor opportunities have been limited. So he's instead decided that the bathroom mirror and the cricket pitch are the places to be doing it. 35 for 5. Ishan Patel has that scalp, and Moshiur Rahman, who we've been calling on to come in sooner, given the useful cameos he's played, now steps out. Slightly running out of partners. Outside off, he's fetched this to the leg side. Could have been a catching chance for Garang. And instead, Garang not able to take the chance, does the fielding, but the man coming in behind him, the key man for Raval Sporting, Govinder Singh, seems to have injured himself. Not sure you can see it on the replay. So there's Garang does enough. And just out of shot, Govinder Singh has hurt himself here on the boundary rope.
Yeah, he's twisted as the ball's, as Gurang's made the stop and ball's half stop, the ball's gone the other way. He's twisted his ankle trying to get back to it.
That's pushed back. Well bowled by Ishan. It's very effective when he gets it right. It's just not necessarily been that consistent across the competition, but this is one heck of an over he's putting together. Met on the half volley and hit for 6 over mid-wicket. Lovely shot from Omar Ali. Well, my co-commentator's been advising him to avoid the life of George Best. But if he keeps hitting more like this, you can guarantee he's going to be a star, that's for sure. That's a great shot. Damages the figures of Ishan Patel. He goes for 8 from the over, 6 from that final ball. Picked up a wicket as well, bowling Sofikul Islam. It means that at the midway point of this run chase, Bangladesh Kings are by no means out of it, but they're behind where they need to be, and the top order have been obliterated. As Garang will come back to bowl his second. They have 42 for 5.
Yes, Marvanishi. He's going to do what he does. He's going to fire it up there. I mean, the captain, Monsieur Rahman of Bangladesh Kings, he's going to have a go. He's going to have to play his shots. Run rate is probably not their biggest problem. They need a required rate about. They asked him the question, and he's gone. He's got his man stumped. Was saying the run rate is not the problem, it's the wickets. And the captain falls for another. That was flighted a long way up. It almost came down with snow on it. And the captain, Monsieur Rahman, having a sweep, having a go. Kish Patel. Wow, how important is that? That is absolute lightning quick work. Absolutely brilliant. Well, he's not performed with the bat, but as behind the stumps, well, they don't come any quicker or better than that. Excellent work from the wicketkeeper. I think my co-commentator, Michael McCann, will be pleased with that one. Being the wicketkeeper himself, that was brilliant. And the pressure now really on. 42 for 6. Mahavanishi, Gurang, the youngster. Well, that's why he's got a bright future ahead of him. Not only does he bowl a very, very good ball, superb action, but he's not afraid. It doesn't matter to him if he gets hit. It doesn't matter to him if he comes into this game having been plummeted all over the place. It doesn't matter to him if he's been plummeted all over the place and over one. He just keeps doing what he does and does well and eventually gets his man. That one a little bit too wide. He just is at the stage now where with Tahid Ahmed, the new batsman in, you just want to keep the ball on the stumps, trying to get the batsman to play all round it. Omar Ali watches aimlessly at the other end. Will get the chance to get there now. Be interesting to see how he plays this now. Does he just play his normal game, which is all about attack? A good hitter off the ball, but he'll also know that if he goes and ends up being the 7th wicket down, then it's practically all over. Quite happy just to take the single. Tahid Ahmed back on strike. Required run rate per over creeping up. Well bowled, just going down the leg for me. Good call. These batsmen just not learning with these spinners. Gurang and Ishan Patel. You've got to move your feet. You can't be left stranded in your crease. And he shuffled right away across there. He's got very lucky. Just plays that one out towards the point. The left-hander, Tahid. Well, what a spell of bowling that has been. That's what he's been asked to do each time he's come on after the power play. And well, he's taken 2 wickets for 5 runs. That's absolutely brilliant from the young 17-year-old. Over to you, captain, he says. Ishan Patel. Is he going to be doing a little bit more of his boogie-oogie? But if he gets a wicket, I'm sure he will.
He's by no means the best spinner of the tournament, but he's definitely produced the best celebration.
Oh, that's gone through everyone. Batsman misses it. Gish Patel misses it. The umpire doesn't miss it, sees it, and Stefan Gooch signalling buys. This is the battle here now. Ishan Patel, the captain, to young Omar Ali. Ali comes down, hits it big, it's gone all the way over. It's 6 runs, and this umpire now. The umpires are in on taking the catches. The other side of the boundary. This time that looks like it was Nilkesh Patel. Good catch from him. 6 runs. What important runs this is. There we go. Thank you very much, umpire. Showing Max By how to do it. Comes back well with a dot ball. Can Omar Ali keep his cool and keep his head? Oh, he's got hold of another one. Balle, balle, balle. Out of the ground it goes. You just saw the reaction of Manish Mamwani there when this one sailed over him. Head down, shrugged his shoulders. Well, in anguish. He knows that in the context of this really low-scoring game, these 6s that Omar Ali are hitting are huge. Oh, that could be close. He's... Oh! Well, fired in the quicker ball. I think the only thing that maybe saved Omar Ali there is that he was a little bit way forward. Fires it in quicker again. Omar Ali does well, gets into good position, takes the single, and with that, will take the strike. Good from him. 59. Instructions are being shouted out from the camp. 36 left. Now this has got one of those games written all about it where it's going to just go into that final over. Omar Ali's got to be key here. Now both the spinners that always bring wickets for Raval have finished. So we've seen a change here now. So Amit Das comes into bowl. It's a nice start from him. Fuller ball to the right-handed Omar Ali. Omar just gets a single now. This will be an interesting challenge in there. Tahid Ahmed. He's faced 5 balls for 2. Do Raval pressure him? Do they bring people up? They've got 1 up. Yeah, they do indeed. That's good. Nice to see. Ishan Patel close on one side. Gurvinder Singh has gone up as well.
I'd like to see them maybe bring another one up.
Certainly put the squeeze on him. It's got up in the air. Is somebody going to get under it? It's going to drop agonisingly short. And well, that's why Michael would say he'd bring another one in.
You're bowling at Tahid Ahmed, who is handy when he's got the ball in hand, but with the bat, he's got 17 runs in this tournament at an average of 5. He's not someone they normally rely on. He's come out at number 8. Put the squeeze on.
This could be another chance here. It's Manish Mamwani. Oh, that is absolutely class. Taking his 3rd catch in this match. Well, we talk about youngsters. I mean, this one youngster here, Omar Ali, has to depart. He's trying to do the best he can. He scored 24 off his 14 balls. We talk about Gurang Mayavanashi. And, well, we also have to talk about this man as well, Manish Mamwani. All youngsters, all part of the under-19 setup. And I tell you what, the future of cricket in Catalonia, in Spain, with players like this is looking very, very good indeed. Top catch that. That was a very hard catch, a match-winning catch.
Credit to Omar Ali. Good little knock of 24 or 14, but he hasn't been able to bring it home. They're in a situation where they need more than a cameo. They need a hero. Now it's up to 8, 9, 10 and Jack.
Could be another. Is it going to drop agonisingly short? It does again. They didn't learn from the previous one. You would have thought Ishan Patel would have taken the advice of Michael McCann and put himself on the ring where just now he would have had to take 4 steps and take the catch. Tahid survives.
Well, I understand the default is to have a deep set field, but you've got to, in some situations, be able to show a bit more tactical flexibility.
Shahidur Rahman, is he going to be a hero? Oh, it's been given a no ball for height. I thought that was dipping. I thought that was quite a hard, tough call there, really. But it's going to be a free hit.
Well, he's fortunate there, Rahman. I hope he could do more with the free hit than he did with the waist high full toss. He barely kept it out.
Will be a catch taken, but it was a free hit, so just single goes down into the book.
Got to be honest, on those 2 balls that we saw of Rahman there, I think that Sporting Raval have got towards the rabbits zone.
Yeah, but still a few big hits.
Absolutely.
Anything can happen. That was heading for a wide ball, if you ask me.
Agreed entirely. Took the words right out of my mouth.
Well, Ishan Patel. Well, I don't know about his own teammates. He certainly scared the life out of me there. He's screaming at the players, saying, come on, get hold of the ball, keep it in your hands, get it to the keeper. He knows that any runs here that Bangladesh Kings can try and steal is going to be massive. Both batsmen, Tahid, Ahmed and Shahidur Rahman having a chat. 12 balls remaining. 30 runs needed. Simple as that. You could do the maths. 15 and over. Manish Mamwani coming to the ball now. He's got to be careful. He's done a top job, Manish, in the field. He's taken 3 catches. And where he goes wrong sometimes is he loses his line and starts bowling those wides and no balls. He just needs to concentrate on getting 6 balls on the stumps. Starts well, but that's a lovely shot. Lovely use of the wrist. Is it going to go for the boundary? Oh, well, looks like Abhishek Borikar has stopped it. That's absolutely brilliant. How crucial was that? Fantastic shot.
Well, this is arguably the best piece of ground fielding in the entire tournament. Just watch the dive here and the flick. That's superb. 3 for 20 with the ball, and he's by no means asleep in the field either.
That was a brilliant stop, and how important it is in a game like this. It's close. Every run matters. Well, Tahid Ahmed now on strike. That's well bowled, and you would have expected Kish Patel to take that. It's gone through as a bye.
Yeah, Manmani frustrated, but it won't be his figures that it hurts. And that's okay. Legitimate delivery that goes for 1 run, however that happens, is a definite win here for Raval. Looking for a 3rd win from 8.
Manish, the bowler, he looks like he's struggling as well with a bit of a limp. That's well bowled, and this time very well taken. Very, very well taken indeed. I thought the batsman, I don't think that's good batting there. Batsman should have taken that. I think they would have got there. The backing up has to be there. Every time this ball is bowled, They've got to be backing it up. Tahid is leaning on his bat. He should have been halfway down there. There was a single gone missed there. Would have been buys. Watch this. Not backing up at all. Look where he is here. Look where he is. He's taken 2 yards, if that. Dot ball. 2 dots on the trot. This is not what they need. They're going to make it extremely difficult for themselves. They're talking about a place in the semi-final here, guys. That's a wide ball. This is what I was talking about when Manish has to be careful.
Well, are we watching a semi-final? Hopes fade. Finals day Friday has been the aspiration, but remember, Barcelona Shaheen and the Catalonia Tigers both have 5 wins. Bangladesh Kings have only got 3, but that will help.
Out of the ground. Will that help? Of course it will. That's massive. Where did that come from?
I didn't see. Did you see that coming?
I didn't see that coming. I'm just thinking to myself, has any of these 2 batsmen got anything in them that can hit a boundary? Because we ain't seen any in a while, and all of a sudden, Kaplan walks down the wicket, bang, 6 runs. Good reply from Manish. Finishes the over well. Did bowl the wide. I knew you had to be careful about those, but those 6 runs has made it very interesting. So 75. 7 wickets down. And basically, we are at 20 runs needed from the last over.
Even with that 6, you've got to offer credit to Mamwani there. He's taken 3 really important catches today when others have been dropping them. He's gone for 20 off his 2, and he's gone for 10 off the penultimate over. They'd have been happy with that at the start of the over. They might be slightly less so after the 6. And so now 20 to win off the last. And Amit Das, who bowled a very good first over, is back on to defend.
Pressure on Das. Can he keep his cool? Well, that one's been hit. Miles. Well, Tahir is now in on the X. 6 runs. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna, bada, shaka. And, well, sensing the danger, the captain, Isham Patel, runs over to Amit Das. Would you believe it? 14 now of 5 balls. Oh, Tahid has just woken up all of a sudden. Oh, that's very nicely played. The ball is going to beat the fielder. It does indeed. 4 more. Would you? That's
wow.
10 runs of the first 2 balls.
This is extraordinary. This is numbers 8 and 9 out there.
Well, all of a sudden, it's gone from 20 from 6 to 10 from 4 balls. It's in the air. It's going to go over the man. It's going to go to the boundary again. Abhishek can't even stop it. It's 4 more. The Bangladesh Kings are going absolutely crazy in their dugout. Well, they're not quite there yet. Goodness me. This is absolutely unbelievable. These 2 batsmen were there and we're looking at each other saying, well, have they got any fire left in them? And then all of a sudden it was Shahidul Rahman hits a massive 6. And at the beginning of this over, Tahid Ahmed has just woken up. He's had his little siesta, as they do in Spain. Thought it's time to wake up and do some work. Well, he's done some work here.
This is extraordinary.
6-4-4. And that will be a single. Or are they going to come back for 2? They think about it. Oh, he's going to get run out, is he? No. Well, that would have been very silly if that had happened. 5 off 2.
We could, of course, have a golden ball finish here. Haven't had one yet. This Barcelona bash.
Well, pressure.
The scores are level.
Is he going to feel the pressure? Is he going to put a wide ball in? Is he going to overstep? Is he going to get one right on the money? Rahman, the batsman. Is he going to find the boundary ropes?
Remember, it's Tahid Ahmed who's done most of the hitting, but he's not on strike.
Well bowled. They'll have to go through for a single. Will they hold on to it? Well, folks, here we go. Last ball. A boundary will win it for Bangladesh Kings and keep their semi-final hopes alive. Ahmed Das to Tahid Ahmed, 22 of 14. Tahid taking his time, composing himself. Looks at the bowler.
He's got no one out at mid-wicket or long on. They're realising this now. Frantically changing the field.
Well, all this waiting around for Ahmed Das won't help him, the bowler. Everything's playing in his mind. In he comes. Oh. Well, listen to the screams. Well, you'd think they'd won the final, Raval. Now remember, just to clarify this, folks, you're looking at home, Raval Sporting themselves have no chance of getting into the semi-finals. This is their last game. But, well, they celebrate that as if they've won the final themselves. What an exciting finish to the game. Boundary was needed off the last ball. It wasn't to be. Raval Sporting end their European Cricket Series. Barcelona bashed 2 on a high. They've played now their last game, the 8th. They've won 3 of them. Finished on 6 points. Bangladesh Kings, well, they had to come out here and win. They haven't done so. And the Catalonia Tigers, wherever they are, will be very, very happy. They had to win the first game here today. They did. And they needed this result to go their way. And it has. Fantastic stuff. Just going through the highlights here. Oh, Abhishek. He had a good day today, did he not? And you have to say, as we watch Manish Mawani bowling here, that was a nice shot. Great bit of timing. What a game he's had. Ashad Butt there. He was going to be key for them if they were going to win this. Well, there was the catch there. Young Gurang. Stars of the future in the making in this Raval team. And you'll see them all in action. You see young Gurang there taking the catch. Abhishek there. Almost having a wicket there. But the very next ball, credit to him. Comes back. I said, but finding Manish Mawani. Mawani taking 1 of 3 catches he took today. He's had a superb day. Abhishek Baraka here. This time somebody getting hold of him and sending it to the boundary. 20 runs he went for. And then the introduction of spin right after the power play. That's the job. Thank you very much. Straight through. Clean bowled. Sakib Mohammed. Ishan Patel. Wanting in on the act as well. And there we go. There's the little wiggle. Wiggle it just a little bit. Little bit of celebration. Well, he needed to be in party mode. Not for this one. This one was sent big. Fantastic shot. Omar Ali was giving them hope while he was in. Making 24 of 14. That was a big moment. The captain was wondering when he was going to come in. Monsieur Rahman. We know he can bat. We know he can hit runs quickly. And that bit of work from Kish Patel, the wicketkeeper, was absolutely fantastic. Lightning quick hands. Well, some more big hitting there. A good catch there for Nilkesh Patel, one of the men in black. Captain Ishan never gave up. He's expensive over. The second one round went for a few. And this time around, that for me, that was the prize catch. They say catches win matches. Well, that one, catching out his fellow under 19 player Omar Ali, 24. That was big. That there, well, you know, when you talk about close games and you look back at some of the fielding that's been done here, well, Abhishek Borikar, not only has he done a wonderful job with the ball, but he saved 2 runs there. We saw that from him a couple of times. We also saw that from let's watch this ball here. Well pitched up, well hit. This was towards the end. Yeah, we also saw that from Gurvinder Singh. And all of those runs count. And in the end, when they talk about players diving around and saving runs, this is what it comes down to. Maybe that's the tale of the 2 teams. Bangladesh Kings, they were a little bit reckless in the field. Well, Ravel Sporting were brilliant. Looks like Michael McCann is getting ready to give us who is the player of this match. Michael, over to you, buddy. Let us know who is the player of that very exciting match.
What an extraordinary game of cricket that was. Ravel Sporting finishing their ECS campaign in style. A 3rd win from 8 to knock the Bangladesh Kings out of the tournament and confirm our 4 semi-finalists. The player of the match is a man who was once again in form with the bat. Back-to-back 50s for Gurvinder Singh. 56 runs off 23 balls. He put the bulk of the runs on the board that Raval Sporting were able to defend. Sharad is here to translate, and here with us, as well as the man himself, Gurvinder Singh, is another man who was very impressive. And Gurvinder, who is our official MVP for the game, is about to start by explaining just why you brought along one of your teammates in slightly unusual fashion for a player of the match.
आपने बड़ा अच्छा खेला, बैटिंग अच्छी की है, पर ये साथ में आपके जो टीममेट है गौरंग, उसको आप क्यों लाए हो ये प्रेजेंटेशन में आप ही बता दीजिए।
क्योंकि हमारे बॉलर ने गौरंग ने बहुत ही बढ़िया बॉलिंग की, जिसकी वजह से हम मैच जीत पाए। और टी10 में ऐसी बॉलिंग करना डिफ़िकल्ट ही नहीं, बहुत ही डिफ़िकल्ट है मुझे लगता है।
Well, he thinks that his bowler did a fantastic job in defending the score, and the figures that Gaurang has is very rare in T10, and therefore he deserves, and therefore he would like to dedicate his man of the match to Gaurang.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a really difficult decision for us. The 18-year-old spinner, Gaurang Mahiyanvashi, with 2 wickets, just 5 runs conceded from his pair of overs. But just starting with you, Govinda, back-to-back 50s. We've seen you here at the ground at the crack of dawn doing everything that's needed to help set things up. A man that would appreciate more than most all the effort that goes into making a tournament like this happen. How great is it to now be out there starring for your side?
आप सुबह आके ग्राउंड पूरा तैयार करते हो, उसमें बड़ी मेहनत करते हो और फाइनली इतना बड़ा परफॉर्मेंस इतने बड़े स्टेज पे दिया, 2 बैक-टू-बैक 50s, तो आपको ये कैसा लग रहा है अभी?
मुझे अच्छा लगता है, क्रिकेट में एंजॉय कर रहा हूँ, यही कहना है।
Well, he enjoys everything that he does on the ground, and he's enjoying his cricket at the moment, and therefore he's scoring runs.
And now we turn to Gaurang Mahiyanvashi. What an exceptional performance as a young spinner. You've had some difficult moments in this tournament, but it seems like you've just got better and better as the competition's gone on. How proud are you of what you've just done?
એવું પૂછે છે કે તે સ્ટાર્ટિંગ તો બહુ ડિફિકલ્ટ થઈ તારી ટુર્નામેન્ટની, કારણ કે પહેલી 2 મેચમાં બહુ રન પડી ગયા હતા અને પણ પછી તો બહુ ઇમ્પ્રૂવ થયો, તો એ કેવી રીતે થયો અને શું પ્લાન હતો એમાં?
વેલ, આમાં એવું છે કે મને મારી જાતે કોન્ફિડન્સ છે ને મારા કેપ્ટન ને મારી ટીમને મારા ઉપર એટલો ભરોસો છે કે હું એ કરી શકું ને મને બી પહેલાં લાગતું હતું કે થોડા મેં રન વધારે ખાઉં છું, એ કરું છું, બટ નહીં, મને મારા કેપ્ટન ને મારી ટીમે મને બેકઅપ કર્યો ને કીધું કે ભાઈ નહીં, તું કરી શકે છે, તું તારામાં છે તાકાત કે તું આવી બોલિંગ કરી શકે અને વેલ જો આ એ છે.
Well, yeah, it was a difficult start for him for the tournament. First 2 matches did not go exactly according to plan, but his captain and his team showed full faith in him, and they kept telling him to put the ball up in the air and don't lose his style, and therefore he's getting the results now.
And our viewers certainly have been enjoying watching him, the teenage spin sensation. Just what have you learnt most from this competition, being on the big stage and televised, playing against some of the very best cricketers in Spain?
આ ટુર્નામેન્ટમાંથી તો શું શીખ્યો કે આટલી ફર્સ્ટ લાઈવ ટેલિકાસ્ટ થયેલી તારી ટુર્નામેન્ટ હશે ને આટલા સારા પ્લેયર સાથે તું રમ્યો તો તું શું શીખ્યો છે આ ટુર્નામેન્ટમાંથી?
વેલ મેં મારી જાતે બહુ શીખ્યો છું કે પેશન્સ એન્ડ ને આ જ T10 મને T20માં અને જે બી કોઈ ઇનિંગ્સ રમું એમાં મને બહુ હેલ્પ કરે છે કે કૂલ રહીને થોડી સ્ટ્રેટેજી, થોડું મગજ, થોડું ક્વિકલી એ જનરેટ થઈ શકે એ બધી વસ્તુ. અને વેલ આ જ છે ને મારા કેપ્ટને મને બહુ ટ્રેન કર્યો છે. જે કંઈ બી ફેથ છે એ બધો મારા જોડે રાખ્યો છે ને આ જ છે બસ.
Well, he's learned that to stay calm under pressure, because T10 is helping his T20 as well as a longer format game. He's learned to stay calm, and his captain has taught him some tricks of trades, because he is also a fellow spinner and they like to work in tandem, and he's showing the results for the faith that has been shown on him.
Well, a Spanish under-19 international, and certainly one to keep an eye on. Goreng Mahayan Vashi, not our official player of the match, but by George, he was excellent, as was Govinder Singh. Back-to-back 50s for him. So when we next come back to Barcelona, keep an eye on Ravel Sporting, because they might have only won 3 of their 8 games, but they've finished very strong here at this ECS, where we do know who will now be the 4 teams at Finals Day Friday. But plenty of entertainment left for you today. Join us very shortly when Fateh will have their last opportunity to get a win at this competition. They'll be up against the Bangladesh Kings, who are playing back-to-back and desperate to come back strong after that narrow 3-run loss against these guys. Raval Sporting won't be in Finals Day Friday, but they've definitely made their mark.
Hello and welcome back. Match number 35. Featuring again the Bangladesh Kings. They'll be disappointed after that last game. Their semi-final hopes shattered. Shattered by Raval Sporting, a team very much pumped up for that game, as no doubt you saw and heard. So the Kings, it's all about how they go about this game now. They're going to be disappointed, of course. No more disappointed than this man, their captain, Monsieur Rahman. Now he's going to have to come back strong. Fateh, well, they have come out strong this morning in their first game. They're scoring highest runs they've scored so far, 116. Also, this man on strike, Govinda Singh Jr., getting a 50 for his team. And they'll be hoping to continue where they left off in that game. Rahman starting with a wide ball. Govinda Singh Jr. on strike. Rahman bowls, and this time he's gone outside the off stump. He almost turned around as soon as he delivered that and had a quick look at the umpire, and when he didn't see Nilkesh's arms move, he just carried on smugly back to his mark. That was a close one. Nilkesh, the umpire, on strike, and Salim making his debut as an umpire on square leg. Welcome to the European Cricket Series, Salim. Bowler now. Got to concentrate and hopefully rally his troops into this game and try to finish on a high. That's coming our way. It's gone all the way over. 6 runs. Didn't quite get hold of it. Gurvinder Singh didn't find the middle of the bat, but enough on it to take it all the way over. It's well hit. 6 runs. And he's starting very much where he left off in the game earlier this morning. And he'll be hoping that Happy Singh can get rid of the lurgies that he's got. Just chipped up, shouts of catch it. But just a nice little shot, just chipped it over the bowler. Takes a single, and Happy Singh now on strike. We'll be hoping he can get into some sort of form and score some runs. We know he can. Go back to October in the very first European Cricket Series here in Barcelona. He was very much in the runs, scoring them quite freely, really. But in this one, he's struggling. Just happy just to get back onto it. Well, he's been given out. And, well, this is crazy running from Happy Singh. He's out, run out, first ball. It was the strangest bit of running you'll see. Have a look at Happy Singh here. He's played the ball and he's doing everything but concentrating, getting himself to the other side. Watch this. Here we go. Play the ball out here. No, we're probably not going to see it all. No. Oh, here we go. He's having a look there at the ball. Here he stopped. What is he doing there? What on earth is he doing? Well, that sums up how this European Cricket Series has gone for him this time round. And that's a disastrous end for him. He's gone. First ball, run out. Not sure what he was doing there in the middle. Well, that is not the way not the way you're being taught to run, and any youngsters watching, do not look at that at all. Asking the question on the legs. The new batsman Shantu Sharma Sonu. Well, that's the end of the first over, Monsieur Rahman. Well, I hope you're enjoying, wherever you're watching from, I should say, our global cricket family. I'm Rico Full. And of course, alongside me, as always, is Michael McCann.
Hello, and welcome to all of you across the globe, whether you're watching in the subcontinent, keeping an eye on your Dream 11, or part of our exclusive new partnership with Sportsflick across the rest of the globe. Had plenty of drama already today. We're only halfway through. Here comes Sofikul Islam.
Well, I would guess that would be a wide ball. And it's going to be wide, and 4 of them as well, so 5.
It's a horror show of a start. And I was just about to give him all of the praise for his spell this morning. 2 for 8 from his 2 overs against Ravel Sporting. He's conceded almost as many there without bowling a legitimate delivery.
Yeah, I mean, interesting. Not that I'm going to put any blame on Omar Ali at all here, but interesting that he's continued to keep wicket and not Jubid Mir, who's back into the team for this game. Appealing, but going down the leg. The batsman doing well, taking the leg bys.
The one reason I can think for that is that Omar Ali is trying to develop his wicket-keeping skills in his own right, the 18-year-old, part of the Spanish under-19 setup. And now that this game doesn't have Finals Day Friday qualification on it because of the loss to Ravel Sporting, you give the youngster the go, which actually is a fair enough reason. It's probably gives them less chance of winning the game, but that's not necessarily the priority anymore.
Yeah.
I'm not sure you can pick it up on our effects microphone, but there's some bagpipes that have been going off for the last few hours behind us. For all the things you thought you'd hear in Barcelona in mid-November.
Get onto that quickly, but didn't quite time it. Again, the running is just a shambles here. There just doesn't seem to be any communication at all from the batsman. Again, Gurinder Singh Jr. being involved. He does get to the non-striker's end.
Dare I say, I think that might actually be almost disrespectful to a butcher's slaughterhouse. I think a butcher's slaughterhouse is better organised than this running. It is quite comical.
Well bowled.
The reason I mention that, for those that don't know, is that's where the word shambles comes from. But yeah, it's giving us plenty of entertainment, but not the kind of entertainment we prefer to have, which is good quality cricket. And Fateh desperate to get a win. This is as good a chance as they'll have got across the competition against a Kings side who are going to be really down in the dumps after that close loss.
Nicely played. Good footwork there.
But again, they run whilst watching the ball non-stop. You know what? It almost reminds me of when I was about 10 and I tried to run the ball to the stumps as a fielder. And my PE teacher humiliated me in front of the class by he threw the ball next to me.
Mm-hmm.
He said, we'll have a race. One of you can throw the ball and Michael can run.
Swing and a miss there from Govinda.
And the coaching point, aside from the humiliation, was obvious, which is, if it's 10, 15 yards and you're going to run and someone else is going to throw, it's going to beat you there. Now, it's not quite the same here, but if you had 2 batsmen, one who gets the head down and just runs, and one who watches the fielding team field and then possibly run them out, it doesn't take a genius to work out which one is more likely to be successful, but Fateh haven't worked that out yet.
Nicely played. Once again, ball watching rather than concentrating on getting to the safe end there. Gurinder Singh Jr. So Well, as this almost been, well, there has been one run out and almost another, and Govinder Singh Jr. is the batsman who's been out there for both of them. Well, maybe we need to start pointing fingers here and say, well, though he's a very accomplished batsman, and we've seen that in the 50 he scored in the first game here this morning, that perhaps his calling is what he needs to work on.
Yep.
And he's running, of course.
The cricketing court of Full and McCann in session here, but you know, joking aside, is Ahmed Hassan Shemi comes on to bowl the third over. Both overs so far have gone for 8 from the bowler's viewpoints, conceded by Moshir Rahman and Sofikul Islam. It is basics. It's something that actually is easier to improve in some ways than the more tricky technical aspects of the game.
Shemu comes in. Oh, that's very wide and very good take from Omar Ali.
You think of developing a new shot, or if you're a spinner trying to bowl a new variation, that takes hours and hours and hours of practice in the nets. Whereas calling clearly and concisely, backing up from the non-striker's end, that's things that really should take a matter of minutes with the right focus and application.
Absolutely. I mean, here we're on 18. It's been scored of the first 2 overs, still inside the power play, so this is the third over. Fateh, they want to get a few more runs off this one where they can, with the field as it is. That's well bowled. Pitched outside the off stump by the bowler Shermu to the left-hander and swinging into him. So they've had 2 very different deliveries, Gurvinder Singh, so it's going to be kept guessing to see where this one's going to go. Nicely played. Gets on top of the ball, plays it out there to point. And now the field will need to change. That's the right-hander. Goes on strike. Always feel that a left and right hand combination, if you can get a good one going, certainly makes a massive difference in terms of keeping the bowling side on top of the game. Fielders have to know where they've got to move to, bowlers have to keep adjusting their line.
Fascinating psychological situation here for the Kings, though. They'd have come into today thinking that 2 decent wins gets them to the semi-finals. That's all done now.
Well played. Cheeky single taken. That was better. Played it and went straight away. Both the batsmen this time.
Well, the dugout have been listening to us, and they've got the 12th man to shout out a message. Yes, it was. It was much, much better. Credit where credit's due. They've clearly had a chat about it as well, because they're aware that the previous situation was pretty unsustainable.
That's a strange shot there from Gurvinder Singh. I'm seeing this ball bowled outside the off stump. We've seen him latch onto that quite well before, but this time he's just trying to, again, just trying to push that away out on the offside rather than really play it with any sort of assertiveness. And he's got hold of this one well. Not as well as I first thought. It's only more of a chip than a hit. Chips it over the 30-yard ring. One bounce. The fielder collects it and gets the throw in. Single to end that over. So quite a timid power play, really. 21 for 1 of 3 overs.
The beauty of the situation here for Fateh, who've been a bit cautious in their start, is that they really do have absolutely nothing to lose.
Yeah, I mean, in this particular game, I suppose it's very much the same for both these teams now, isn't it? I mean, Fateh they want to win. They want to end their European Cricket Series, this one. Barcelona Bash #2 on a high. They want to finish with a win. Whereas I suppose the same could be said about the Bangladesh Kings. They want to show character. They want to show us that even though they lost to that very close game against Raval Sporting, that mentally they're able to get over that disappointment quickly, and it has to be quickly because they're right back on the very next game. Get that out of their head and go back to what they do best. They want to prove that to us. Good hit. That's gonna. Oh well, I say good hit, and from out of nowhere, fielder comes running in. That's Sofiq Al-Islam, makes a diving attempt at a catch, gets his hands to it, but unfortunately the catch doesn't stick, and the ball then rolls along over the boundary rope. 4 runs.
He did actually have it in 2 hands. It would have been a truly magnificent catch, even by professional cricketer standards.
There's another chance here, and this time he does perish. Jubid Mir taking the catch. Well, maybe weary of the runs or lack of them on the board at the end of the power play. Gurvinder Singh deciding he had to play a few shots, got lucky with one, and in the end that catch going down, that would have been a tremendous one from Islam. It's not so costly to them. Jubid Mir gets him the very next ball. 25 as the second wicket goes down. So Fateh are not going to be relying on Gurvinder Singh Jr. to get them to the 100 this time, or get them to a decent score so that they have something to defend. The captain, Majinder Singh Lovely, comes out, goes on to strike. Gets into line and plays that down well. I don't know if that's a good thing or not when you're walking out to bat and you can hear the bagpipes playing. You know, is that a positive thing or a
That was
negative
almost
thing?
telepathic. I was just about to mention the bagpipes again, and you come out with it.
Wide ball.
I'm not sure quite whether our effects microphones fully pick it up, but if you'll forgive the confusing expression, a clear background noise, and it's consistently there. And there it was playing the Flower of Scotland.
Oh, could have played that on 2 stumps. It's still going to be quick to get in. To get the single.
Which I'm all for internationalism and the world coming together, and of course it's that spirit upon which the European Cricket Series, Network and League, etc. is built. But that's quite something.
Fuller ball. Majinder Singh Lovely gets hold of that nicely. In fact, it's not Majinder Singh Lovely. That is Sharma Sonu. These two look very similar out there, and the one thing that Fateh will have to do for when we see them next time is they'll have to do better work with the numbers on the back of their shirt, because you just cannot see them at all. And I think they've had words.
Well, you know what happened when they went to the printer shop? It was the cost was scaled depending on the size of the number and the font. So they've gone sort of Times New Roman 6 right in the middle of the shirt.
And the colour, of course. I mean, that black is just not, you know, when you compare it to the shirts here of the Bangladesh Kings, nice big white numbers, you can see them from a long distance. Fateh, well,
it's an eye test. It's an eye test.
White ball.
It's neat keeping from Omar Ali, who's getting a good workout behind the stumps, having been given the chance to impress.
Shadow Rahman coming on to bowl this, the 5th over. 31-2 is the score. He's hit that well, but there's a fielder there. They come through for 1.
just coming back to the bagpipes. So what we saw an over ago was a batsman coming out in mid-November in Barcelona in a full lockdown to bat in this European cricket series with the Flower of Scotland bagpipes playing in the background. I don't really know where to start or finish with that sentence. You know, when you utter a sentence, you can't really believe what you've just said.
Yeah.
But that is what happened.
But you have to remember something. Don't forget, and some of our viewers may know this. Some not. We just see this ball from Shadura. That's well bowled. He held it back beautifully.
Maybe they're still celebrating Scotland qualifying for Euro 2020 through that recent playoff victory on penalties. Of course, ironically, and this is a victory for brand managers everywhere. So that's nudged away for another single. They're still calling it Euro 2020, despite the fact that it's happening in 2021, because they're literally like, well, we'd made all the signs and the advertising and everything for last summer, so we're just going to keep going with it. So that is why, although I say that, I should explain before people think I've gone completely potty.
Yeah, but they could take a leaf out of some of our inspirational cricketers who use a bit of duct tape and just change the numbers on the back of the shirt. That works.
Oh, yeah, we've seen a few of them.
Could they not just do that? Just, all right, we're just going to make this 0 into a 1 here. We could do that. But no, what I was going to say, bagpipes. Now, in Galicia, places like that, in north of Spain, Galicia, Andalusia, they do have bagpipes there. They have bagpipes. They also wear the kilts. You've got to look it up. I'm not talking nonsense. I see that look on your face. Know what I'm talking about? Yeah, they do. They've got bagpipes are very, very common. Also wearing the kilts. That'll be a wide ball again. That's a big wide. That's good work there from the man at fine leg. These runs just being extras and singles at the moment. No rare fireworks, as Rico will say. Tiki-taka, a lot of tiki-taka here. Just ones, the odd two. Still waiting for the odd boom-boom. Oh,
that's a leave.
Tiki-taka. That's big-time tiki-taka.
That's not tiki-taka.
Tiki-taka? Yeah, that's tiki-taka. Tiki-taka
Tiki-taka involves hitting the ball.
No, well, I suppose so, yeah.
When Barcelona play tiki-taka, they don't just stand there and watch the ball pass them as he just did there. That was test cricket.
That was I got this one. I got it. You give me another one now. So we've got tiki-taka, the singles, etc. We got the boom boom. That one is nada nada. Bit of nada nada. Nothing nothing. You like that? Nada nada?
Yeah, I do.
Go with that? There we go.
Yeah.
That's another one. Nada nada. There you go, folks. We've got another one for you. So leaving the ball, nothing happening, nada nada. Talking of nada nada, the score's just tickling up. It's 39 for 2 at the halfway stage.
Here's Saqib Mohammed. Oh, that's a good start with his little leg spinners. The Kings, a team really struggling to cope with having just blown their chances of reaching the finals tomorrow. This could go for 4. Well fielded. Well, that's one man who's staying alert and still giving it everything. That's a great stop out there. Rightly getting the congratulations of his teammates, Tahad Ahmed. But you know how you can tell? Because they're so quiet. They've been so quiet. It's been kind of like, I mean, we joked about the leave, but it has almost felt like being a test match in the last 20 minutes. This has gone skied in the air. Could be 6, and it will be 6 over Jubed Mir's hand. It bounces into our commentary table. Just chipped enough on it. Well, in T10, it can only go so long without something happening. Something had to give. And eventually, it does.
Yeah, Shantanu Rusonu finally getting good bat onto ball.
Now he goes again. Could be run out here. No, he'll get home. And rightly, Saqib Mohammed resists the urge to shy.
What is nice here, Michael, the contents of this game, none of these teams getting through into the semi-finals, is that the captain, Monsieur Roman, has decided he's going to let everybody have a bowl. If you look at the bowlers, no bowler, each over's been bowled by a different bowler, so that's good on him.
Yeah, he's almost going for the Super Sixes approach when you're playing club cricket of everybody's got to have an over. Don't want to see people in the thanks for coming 11. For those unfamiliar with the concept of a TFC, as the 6th over ends. Good over from Saqib Mohammed, apart from that 6. He concedes 9 from it. 48 for 2 is the score after 6. Thanks for coming is when you don't bat, you don't bowl, and so you get that look of the captain afterwards, and it's, well, thanks for coming, mate. Thanks for turning up. You've given us 11 in the field. Poor old Michaela Comey for Milan Kingsgrove in Rome played in all 6 games and didn't bat or bowl, which, well, by the end, myself and my co-commentator Kit Harris were pleading for him to get a go, but it didn't happen, which was a shame, particularly given that their last 2 games they were already out of the tournament.
Something has to happen here. I mean, Fateh, they're pooling along, 48 for 2. So many wickets in hand, got to start throwing the bat at the ball. Otherwise, it's going to be a very low score.
Well, he's left that again. And he looks up pleadingly at the umpire like a dog that wants another treat from its owner. And the umpire says, well, no, it's not that wide. Use the thing in your hand. Here's Aminul. That's another decent ball. He's bowling to his field. Right arm around, just putting it across the batsman. That's a single, but precious few boundaries in this innings from Fateh. Just 2 4s and 2 6s. Well, that's one, though. 1 bounce 4 through the vacant mid-wicket region. And given the amount of boundaries through that area this week, it is baffling as to why the Kings have got nobody out there. But they don't.
Well, I suppose up to this point, they haven't had to, have they? I mean, Fateh, like you just said there, have hardly hit any boundaries. Whether they have a rethink now or not.
Well, he's a full wide ball outside the off stump. That's well bowled by Aminul.
I mean, we talk about the field. This is very strange to see. I mean, just have a look where third. Well, I suppose we're going to have to call on third man and fine leg. But look where they're standing. It just seems to be in no man's land. I mean, what are they there?
So we've got a very, very fine leg on the edge of the circle, and then a sort of wide gully catching. This is driven down the ground to long off. And the problem is when you do that, you're just left with these huge gaping gaps.
Well, not only that, if the ball does go past Omar Ali, neither one of them are going to stop it. It's going to go past them into the boundary without in the blink of an eye.
That goes away for 4 through third man. Off the outside edge. Aminul just sliding it across. Shantana Shamasonu, who's getting all the luck. A wild swing of the bat and the classic turnaround to see where on earth it's gone. So, 7 overs gone, 12 coming from Aminul's first. Fateh 60 for 2 as they chase a win at the 8th time of asking in this tournament.
Well, are we going to see another different bowler? I think we are.
Reminder, of course, the last game of the pool stages is coming up after this. Catalonia Tigers versus Minaj. For now, the pattern continues. It's the everybody gets a go game. Shahidur Rahman.
Well, he actually is coming back for his second. He bowled the 5th.
Pardon me.
So
yes, you're right.
I
That's a shame. They've spoiled the sequence.
Yeah, they have. I didn't recognise him as he was walking up. I said, don't recognise this man. But when he turned round and we saw the number on his shirt, because you can, I said, no, he's bowled once before.
Yeah. I enjoy nothing more in a situation like this than seeing the scorers panic as they realise that they just haven't got enough boxes for all the bowlers. For now, they don't have to add another one because Rahman is coming back. It's gone straight through. Bounces off the pads of the keeper Omar Ali. That's something he'll want to work on, and we've seen quite a few keepers suffer from this. It is keeping low, but even so, you've got to stay low. It's easier to go from low and then come up with the ball. He needs to start high and then have to get down. Well, he's got nice and crouched low there. Didn't come to him that time. Could be a catching chance. Bounces between the two fielders. Now, Shantanu Sharmasonu has got a bit of a wriggle on. But Manjinder Singh Lovely is, I mean, he's pedestrian by T20 or 50 over standards here. He's got 7 off 11. Surely he's got to go at this point. Skied in the air. Could be a catch for Jabed Mia. Oh, just short of it. That would have been an excellent take. They're taking a second. Is that out? Given. Yep, he's given us out. The umpire took his time. This was superb fielding from Jabed Mia. He couldn't take the catch, which would have been the catch of this ECS. But produced a quick, flat throw. And it was great awareness by the bowler Shahidul Rahman to take it, whip off the bails.
Yeah, we'll just see this again. The only question was how did... Well, here we go. It was a good throw, good take by the bowler. Now let's just have a look here.
Yeah, he was out.
Yeah, yes. I just because I saw the ball on the ground, I was just wondering if he had the ball in his hand when he took the bails off, and he did indeed. So he's got to go.
Oh, wow. That is Steve Harmison 2006-7 Ashes sort of stuff. That's a wild wide. He's kind of lucky that it doesn't look too bad because somehow it's bounced off the grass and towards the wicketkeeper. Half volley, down the ground, 6 runs. Didn't really time it cleanly, but he got enough of it. And the no ball proves oh so costly because of what follows. They're starting to get going here. Fateh with time running out. And Jinder might perish here, just short of backward point. Half misfield. Needs Manjinder to take the lead role after Shantanu Sharmasonu went with that run out for 25 off 17. Rajiv Singh faces his first ball now. Oh, he's denied 4 by the stumps. That was a bullet of a straight drive. And the stumps are still recovering. Cannons out into the covers where they'll get 1.
Well, that was hit like a bullet, straight and hard. Oh, well, I'm surprised the stumps are still intact. That was hit so hard. Fine length doing a few push-ups and press-ups. He's obviously done something wrong, and the captain said, give me 12.
72 for 3 after 8. So 12 runs coming from both the last pair of overs. Shahidul Rahman finishes with none for 19 from his 2. It's going to be a bit of spin now, it seems. Hassan Aminul to continue. So he'll become the second bowler to bowl out. Bagpipes continuing merrily in the background. Yes, you're not dreaming. You did hear me say that. Nicked, just short of slip. Seen precious few even chances for a slip fielder to take one. That was short of him. And Rajiv Singh misses. Not out stumped. He's on 1 off 3. Umpire comes in to put the furniture back up. Of course, while we're speaking of Scotland, they will be represented at the 2021 European Cricket League through 4th last year. 16 teams from 15 different countries at the tournament. Just one spot still up for grabs. Gone to sweep, surely gone. That's gone. That is clear as anything. No reviews needed in this tournament, and there aren't any. And if Rajiv Singh had chosen to review that one, well, we'd be calling him Shane Watson. That is out.
But you've been saying that one thing you haven't seen them do to the spinners is sweep, but that's why they can't.
That's a good point. That is a fair enough point. Well, the sweep shot, if you get outside the line of the off stump to negate the LBW, can be quite a risk-free shot. If you choose to sweep a ball that is hitting the middle of middle, and it's a good delivery like that, you make yourself look like a bit of a fool. 72 for 5 then, and a short and unforgettable innings for Rajiv Singh comes to an end. And I say unforgettable, slightly tongue-in-cheek. 1 off 4 for him. And Manjinder Singh Lovely has got to take control of the last part of this run-setting exercise. He's got 15 off 15. Gurpreet Singh is the new batsman, the lefty. He's gone for a slog sweep there, but tried to hit it too hard. Well, they don't lack intent with the bat, Fateh. He has another huge swipe of that one that's given us a wide. Just more than anything, a bit of nous maybe. It's quicker and flatter. Well, that's well played. He's seen the gap behind backward point, used the pace. It's going to take some stopping. It is eventually stopped. And they trot back for 2. So Gurpreet off the mark. That's a good shot.
It was a very nice shot. Got into shape, watched the ball, got in line and played it in the gap. And it was only some good footwork, good athletic work there from the fielder that stopped that going for 4.
So 9 overs gone. 75 for 4 is the score. Manjinder Singh Lovely will have the strike for the last over, which is to be bowled by Sofikul Islam, who took 2 for 8 in that tight 3-run loss against Raval Sporting that ended their Finals Day Friday hopes. But now Sofikul looking to finish this game off well. Went for 8 from his first over, which was a good pullback because he started with 5 horrible wides. It's gone straight through. It's a classic ECS moment for opening bowler coming back on, finding the gap between batsman's pads and the leg stump as the batsman steps away to make room. Don't see many that realise that you could, if one was to be daring, just take guard on middle and leg, almost Jonathan Trott style, know that everything that passes your pads is left for a wide. Instead he steps away again, comes very high off the bat. They'll get 1. That's when we're having a chat mid-pitch, as Fateh batsmen love nothing more than that being the perfect occasion for some social chat from a distance.
Manjinder Singh Lovely, I mean, he's gone on to
15 off 16.
15 off 16 balls. I mean, it's just...
You don't want to sound harsh, but he's that guy that turns up at the party without the invite and then doesn't really get the hint that people want him to leave. Here's Gurpreet on strike. What can he do? Oh, he's worked that away nicely enough. So Manjinder will get the strike back. It's sort of one of those awkward knocks. It happens at all forms of cricket where he might come back into the dugout, and where normally you get pats on the back and well batted, it's kind of a sort of, okay. You know, one of those.
Or in cricketing terms, it's one of those where the whole team decide, you know what, we don't get him out, leave him there because he's not hurting us at all.
Miscued, 16 off 18.
So
we don't mean to sound too harsh on him. It happens to everyone, but there is an argument that once you get to this point, you know, a sacrificial bunt is very common in baseball. A player to do the baseball equivalent of what in cricketing terms would be just get yourself out.
He's really struggling. He's trying. You can see he's got the intent, trying to hit every ball.
That's a low full toss. He has hit it. And he's dropped over the rope. Well, that was the only way a 6 was going to be scored, the way things have been going recently for Fateh. Manjinder Singh Lovely scooping a full toss straight down the throat. And it's dropped over the rope.
I think that's very sporting. I think it's very sporting from the captain of Bangladesh Kings to help out the captain of Fateh, who's been struggling, and say, you know what, buddy, I will shut the commentators up and I'll put it over the rope for 6.
This is the last ball of the innings. He might well get 4 more here. Oh, he does. He finishes in style. So he will get a few pats on the back when he reaches the dugout now, Manjinder Singh Lovely. It's been a real struggle of an innings for him, but he finishes with this 4. A heave through mid-wicket that just about beats the sweeper. So 6 and 4 to end the innings. I thought my co-commentator there was referring to the sportingness of the fact he signalled the 6, but he'd seen a different picture. So Manjinder Singh Lovely with 26 from 20. And well, Fateh have got a below par score even by their standards in this tournament. Remember earlier today they managed 118 for 6 against the Catalonia Tigers, and that didn't prove to be enough. And the wounded Bangladesh Kings will fancy their chances of chasing down 88 to win. As we look back on this innings, which of course had started with the Kings winning the toss, choosing to bowl. Zofikul Islam having a horror show of a start with those 5 wides. Tahid Ahmed came on. Could have had a wicket there. Difficult low chance dropped by Jubed Mir. It would have been a great catch though. Inder Singh in one of their rare stars of the tournament. Well for Fateh. Tahid Ahmed with the football skills. Rotated the bowling around. Saqib Mohammed having a go and getting a bit of tap there. Son Aminul came on. Used to go for 15 off his 2 and picked up a wicket. They used 7 different bowlers, the Kings. Of course, knowing that they can't reach semi-finals after that loss earlier today. Shahid Ahmed could have had a wicket there. Another very difficult chance. Jubed Mir wasn't able to take it, but got the run out off the same ball with a great throw. Got rid of Shantanu Sharma Sonu with 25 off 17. Bit of press-ups in the outfield. That's what you do to punish yourself for not making finals day Friday. Sweep shot bringing about the downfall there. Rajiv Singh for 1 off 4. Clearest WW you'll see in a long time. And then Manjinder Singh Lovely, who really was struggling with the bat. Pretty much all dots and singles. Finished in style with 6. After Monsieur Rahman could only drop it over the rope. And then hitting last ball of the innings for 4. So it means that Fateh have posted 87 for 4 from their 10 overs. As they chase their first win. This is their last chance to try and get it. The Bangladesh Kings, meanwhile, look to finish off with a 4th win from 8 across their campaign. We'll be back with the run chase very shortly.
And we are back to beautiful Barcelona for match number 36, the very last group game of this tournament. We've got finals day tomorrow. Huge, huge day. It's been 2 great weeks of cricket, culminating this last match. We've got the Catalonia Tigers versus Minhaj CC. Catalonia Tigers in a good position at the moment. If they win this match, they will cement 3rd place in the standings, and they will be booking their place in the semi-final. So quite a lot on the line for these guys. Minhaj, they've performed pretty well. They won 2 of their 7. They've been up and down, but they'll be looking to finish this tournament on a positive note as well. So let's toss the coin. Rob's got the coin. Gulab, you are the home team, so you'll flip it. Minhaj, you'll call. Tail is the call.
It's a tail.
Okay, it's a tail. All right, so you won the toss. What are you going to do?
हम bowling करेंगे पहले. They would like to bowl first.
You're going to bowl first. What's the strategy behind that?
कोशिश करेंगे कि कम से कम स्कोर में पकड़ें और मैच विन कर दें कुछ. They would like to restrict the opposition to as low target as possible and then try and chase it. They feel comfortable with that.
It's a simple strategy, but it works if it works, right? Okay, so you won 2, you lost 5, your last game of the tournament. How is everyone feeling in the team?
माहौल ठीक है लेकिन ज़ाहिर है इस टूर्नामेंट में अच्छी खेल नहीं पेश कर सके लेकिन कोशिश करेंगे कि ये लास्ट मैच अच्छा खेलें. Well, they are disappointed that they are not able to showcase their talent in this tournament, but in this game they will try and express themselves more freely.
Okay, good stuff. Thank you very much. Have a good game, buddy. Hey, Ghulam.
Yeah.
How you feeling, mate? Big last game for you guys?
Yeah, we are super excited and we are looking on for 3rd place minimum, and we have some planning to give a big total, and that's why we want up our score rate.
Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying. So, what's the strategy going into this game now? You know, to win it with enough to finish in 3rd.
Yeah, we are looking a big total. We will send our big hitters in early, yeah, and then we want to make minimum 140 target for this team. They are a good side, and I think if we success in to make a big total, then we can restrict them on minimum score.
Excellent. Well, good luck. We're looking forward to seeing you. So Minhaj Cricket Club have won the toss and they're having a bowl.
bat. We've just seen the first ball there being bowled. Govinda Singh Senior bowling to Jubid Mia. Jubid Mia gets off the mark straight away. Morali on strike. That's well bowled. Flighted that up. Morali just waited for it. Gently pushes that out onto the offside. Half-hearted appeal for an LB, going well down leg side. Just to remind you, Fateh batting first, scoring 87 for 4. Never really got their innings going. That was only the 87 came courtesy of Majinder Singh. Lovely, finally scoring 10 off the last 2 balls. This could be a chance, and oh, juggled it and couldn't hold on to it. Oh, if Fateh is going to win this match, they need to take wickets early. Just couldn't hold on to that this time. Chance goes begging. So 88 the target for Bangladesh Kings. That's hit well over the top. Off the 30-yard circle. No fielder out, patrolling the boundary. 4 runs, good strike. Not what the bowler wants to see. A chance goes begging. And then a nice shot being played. Well bowled. Half a chance of a stumping if that had gone through. And the end of the first over. 7 from it. 7 without loss. Fateh, well, certainly Govinda Singh will be feeling that should have had 1 sent back already. Fateh has got to take wickets here if they want to win this game, and they want to complete what's been, well, what would be a miserable day for Bangladesh Kings, having missed out on the... Well, that's been well clubbed. That's over the rope. 6 runs. Well, Majinder Singh Lovely coming on to bowl and sees his first ball smashed over his head for 6. It took him a very long time to get to 6. And that's the way to do it. Jubid Mia, of course, was absent from the first match today, serving a suspension. This will just be, they'll go through for 2.
Yes, and of course, as part of that suspension, Mia wasn't allowed to even be in the dugout or on the ground for that game, so was elsewhere watching on, seeing his side lose to Raval Sporting by 3 runs. And it could cap a pretty miserable day if they then, playing back-to-back, come out and lose here against the only team left who haven't won in this competition.
Oh, that's well bowled. It does get the snick, and the catch is dropped by the wicket keeper. Well, Gagandeep Singh. Wow. Watch this again. There's the touch. Straight in, straight out.
Any catch standing up to the stumps, though, is difficult. It's far easier than it looks. Harder than it looks, I should say, pardon me. That's good, smart hands from him there. Very, sorry.
It's a wide.
I was just going to say,
yeah, very good take.
The most difficult thing about being a wicket keeper is you have to be like a goldfish. You have to have a short-term memory.
Tucked away here. Well, normally an area of the ground that we see Happy Singh fielding. It's not there at the moment. This is Govinda Singh Jr. Happy Singh is to my right. It's on the the onside boundary, straight.
Well, we called him Mr. Happy as part of the Singh's Mr. Men book that was started yesterday, but he might well be Mr. Cool with those shades he's got on.
I think he's Mr. Grumpy. Run out, 0. His first ball. And that one's gone for 4 runs. Well, that won't cheer him up either. He's not had a good day. He's not had a good series. His main contribution to this team has been with his catching, which I have to say has most of the time been absolutely brilliant. End of the over. With that boundary there, 21 of the second. Jinder Singh, lovely there, going for a few. Not wanting the single.
That is ridiculous.
Jubit saying no.
Well, there's once the ball had clearly ricocheted away. It's 10 yards or so from the bowler. Not back in his sprint speed there.
He's hit that hard, and that's why he doesn't want the singles. He wants to hit it out of the ground. That's a big hit. Solid. And that's gone way, way over. Top shot. Missing out on that one. Govinda Singh Senior finds that one blasted away on the offside, and despite the efforts there of Govinda Singh Jr., couldn't stop it. 4 more. And well, as we're watching this, and Jubin Mir, the man who was suspended for that first game, there is a message and there's a moral in this story, and that basically is to anyone, any cricketer, especially any young cricketer watching, just remember one thing: when you're out there and you're playing the game, you've got to be respectful. That's a nice shot, hit high, over the ground and out of the ground, I should say. Over the boundary ropes, out of the ground. 6 more. This is mind-blasting stuff here from Jubin Mir, but Jubin Mir won't mind me saying so. What I was about to say is, no matter what the match situation is, you always have to respect not just the other team players, but the umpires. We all get them. We get bad decisions. Sometimes we get unlucky, and sometimes we get lucky. But you mustn't show any type of dissent. Accept the decision. You can be disappointed with yourself, but don't show it. Go off the pitch in a gentlemanly way. That's what this is. It's a gentleman's game. Of course, nobody likes to see any sort of type of dissent on the field. And that, you have to say, Bangladesh Kings will realise is something that had a big impact on the way that first game went. And here, whereas they could have been looking to win this game and be taking part in semi-finals tomorrow, they're just playing this game to try and get a win under their belt, but know that at the end of the day, they're going to finish midway up the table. They're not going to go into the semi-finals. So a lesson to be learnt, and one to be remembered by everyone that plays this game.
37 without loss after the power play. It's a good power play, and it's only proving all the more what they missed. No doubting his batting talent, Jabed. Goes again towards us in the commentary box. It's Rajiv Singh who's come on to bowl. He's often bowled in the power play in this tournament, but not this time.
It's hit hard, and that's going to go all the way over as well. 6 more. And he's doing it all by himself at the moment.
I reckon he's just taking out the sheer vengeance of frustration of how these last 48 hours or so have gone for the Kings and himself personally on the ball.
So rifled away. Well, he's just hit a 6 down straight to the ground. He's made some room for himself and smashed out the wider ball in the point area for 4. Well, he's on a roll here. Yeah, certainly a man on a mission. You saw there earlier, turning down a single. He wants to stay on strike. He wants to hit the ball, wants to hit it hard. He's got some frustration to take out on it. Oh, is he off balance there? No, says the umpire. I'm just wondering whether he just lost his balance, stretching, and his feet were in the air. Gets away with it. We'll certainly see this again. I'll replay. The angle may not be right. The decision is not out as the umpire. Nilkesh readjusts the stumps. Here we go. Well, he did lose his balance, but fortunately for him, he kept his feet inside that line, and when he did fall, he fell on the right side of it as well. Rajiv Singh, gone for 11 of 4 balls so far. Well, I think maybe Omar Ali's saying, no, you're not going to have all the strike. I'm staying here. I want some of it as well.
I've never seen anything quite like it. That's 3 singles now turned down.
Happy Singh trying his best to get there, couldn't. 4 runs. Oh, it goes past the bowler like a bullet as he's trying to stop it, Rajiv Singh, and just continues picking up pace as it goes past. Happy Singh running to his left, trying to get a foot onto the ball. Can't. The over ends with another boundary. Racing along quite nicely now. And 52 for 4. Sorry, 52 the score off 4 overs. No wickets as yet. Could have been one in the very first over. But the catch went down. Govinder Singh, senior the bowler. And now Fateh having a look around and saying, okay, who's going to come on? Well, it's Gurvinder Singh Jr. Didn't have the best of introductions to bowling in the European Cricket Series. He did with the bat, scoring 50. With the ball, not so much. Going for 27, I think, off that 1 over he bowled. Just been confirmed. It was 27. So, we'll see how this turns out for him. Well, Omar just getting bat onto ball, quite happy to give Jubin Mir the strike. And Jubin Mir, well, he's got one thing on his mind, and that's attack, attack, attack. Oh, clubs it straight, 6 runs. Balle, balle, balle. He's on a mission, he's on a roll. Hitting the ball big. Hitting it hard. Well, Fateh, unless they can take his wicket pretty soon, are going to find this game is going to come to a very quick conclusion. Comes down the track this time. He's rifled that over the top. Ginna Bada Shakka. That is nice. That is neat. He's in the mood for clubbing. Well, we saw Raval's Sporting's captain, Ishan Patel, doing a little bit of boogie-oogie. Well, it's all about party time here as well. And now it's Jubin Mir's turn to be dancing. And he's certainly doing a little bit of jumping around, smashing these cooker balls to all parts of the ground. Gurvinder Singh tries a slower one. Almost carried to him for a cordon bowl chance. Didn't quite get there. Single taken.
Well, it's the Jubed Mia show right now, being no doubt about that, folks.
He's already past his 50, and he did it in style as well, just rocking and rolling along. This one's going in the air. Happy Singh. Well, there you go. Mr. Cool, he's got the shades on. He takes a catch with no problems at all. And like I say, unfortunately for him this time round in this series, one of his main duties has been all about taking catches. And he does make him look so easy. So the first wicket does go. It's Omar Ali trying to get in on the act and hit a few himself. He was there for 7 balls for his 11.
Yeah, he's very much just had the best ticket to the Jubed Mia show, hasn't he? Chipped in with a couple of 4s. So out comes Moshiur Rahman, the captain. Now we question why he batted so low in the big game against Raval Sporting that they lost by 3 runs. He came out at number 7 to our bafflement. And now, in the comparatively less meaningful fixture, he steps out at number 3.
That one's been banged in short. Yeah, it's question marks all over the place here, Michael, isn't there? And we're bamboozled, I think. But there must have been some thought process in it. Whatever it was, it backfired big time.
Captain trusting his lieutenants, but based on what we'd seen, the cameos that he'd played, as it was, by the time Moshiur came out, they're in the midst of that huge batting collapse that saw them end with 91 for 7. And he was out there a bit too late to really affect the innings. He was stuck with the tail as we reached the halfway point.
Yep, and well, it's all about Bangladesh King so far, and Jubed Mia, who's racing along nicely. He's on 54 of 22, and the score 67 for 1. 5 overs gone.
Well, he'd had a pretty miserable time of it, Jubed Mia, and he'll be thinking that if he can get himself these winning runs here, that will lift his spirits. And then he might even have the pleasure of player of the match interview with my co-commentator. That comes off the bottom edge. Got something on it. Keeper did well to make sure nothing additional came through. Of course, no net run rate to worry about at this point, really. Both of these teams well out of the final today, Friday running. Fatu winless. And the Kings blew it against Raval. But there's still plenty to play for here today. So Pakai Care will finish top, and they will play in the first semi-final, starting tomorrow as we always do. As certain as it is that the sun will shine, that Rika and I will be here for game 1 of the day at 8:25 or so. For now, though, catching chance. Oh, what has happened there? Well, bowler and keeper both end up looking at each other. The keeper started running for it, and then Gagandeep Singh seemed to just give up a few yards from the ball.
Well, when you see where that landed, I have to say, look how far the wicketkeeper has to come. It's still dropping, I think, short from... I think this is the bowler's catch.
Well, hopefully we might get a chance to see it again, as it is. Cricket just keeps going on and on. Another chance here, but that is well short of extra cover coming in. That was not a chance at all. Beg your pardon. So now Moshiur Rahman on strike, looking for his first boundary. The question is who Pakai Care will play in that early semi-final tomorrow morning. Short, swing and a miss. Catalonia are in second currently, but if their arch rivals, who of course beat them in the big Catalan derby the other day, the Catalonia Tigers, win later on against Minaj, they could pip them into second spot. Big swing, and that's gone well out of the ground towards the Estadi Malis Olympic Compañeros that held the 1992 athletics tournament. Well, someone's got to go and fetch it. Thankfully, it's not us. Oshio Rahman's first boundary of the innings. Didn't he do it in style? And Deep Singh Dade now trying to finish off the over without getting more of a battering. 2 sixes to win it. Remakes his ground. So Singh Dade concedes 9 from his first over, the 6th of the innings. So with 4 overs left, the Kings need a very modest 12 for victory. And Jubed Mir will take strike with 55 off 23 balls, unbeaten to his name. I want to grow that tally a little more until this one is done. So we know the 4 semi-finalists are Pakai Care, Catalunya, Barcelona Shaheen and the Catalunya Tigers. But what the Catalunya Tigers do against Minaj will affect heavily the semi-final lineup. Win big.
Course, yeah, you're absolutely right. And of course, the one thing they'll be wanting to do, A, win, that's first priority, but win big, right? Because net run rate could make the difference.
And Jinder Singh Lovely on to bowl 7th. It's a big win for the Catalunya Tigers, and they'll go up into second. There's definitely a bit of pride as well.
Yeah.
There's Catalunya Tigers and Catalunya Cricket Club. There's no love lost. Quite the opposite. There's a fair bit of animosity. So they will really want to nip themselves ahead of the Catalunya Tigers in the table, even if it is mainly aesthetics. Short, there to go. Swivel pull, 4 runs. That is just buffet bowling. And poor old Manjinder Singh Lovely, well, he was struggling to get hold of it with the bat, and now he's serving up some pies.
Yeah, and for me and Michael, we're just serving up a few more question marks about why the captain did hold himself back in that very crucial match, which they had to win. I mean, look at the way he's hitting this ball. It's another one.
That's 6. Almost over now. Well, the Kings have had a horror show of that surprise defeat to Raval Sporting, but they're at least going to finish their ECS campaign in style. And poor old Manjinder Singh Lovely will try and delay the inevitable. We make it, the scores are level. And poor old Fateh, winless in the competition. These small moments here waiting for this ball must seem like an eternity in the Barcelona mid-November sun. They just want to bowl this ball and get off the field.
We're just playing that one down. I mean,
they're going to have to wait a few moments more, dot ball.
Stupid Mir is, once he got to his 50, 54 and 24, it's like he's been sat on that for like the last 2 overs. I don't think he's been allowed any strikes.
He's lost a bit of strike to Moshio. 2 balls left in the over. Well, they finally realised 1 to win, so there's fielders running in as the ball's bowled. And that's gone straight through, and that will head down to the fine leg boundary, waiting for confirmation. 4 byes it is. And if anything sadly summed up Fateh's campaign, it finishing off with 4 byes does just that in truth. The Bangladesh Kings win this game by 9 wickets with balls aplenty to spare, 19 to be precise.
Yeah, good emphatic victory. Good way to end for them. And no doubt they're a team that we will see again when we were here in Barcelona for probably the bash number 3 whenever it happens. I'm sure it will be soon. We love coming here. And they finished on a high, and they will get stronger and better. Fateh, unfortunately, well, I think they will come back stronger as well.
As we see what proved to be a pretty comfortable run chase for the Bangladesh Kings. They did lose Omar Ali. It was mainly the Jubed Mir show. Remember, he had that 1-match suspension for disrespecting the umpires. And went on having come back in this game. He missed the Raval Sporting game due to that suspension, took out all of his vengeance and frustration on the ball. And we needed a few new ones as well, thanks to his excellent knock. Lost quite a few, hit 6 big sixes, 3 fours as well. 56 not out of 24. Omar Ali very much playing the supporting role. And the Fateh fielders often reduced to just statues and signallers. The ball had indeed gone over the rope and trying their best to fetch it back. That was a boundary for Omar Ali, the wicketkeeper batsman, the 18-year-old who very much played second fiddle in the partnership. As Mia kept going on his merry way. It's an excellent knock from Mia. Received enough support to get him through. That was the only wicket of the innings. Omar Ali caught by Happy Singh off Govinder Singh for 11 from 7. And then out came the left-handed Moshiur Rahman, the captain, who he was furious after that 3-run defeat to Raval Sporting, and much like Mia, took out some of his frustrations on the cricket ball and the disappointing Fateh bowling. Hit that 4 and then followed it up with that to win the game. 4 byes, went through everybody. And poor old Fateh finished with 8 losses from their 8 games. The Bangladesh Kings oh so comfortable winners here in match 35 of 40. Just 1 game of the pool stages left. We know who the 4 semi-finalists are, but it does still have a fair bit of significance because while Pakai Kera confirmed as table toppers, Catalunya, Barcelona Shaheen and the Catalunya Tigers are not locked into their spots in the table. If the Catalunya Tigers win big against Minaj, they could move into second. More realistically, because that is going to take a mammoth win, any victory at all would take them above Barcelona Shaheen into third and drop Shaheen into fourth. So if the Tigers win, they'll play Catalunya in the semi-finals in a Catalan derby. If they lose, they will face Pac Iker in the first semi-final tomorrow morning. Great to have you with us wherever you're watching. Whether you're on fan code in the subcontinent, keeping an eye on your dream team, or you're watching across the rest of the world on SportsFlick as part of our exclusive new partnership. Remember, just the 1,000 or so ECS matches coming to you in 2021, so no shortage of cricket. We are the place to be for that. Remember, you've got EuropeanCricket.com as well for stats, information, interviews, previews, fantasy predictions with myself and Vin Sandhu. All sorts going on over there to keep an eye on. But for now, let's get some reaction to this win for the Bangladesh Kings in match number 35. It's a man who's had a mixed time of things recently, but will have been very pleased to play his role in the Kings' victory. He's on standby to speak to our co-commentator and reporter, Rico Full.
Well, Bangladesh Kings, they'll be disappointed with their last game. A win there and a win in this one. Could have seen them contesting for a semi-final place. It wasn't to be. They lost that game, if you recall, to Raval Sporting. But they had to come back strong. Fateh, their opponents, they were looking to register their first win. And having an additional good players into their side, with Gurvinder Singh batting well, they were hoping to do just that. But they came up against one man who was in no mercy type of form, hitting the ball really well. Jubid Mir scoring 56 of 24. The player of this match, Jubid, congratulations.
Thank you.
Jubid, must have been difficult for you. I mean, we'll address the unfortunate incident first. You were suspended for the last match. Obviously must have hurt you, not being in the squad and not being there to help them get into the semi-finals.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bueno, we are happy. First, we are happy to playing the big European Cricket League series. So, we are lost the past game of Raval CC. For we don't through for the semi-final. For we have a hard luck, bad luck for this.
Yeah, sometimes it's the way it goes. But the one thing that was good is that you came back strong. I think the team has good morale, it has good belief. It's a good team, and you have a very good leader in your captain. He must be an inspiration to you all.
Yes, captain leading all time very well, and so sorry, I can't say.
That's fine, but you've obviously enjoyed this European Cricket Series. You've said that you've enjoyed taking part in it. Are you looking forward to the next one?
For the next tournament. I think the next tournament playing for just through for 4 teams, no? For which team we are, I think is number 5 position. Yeah. So I don't know.
Yeah, I'd say that the next time that the big European comes here, you'll be looking forward to it, and you'll be up to be stronger and better, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think so. How we will happy with playing cricket with European Cricket Series, or next year, inshallah, we are come back strongly.
Well, there you have it. The player of the match, Jubid Beer. Excellent batting from you.
Thank you, sir.
Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
There you have it. So, one more match to come here, and it's going to be a big one. The Catalonia Tigers, well, if they can get a win here, they could pip their rivals, Catalonia Cricket Club, to the second place spot, but they have to win big, and they'll have to win with a very good margin to increase their net run rate. Well, the team that's going to try and stop them is Minaj. Minaj will have other ideas. They've only won 2 of their games, and they'll be wanting to win their last game as well. It's going to be a very interesting contest. Both teams have very good explosive batsmen, so could be a high scoring affair. Stay with us. That match coming up at 2:30. Welcome back. Good afternoon to you, wherever you are. Our global cricket family, whether you're watching via fan code or rest of the world on Sportsflick, global OTT platform to watch live stream on demand. Rico Full here bringing you the final match of today, match number 36. It's a very important game. The Catalonia Tigers playing Minaj. The Tigers, as we know, are already in the semi-final spot. What they'll be wanting to do here, though, is win, get themselves up to the same points as Catalonia Cricket Club, their arch rivals, who are second in the table, but win in style. So have a better and superior net run rate and finish in second place. Well, Minaj is going to try and stop them. Minaj Cricket Club have won the toss and decided that they want to have a field, so they fancy having a go at the Catalonia batsman. The bowler is Safraz Ahmed. He's getting ready to bowl the first ball. He's going to be bowling to Shahid Bhatti. Well, crunch game played in this glorious afternoon sunshine. Non-striker is Mohsin Ali. We know how destructive he can be if he gets going. Here we go, we're off. First ball, a big swing from Bhatti. Making no contact. Got ball. And that's going to be a wide ball down the leg side. Umpires Ilkesh Patel, Abdul Khan. Shout out to our sponsors, Spring Productions and Sportsflick, Kookaburra Balls. That's another wide. Bits away travel. And of course, we're going to see some beautiful trophies and medals tomorrow, courtesy of our trophy sponsor, Locker Lifestyle. Thank you, guys. Bowler just struggling here, Safraz Ahmed. His team trying to encourage him to get it in the right areas. And at the moment, he's unable to. Batsman come through. If it gets a direct hit, it could be interesting. Get through. That's two wides. Minaj, they started poorly in the series. Took them a while to get going. Where they are at the moment before this game is played 7, 1-2, lost 5. They have been without some of the key players. Picked up a couple along the way. A couple of their regulars being able to take time away from work and get into play on some days, but the captain Amar Shahzad is saying that they're still way below their best, and of course we know that because this is a team that would have taken part in the ECL 2020, but unfortunately due to COVID-19 that was not going to take place and didn't happen. But they are in contention to get there again. It's well bowled. It's better. It's got his line right now. Bowling in the right areas. Oh, that's picked up. There is a fielder there, but it's going to go way over him in the direction of the umpire's marquee there. That's a nice shot. No surprise. Shahid Bhatti getting right underneath that and clubbing it away. So the first boundary comes up in style. 6 runs. A lot of shabba from the fielders trying to get encouragement through to Safraz Ahmed. Been a bit wayward. Been a long over, that's a good ball. Bhatti just having to change his shot there, was looking to go big in the last minute. Made the right decision, I think. Just played that straight back down. 12 has come off the over already. And that's going to be a wide ball again. We've seen a lot of these wides, Michael, just straying down the leg.
Yeah, that's the 10th attempted delivery of what is becoming an unfortunate epic of the first over for Safraz Ahmed. In defence of Minhaj, it's the first game they've played in 3 days. That is the 11th attempted delivery. And of course, this tournament allowed as an elite sporting event, but under full lockdown restrictions, these players cannot even meet socially outside of this competition, never mind play cricket. So can't really have any kind of warm-up or get in the nets.
Hit away, nice shot inside the power play. It's over the inner circle, and any player that's inside that was not going to get hand onto that. Sails over them, couple of bounces, 4 runs, and that's a very healthy start for the Catalonia Tigers. Remember, these two putting on a fantastic partnership for them. The first game today, game they had to win to take the pressure off them. They did. And now they're into this game with, well, they know they're in the semis. It's all about where this win can take them. And if they can win convincingly, they could pip their arch rivals, Catalonia Cricket Club, into 2nd place. And more bragging rights for them, having beaten them already in this European Cricket Series in Barcelona. This beautiful ground, the Olympic Montjuic ground. Perfect setting for this event. And blessed with some beautiful Spanish sunshine, making up for a lovely warm afternoon. Majid Hanif also starting with a wide. And Majid, he's also been part of our team of helpers, been doing a fair bit of book scoring. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Balle, 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 beautifully played. Just picks that up and sends it packing. That's lovely.
Really good start this for the Catalonia Tigers. Bit of a tune-up for the semi-finals, but of course still affects the table.
Hit hard, chase on for the fielder. Does very well indeed. That's superb work. Excellent. And that's what they need to do, Minhaj. Keep the pressure on Jafar Iqbal this time. Diving to his left, keeping the ball from going over the boundary rope. Played by Shahid Bhatti. Played very much a supporting role in that partnership earlier today, when Mohin Ali was the one doing the big hitting, and then towards the end decided he wanted to play catch up and played some nice shots of his own. They'll be hoping for that perfect start again here in this last match of today. Oh, that's launched rocket style, over it goes. Ginna bada shaka patake chalpe. Oh, that's nice. There was fireworks from them in the morning, and now there's a few fireworks here late in the day, in the afternoon. Terrific shot.
These two are up and running here, and Minaj struggling to find much of an answer. Spin not making a difference thus far.
Oh, yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. There she goes, out of the ground. And that's big. That's gone over the fencing here, into the trees and into the road. What a big shot that was.
Well, what our camera angle doesn't show you here is that from about square leg through to deep mid-wicket, you can see that netting up there. Does eventually get there. That's gone over that huge netting.
Gets lucky with that one, just slices it, looking to come back for two. Hussain Ali deciding against it wisely.
And just to be clear, it hasn't gone wide of it, it's gone over it.
Wow, this is absolutely fantastic. That is the end of the second over, and it is 40 of 2 overs.
Great start for the Catalonia Tigers. They know that a huge win here would take them into second place past Catalonia, but we really are talking something astonishing in that sense. More realistically, a win of any kind would see them into third. And I spoke to a couple of the members of their camp before this game. They told me there's an extra special reason why they want the win here. As the third over starts, another crunching sound off the bat. Sarfraz Ahmed putting himself into the line of fire once again, which, given that he had 12 attempted deliveries in his first over and went for 18, is an interesting decision, shall we say, from the captain, Amar Shahzad. But he's putting faith in him to not repeat that here. Of course, in the power play. Only got 4 fielders on the offside, all in a ring, and they're watching and applauding as he splatters the stumps. Well, that's the way to shut me up. I was questioning if Sarfraz Ahmed should be coming back for his second. And he produces this. Finds the middle of the stumps. Doesn't get much better than that. Middle of middle. All 3 stumps knocked over. And they've got the breakthrough. Shahid Bhatti, who played that lovely cameo for them earlier in the day, and had started so well here, goes for 11 off 7 with 1-6 and 1-4. Now out comes a man who, well, we'll give him an introduction, but if you've been watching this tournament, you probably won't need much of one. Aziz Mohammed. He is one heck of a player. Just the 26 sixes hit by him in the tournament. And his knock earlier on, where he hit 18 off 6 to finish the game. He starts with an unconvincing shot by his high standards there. He's 18 not out off 6 against Fateh. Took him up to being the 3rd highest run scorer in the competition. Moving ahead of Govinda Singh of Raval Sporting. Yasser Ali of Catalonia and Mohamed Hassan of Pakai Care, the only players better. That's met on the half volley. He might be gone here. Oh, he's dropped. You can't drop Aziz Mohammed. That could prove very, very costly. One of, if not the quickest scoring batsmen in the entire tournament, and Sarfraz Ahmed should have had him.
Yeah, I mean, one of 3 fielders could have taken that catch. It was Usman Mushtaq deciding he was going to take it. Well, in the end, it goes down. It went a long way up, has to be said. But, well, it's another opportunity for Amir. He doesn't make any mistakes this time.
42 for 2. We were fearing back-to-back drops, and there was a moment here where it went up, and there was all sorts of calls about whose catch it was off the leading edge. Eventually taken, so Mohsin Ali goes, and that isn't the prized wicket of Aziz Mohammed, who's still there at the non-strikers, but it's still a good one. He's Tigers' 3rd highest run scorer in the tournament, but he departs here after a good little cameo for 22 off 7, 3 big sixes. But he's gone. And so, they've lost 2 wickets in 4 balls, the Tigers. And that brings together this familiar pairing on which so many of the Tigers' great batting assaults in this tournament has been built. Aziz Mohammed back on strike because the batsman crossed. And the new man in is Devinder Singh Kaur at the non-strikers. Helped by a bit of charity there from Sarfraz Ahmed. Not for the first time in his spell, it must be said, but his second over's been mightily better than his first. These two are comfortably the 2 highest run scorers for the Tigers in the tournament. And what's more, they've got the 2 best strike rates. Flicked around the corner. Aziz Mohammed will get 1. Aziz Mohammed's been scoring at around 2.5 a ball in the competition. Thankfully for him, his striking ability is better than my ability to describe it there. So, another over passes. The power play passes 44 for 3 from 3 overs. And these 2 excellent batsmen settling into their work. Sarfraz Ahmed finishes with 2 for 21 from his 2 overs after the most mixed bag of licorice all sorts spells you've ever seen.
Yeah, what a comeback from him in that second over. Only the 4 runs coming off the over. And 2 wickets. So, well, the captain had faith in him. And he rewarded him with an excellent over. Taking 2 very, very big wickets. And, well, maybe we should be saying he could have had 3 if the catch from Usman was taken the first time round.
That's off the bottom edge. Well bowled by Shahzad.
He's a man in a hurry, Aziz Mohammed, at the moment. He's swinging and missing. It's not what we're used to seeing. He's normally times he's assault well and makes contact.
There we go. That's the Aziz Mohammed we know. As if riled by my co-commentator, he couldn't resist reminding us of his great talent, which is primarily to, if it's in the half volley slot, dump it over long on or mid wicket for 6, and if it's anything short, rock back and pull it away like he did there. What a way to bring up the team 50. I think he heard you.
I think he did. I mean, the captain bowling here, Amar Shahzad for Minhaj. He's got something up his sleeve. He's got to stick to outside that off stump.
That's a good ball. One thing that's notable about Aziz Mohammed and Mohammed Hassan and Yasir Ali, the very best batsmen in this tournament, is that if you do give them a genuinely good ball on that Goldilocks awkward back of a length on the round off stump, they'll find a way to push it for 1 and still score off it. Wicket to wicket is the shout for Amir Shahzad here. That is anything but. That is a no ball, as is anything that pitches off the cut strip. The cut strip used metaphorically here because this isn't the grass wicket, but that dark green matting, if it's the light green matting or the grass, it's a no ball. So 3 hit results. Devinder Singh Kaur yet to get off the mark. Well, that's another no ball. Could be a run out chance. Of course, you can be run out on a free hit. We have seen the odd batsman quite comically across various European cricket series get run out of a free hit and refuse to move, and then be very disappointed when they're told by the umpire that they have to go.
Still a free hit.
Stepping a long way across to get it into that leg side arc, and he'll get 4. The fielder on the boundary didn't fancy the dive, and that was the only way that was going to be stopped. Babar Basharat not able to do much with it. Well, you just see how far that is across. It probably would have been a wide. And as it is, Aziz Mohammed, as he seems to do with pretty much any ball he gets bowled, finds a way to get it between square leg and long on for 4 or 6. That's a wide. And this is becoming a real struggle for Amar Shahzad now. Half volley. And he's got that away. Knows that everybody's up on the offside except for long off. I think he was trying to hit it more over the free fielders in the covers. It's gone slightly off the outside edge of the face for 4.
Well, the captain, he came on after a great over from Safraz Ahmed, hoping to keep the pressure on the Catalonia Tigers, but it's gone completely wrong. He's lost his line, he's bowling no balls, offering free hits.
Well, that's the one he wanted to play the previous ball. He didn't completely get hold of it. And Amar Shahzad again, the line is good, but he's overpitched. And Aziz Mohammed helps himself to 4 runs over the covers. So, end of the over, 67 for 2 off 4. And this could be a quite ballistic last 6 overs with Aziz Mohammed and Devinder Singh Kaur in. 22 conceded from Amar Shahzad's first over. And I've got a feeling we could actually see that figure bettered in these last 6 overs. Although I'm not sure it'd be bettered from a Minaj viewpoint, of course.
Well, these two don't hang around. Though it has to be said that Devinder Singh Kaur, who's on strike now, when I was speaking to him yesterday, I tell a lie speaking to him this morning, because he, like we've already said, Gurvinder Singh, who we know, they're here early morning getting the ground set up. When I spoke to him, he said, Rico, he said, when I'm batting with Aziz Mohammed, he said, all I know is I just got to play straight, take singles, take no risk, because he's doing all the hard work.
Gets that away through fine leg. You just can't bowl short and on his pads, particularly with a field like that where there's only a short fine leg, and he just helps it on its way. Aziz Mohammed went wide of the crease, went for the in-swing of Dilshah Ahmed, got it all wrong. With a man in such good form, those margins are very fine indeed. Aziz Mohammed passing 250 runs for the tournament in this knock. Devinder Singh Kaur hasn't done badly either. 162 at the start of this innings. He's on strike now. Again. As predicted by my co-commentator, just takes a single, but more often than not, when he's not with Aziz Mohammed, he then opens up and he shows that he's comfortably the second best batsman in this Catalonia Tigers lineup. Oh, they've got him! That's the one they really wanted. And Aziz Mohammed, one of, if not the most destructive batsmen in this tournament, shows he's actually fallible to the straight ball at leg stump. Well, normally you bowl this to Aziz Mohammed. The only question is which of our ball boys is going to fetch it back afterwards. But Dilshah Ahmed's got the breakthrough.
He decided to take the charge there, and I think that was it. That little action of him taking that charge down the wicket meant he was late on the shot, went through, and hitting middle of the leg. And you're absolutely right, Michael. Normally, he stands still and delivers and dispatches it. Many a mile, he's gone. Well, a score on the board is looking good, but now they've got to keep building on that. And I suppose now maybe we'll see a slightly different role being played by the man at the non-strikers end, Devinder Singh Kaur.
Amar Shahzad is the new batsman. And that's come off the edge of the match, so that will be a no ball. And it will run away for 2 additional byes. We make this point every time, but that is just incredibly harsh. And the poor old wicketkeeper for Minaj, Mubashir Ali, because it's given as a no ball when it hits the edge of the matting. It hit there the lime green mat as opposed to the dark green one. Goes down against the poor keeper as 2 byes as well as the no ball. Free hit time. Could be caught. Remember, it is a free hit after all, folks. Taken.
Well, these 2 batsmen will make note of that. If that's a free hit, they're not out. They've seen the catching ability of the fielder there. And we'll be thinking to yourself, okay, if we're going to go in that area, we either hit over him, otherwise the chances are we're going to be walking back to the dugout.
Yes, although you don't normally, as a matter of principle, our batting want to be sort of testing out the different fielders' abilities to find out. 78 for 3 of 5. These two just starting to settle in after Aziz Mohammed was bowled by Dilshad Ahmed for 25 off 12. Well, that's gone very, very high. Could be taken. Is taken. Really good catch from Sarfraz Ahmed. Well, he's had his travails with the ball. First over was a nightmare. Came back brilliantly in his second to get rid of both openers. And now takes this catch to get rid of Amish Azad for 1 off 3. Just a wild swing outside the off stump. It still needed some taking. And take it he did. So, 78 for 4. And the Tigers' middle order, a touch exposed all of a sudden, albeit with a very healthy total already on the board. The new batsman for the Tigers is Mohammed Kashif. Another wide to add to the growing tally. Vinderson Kaur facing, and now, as we spoke about earlier, as the killers would say, he's got to come out of his cage. Get one there. And to be fair, when he has been coming out of his cage, he's been doing just fine. Devinder Singh Kaur. He's played some really important knocks. He would be the second most prized wicket in this lineup after Aziz Mohammed. No doubt about that. Oh, that is mullered over the mid-wicket boundary. That's gone. That's how to announce yourself at the crease. Well, Mohammed Kashif is sick of us talking about Aziz Mohammed and Devinder Singh Kaur. He is off the mark with a big 6. He almost takes his teammate out with that one. And a terrible misfield out on the long-on boundary. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Jafar Iqbal won't want to watch this one back. Unfortunately for him, we're not in the videotape days where you can just burn the tape and pretend it never happened.
It's the same man who made that absolute superb diving, sliding stop to save the 4. And then from a straight for little ball lollipopping to him.
Full toss. It's gone straight up. Got to be the wicket keepers. Oh, he's taken it. Goodness me, did he look unconvincing underneath it. But Mubashir Ali does manage to take it. And so Mohammed Kashif's little cameo comes to an end. 6-4 out. Gone for 10 off 3. Baba Bashrat has his second wicket in this over. And the Catalunya Tigers have gone from 74 for 2 to 90 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, that one, it was a full toss. A question of height, maybe. But, well, umpires had a good look. Decided it was okay. It was borderline. It was just under the waistline.
Razak Ali, the new batsman, is at the non-strikers. It's quarter face. And he flicks it away for 4. That's a classy shot. His first boundary to finish the 6th over. An over that's had a bit of everything. Baba Bashrat just straying onto the pads. Lovely wristy flick away. So Baba Bashrat concedes 16 from his first over. Does pick up 2 wickets. So we have a look at Sufyan Ansar there, the wicketkeeper batsman. He's ready to come in. 94 for 5 off 6. A lot of this innings now surely dependent on Devinder Singh Kaur. Razakat Ali will face up for the start of the 7th. To be bowled by Dilshad Ahmed. It's a neat guide away for 1. That's what Razakat Ali's surely got to do here. Just give Devinder Singh Kaur the strike and say, over to you, buddy. Oh, he's gone for it again. It worked for him in the previous over. And he's going to get 4 more with it now. Well, they're not learning their lessons, Minaj. If you're only going to have a short, fine leg and you're going to bowl a short ball on the pads of Devinder Singh Kaur, he's got a great little touch and flick round the corner. Another boundary for him.
Yeah, and this is a bit risky here because what they've done is they've brought the only sweeper on the offside up to push that man back. Now, Devinder Singh Kaur is quite capable of... Oh, no, they've made a change.
You can't even keep up with it. It's musical chairs.
I was going to say, you just can't afford that to do with this man because he's going to put it over there if you do.
Now overcorrecting, and that's a no ball and a free hit. Well, that tally, that is growing. Extras are up to 20. That's the 4th no ball to go with 11 wides. 3 byes and 2 leg byes as well. Brings up the 100. Oh, he's getting lucky here. Caught. Chased diligently and hauled back, so will be only a single.
But again there, Michael, that's only happened because it was so key of getting this man back and this back a square leg boundary. They brought 3rd man up. He was the only man they could bring up.
It's an odd-looking field. Pretty much
Very.
everyone on the offside, apart from long off up. Everybody on the leg side, all 4 back. Dot ball pushed back by Razakat.
Razakat, we've seen him play a little cameo as well. He seems to be one of those batsmen that will just push things around, but when called upon, he can use the long handle, and we have seen that.
Oh, he's gone for the leave there. As if to show my co-commentator that he's also got the more traditional game.
Yeah, that bit of nada there.
Yeah, not
Letting
much
it
good.
go.
And it definitely wasn't a wide. So that's back-to-back dot balls. Pressure building. Does he go for a boundary or does he knock it for 1? Oh! 3 in a row. This is not what they need from Razakat Ali. You've got one of the, probably, certainly in the top 10 batsmen in the tournament at the other end, in Devinder Singh Kaur. And he's finished the over with 3 dots. So Kaur will get the strike for the start of the 7th, but a bit of pressure built up there. And Dilshad Ahmed has bowled a really good spell there. 1 for 15 off 2. Got the prized wicket of Aziz Mohammed bowled. And his second over conceded just 7 after a bit of a horrible start. 101 for 5 after 7. A lot of the Tigers' hopes resting on that man there, Devinder Singh Kaur. Baba Basharat back to bowl his second. His first was mightily eventful. Slower ball. Chipped up. Long on his back. So Kaur will get 1. His first over brought the 2 wickets and 16 runs. Now, speaking to a few of the Tigers players before this one, they said to me their motivation was very simple. They told me win and we face them. I said, what do you mean? And they said the semi-finals, Catalonia. That was all they said. Simple as that.
Ooh, that's a fantastic take from the keeper.
Well, we've been speaking about how brutal it is that if it pitches on that lime green part of the mat or the grass, it goes down as byes on top of the no ball. That is a quite superb stop.
Quality one-handed pickup, yep. Baba Bashat. Oh, this time to the man. He's got to be out. Got to be gone. Well, has a quick look back to Devinder Singh Kaur at Razakat Ali. Not sure who made that call, but that's not the man you want to be running out at this stage of the game. He really hasn't even got started. So he made 12 from 10 balls. Well, I would guess that had to be Devinder Singh Kaur's call.
Yeah, because it's gone behind the start. It's gone behind square.
Let's have a look here. Well, we can't really see. I mean, once again, the angle of the run.
What is he doing?
I mean,
he's run about 28 yards there, never mind 22. I'm sorry to laugh, but you can't help yourself. I mean, that is a tutorial on how not to run between the wickets. I'm all for social distancing, obviously. I mean, who wouldn't be at the moment? But he started running back to the dugout. It was just bonkers. So Devinder Singh Kaur is gone.
It's well bowled. Should just be a single. Sufyan Ansar, the new batsman, the wicket keeper. For the Catalonia Tigers is now having to bat. This is Razgat Ali. That was probably going to be a wide ball. Gets the toe end of the bat on it, takes a single.
They've pulled this back magnificently, Minaj. We were starting to maybe look at our book for top scores of the tournament at one point early on.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing is the next 2 overs, who's going to bowl them? Oh, he's got hold of that. Shout of catch it. But it goes in between the 2 fielders. 1 bounce 4. It's a well-needed boundary. It's a nice shot. Sufyan Ansar. We sat there waiting a while to come out. We saw pictures of him earlier. Well, he's out there now and he's going to want to score some runs. Get his team to a healthy position. From here, 130, I would be saying, is what they want to be trying to get to. Oh, that's delightful. Wasn't the best of balls. The bowler saw him move earlier as well, and he almost drew him a picture, sent him a postcard and said, this is what I'm going to do. And the bowler obliged. It wasn't a clever piece of bowling here. Well, me as a bowler, if I see a batsman do that, I know where I'm putting it. It's going to be short and straight into him. And that was just a gentle full toss.
I think he was just spooked by the movement, to be honest. Baba Basharat couldn't adjust. 2 for 28 for him off his 2.
So score moves on. The end of the 8th, 113. 6 wickets gone. And it is Amar Shahzad who's coming on to bowl his second. Oh, he's picked that up magnificently. Ginna Badda Shakka. That is nice. Well, I said he can use the long handle when he has to. Well, now he has to.
We spoke about that bowling dilemma. Majid Hanif and Amar Shahzad have both gone for 22 off their first, and yet they've brought Shahzad back.
Oh, so we're going to miss. Yeah, I don't think they utilised their bowlers very well in that middle spell. They could have maybe got one of these in there to try and hide him, to keep him now at the end when both these batsmen are looking to really accelerate. It's up in the air. It's going a long way. Fielder is seeing it go over him as he's on the other side of the boundary rope. 6 more. So we've had 6.6. Well, Safraz Ahmed not very happy with what's being bowled. And you could see that the way his body language was and the way he threw the ball back. Making some movements now.
Well, you can change the field all you want, but if your bowlers keep bowling half volleys, wides and no balls, it's not going to go well.
That's another one. Ball! Out of the ground it goes. That's the third 6 in the over. Safraz Ahmed falls to the ground in disbelief at the line the bowler's bowling.
And when you say we really aren't talking metaphorically, he literally collapsed to the ground, probably thinking the same thing I was, and he's bowled another half volley.
It's probably going down the leg. Good running, good backing up. Sufyan Ansar.
Better length though.
Yes. Better length, and of course when you've got a batsman hitting it so clean in that area, that's what you've got to do. Fire it into his pads, or better still, outside the off-stump. Off-stump Yorkers. Amar Shahzad. And so that's a lovely shot. He's going for that gap again. That's good fielding. This time, the foot of the fielder. That's an excellent throw. Going to be close. And he's gone. Oh, that's terrific work. The fielder there. That is brilliant. Well, we've seen some not so good work. And well, I did say very earlier to whoever the batsmen were, you need to make a note of the two fielders there. Certainly got a good arm. And they show that there, demonstrated it. Safwan Ansari is on his way back. I'm sure we'll see the replay of that here now. That's good work. Right at the end of the over. So Razgat Ali will be on strike. Here we go. There's a hit. First of all, watch the stop. And then, well, there's the throw. And well, this time he ran in a straight line. He dived to try and get there. Couldn't make it. Just good bit of fielding. Good cricket there, because also I think the batsman, Sufyan Ansar, did the right thing. He knew by running to that end, last ball of the over, if he was out, well, at least he knew who was going to be on strike is going to be the key batsman.
Yeah, nobody actually comes out of that ball having done anything particularly wrong. Spin on for the last over.
It's straight down his throat. There we go. He's taken one already. Well, the man who fell to the ground after that third six was hit of the last over, Safra Ahmed, in anguish, has now stood his ground and takes a good catch. He's second. Another wicket goes. So Razgat Ali has gone.
Yeah, we questioned whether they'd bring back Hanif having gone for 22 off his first, but they've put faith in him. And it has worked. So we are now into unknown territory with this Catalonia Tigers lineup. Gudam Dasgir comes out for his first bat of the tournament. And he will very much hope, in many ways, his last. Not because he doesn't enjoy doing it, but because it's very much not his primary role. And if he's walking out, probably because something's gone a bit wrong. Still got a very decent score on the board here, mind you.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to the 130. That said they were wanting to look at when they were on the halfway stage. So they've done that well. Well, I mean, you say he may not want to come out again. The left-hander, who has opened the bowling for him with his spin and done really well. Well, if he hits a few sixes here, the captain, Ghulam Sawar, might take notes and think, well, it's another one he could send up. This is his first ball. Well, he has a swing. It's a wide ball because it's down the leg side. So it'll have to be bowled again. There's still 5 to come in this. The last over. 134 for 7. Well, that's good. Tika, they're saying. That'll do. It's a dot ball. Well, Ghulam Guster has got to try and get a bat onto this ball. It means a single. He's got to get something on it. He's come down the track. He's hit it well. Straight to a fielder. Better from him. Used his feet. Wagas Basharat. Waited for it, got bat on it, just a single. Safraz Ahmed in front of us here is a lot happier. He doesn't mind the tiki-taka, it's the boom-booms that get him upset. It's the boom-booms that send him to the ground. It's going to drop safe, is it? Yeah, just over the fielder's head. Can he stop the boundary? He does. They'll be coming back. Well, they should be coming back for 2. They decide not to, incredibly, in this, which is the last over. They still have wickets in hand. A strange decision. Well, it may not be so strange if this ball is smashed over the rope for a couple of big hits.
Doesn't put much trust in the number 11, that running, does it? Doesn't suggest much confidence.
He's hit that well. Chase on. He's going to get a boundary here, is he? Yes, he does. So 4 runs off the very last ball of the innings. That takes the score up to 141. And Catalonia Tigers will be quite happy with that. They started well and then lost those quick wickets of the key men up the top. So 141 for 8. So a target of 142 is going to be what's needed by Minaj. Just plucked away there, Minaj. Nothing really too special, I don't think, with the bowling, as we see some of these highlights here. A couple of nice shots early on. Safraz got his first over completely wrong. Couldn't get it right. Too many extras. That was a lovely shot. Down Hanif. Trying to get the wicket with his spin. That was some superb work there. Excellent stop. But later on, he undoes the good work. Javed Iqbal with some very sloppy fielding. Anything on the leg is going to be dispatched. We know that with the leg side bowling there. So France, well, he came back strong. There was a great wicket there. And that's what they needed. They needed to be bowling more wicket to wicket. Shahid Bhatti, the first to go, clean bowled. Aziz Mohammed came in, did what he does best, and that's just go out and swing. Got lucky. And that's Mohsin, you know that from his little kick he does. He kicks out that front foot of his, plays a shot. Well, the fielder makes amends. Dropped one, then came back and took the catch. Usman Mushtaq. Well, that was picked up delightfully. And Aziz Mohammed, you just thought, well, is he going to do it again? Moving around in his crease. Just gets steps in line and smashes it away. But he tried to do it too many times. Little slice there. Got lucky. That's when the third man was brought up. Nice bit of slow motion camera work there. Hitting that one over the top as well. And this stage it was all looking good. And then change of bowling, change of attack. Starting off a little bit too leg side-ish. He wanted to get his man. And there, that was the downfall. Aziz Mohammed deciding he was going to come down the track to Dilshah. Dilshah having the last laugh. There we go. That movement there left him late on the ball. And, well, if he just did what he normally does and just stand and deliver, would have been far better off. There was a nice catch there. But that was a free hit, no ball. That there was a lovely catch, beautifully taken. Well, Mohammed Kashif came in, played some nice shots. Hits the ball hard. Well, there we go. There was that misfield that I was talking about after doing a splendid bit of diving work. That one was one. Looking at it again, I think the height was just right. It wasn't too high. It was a full toss. I'd be disappointed that he didn't put that away. Well, we saw that shot played a few times by Devinder Singh Kaur. Got into line beautifully. Just put it away. But, well, the way he went in the end was really disastrous. Just at a time when these two, you see in the picture there, Razakat Ali and Devinder Singh Kaur were looking to build. And at that point, if they got going, well, especially Devinder Singh Kaur got going, I think 150, 160 was on the cards. And there was the hit straight to the man. Has to be fair, both batsmen went. I mean, Razakat Ali was looking at the ball, not looking where Devinder Singh Kaur was at all. And Devinder Singh Kaur choosing to take a very strange line to get down to the other end. Oh, that was a delightful shot. You see the put into line beautifully. Played that away. Was helped rather where the ball was bowled to Safwan Ansar. That man there, well, he went through quite a few emotions. Safar Ahmed. Great bit of fielding here. Finally got rid of the Catalonia Tigers wicketkeeper. Razakat Ali. Well, we know can use the long handle. Tried it again there. He'd already hit one big six, but this time did fine. Safraz Ahmed taking a good catch. And they're right at the end. A very welcome boundary, 4 runs, which helped Catalonia Tigers get to 141 for 8. They'll be very happy with that. They'll believe that that is a score that is enough to win this game for them. Another win here will take them to equal points with Catalonia Cricket Club, so they will leapfrog Barcelona Shaheen, who are above them at the moment on the same amount of points but a better net run rate. But a good win here from the Tigers. Not only does it take them above Barcelona Shaheen, but if they can skittle Minaj out very, very quickly, they could also topple Catalonia Cricket Club and go into second place. Well, that's a big ask because Minaj, they'll have other ideas. They've got strong batting as well. So join us in a couple of minutes and we'll see how Minaj get on in their reply of chasing a target of 142. We'll be right back. Hasta ahora.
Welcome back to this gorgeous sun-kissed Montjuïc Olympic ground for the very final innings of this pool stage. Ghulam Dastgir bowling the very first ball. Might well have got a wicket with it. Just over the head of Aziz Mohammed, and the most fortuitous of boundaries to get us going. Jafar Iqbal getting all of the luck here. Bashir Ali, a wicketkeeper batsman at the non-strikers. Dastgir continuing with this excellent experiment so far of opening the bowling. Brown now gets much more conventional single. So 3 for 19 off his 2 overs for Dastgir earlier on today against the winless Fateh. And yesterday, he took 2 for 4 against Falco in that victory. Outrageous figures for T10. Mubashir Ali's first ball. And, well, wanting to reciprocate, we do like people who give as well as take. Having taken 12 wides in the first innings of this game, Catalina Tigers returning some of that generosity. It is Christmas, after all, next month. Very full, big LBW appeal given! He's got him! Mubashir Ali goes off the first legitimate delivery he's faced. And it's that same old trick again. Ghulam Dastgir, the little left arm twirler, is becoming something of an opening bowling sensation.
It's well bowled. That's very well bowled, isn't it? He just flights it up there, gets it right in the right areas. And well, I mean, the batsman had a long look, stare at the umpire, but, you know, looking at that again, and no doubt he'll watch it again, he'll see that he was a goner. He was right in front, ball going on to hit middle stump.
So Usman Mushtaq is the new batsman for Minaj, who've had their struggles with the bat. They've never posted a score of more than 117 across their 7 innings in the competition so far. That's a much more speculative LBW shout. And of course you won't need to be a genius to know they're going to have to do a lot better than that to chase this target down. 142 to win. Dastgir once more deceives him in the flight. This is really good spin bowling, and they're appealing, and it's been given. Out stumped. Oh, magnificent work behind the stumps. Oh my goodness, from Sufyan Ansar. Well, to all money, this just looked like a dot ball inside edged by the batsman into his body, but Sufyan Ansar was alert when everybody else, including ourselves in the commentary box, had somewhat switched off. Let's have a look at it from the start as we see the celebrations.
I think he has to be run out here, doesn't he? Let's have a look again.
Well, the replay will help us confirm, of course, that line between the two. Either way, it's Sufyan Ansar with the fine work. 6 for 2. Out steps Safraz Ahmed, the captain, with his side in desperate trouble.
Oh, we're not getting a replay on that. We'll confirm it. My suspicion is that it was run out. Nicely played. Stop ball.
Score is confirming he was run out. So where, to the whole world, that was clearly not a possibility of a run, and the non-striker had sent him back. Here we go. So he thumps it into his own pad, and he's just dawdling outside of his ground. And Sufyan Ansar takes the bells off and then sets off in this jubilant jig of delight. You can't help but enjoy the love he has for the game. And there's no greater satisfaction for a wicketkeeper than catching the batsman out like that. So, golden duck for Mubashir Ali, second ball duck for Usman Mushtaq. It's all happened in that first over. 6 for 2. Aziz Mohammed comes on to bowl the second.
Right in the block. Good delivery from him. Nice start.
Yeah, we talk a lot about Aziz Mohammed with the bat. He's not quite as good with the ball, but he's still pretty handy for this Catalonia Tigers side. 9 wickets in the tournament, albeit he's very expensive, an economy rate of 15 and over. Sent back by Sarfraz Ahmed. Definitely no single there. It's up to these two to do something of a rebuilding job. Minaj looking for a consolation win. Would be only their 3rd in the entire tournament. Victories over Falco and Fate. This is a side that was Spanish champions in 2019. They've lost a couple of key players since then, and then there's 4 key players who haven't been available in this tournament for injury or other reasons. So that comes off the pads. Speculative appeal. That's hurt Sarfraz Ahmed. It's hit him up on the thigh. He's giving it a rub, but he's not going to ask for the magic spray. See, they're just above the pads. All those ones can really hurt when it catches you on the kneecap. And he's staying out there. Nudges this away for 1. And well, he might stay out there because gorgeous conditions, not necessarily a huge amount riding on the game from Minaj's point of view, and with a full lockdown in force and the world the way it is, no sign of necessarily when that might change, and this competition being exempt from such rules, this is the last cricket these players will get for quite a while. Oh, he's bowled, but it's a front foot no ball. And he looks around in horror, Aziz Mohammed. The arm out from umpire Nilkesh Patel. So it's a free hit. And Aziz Mohammed, as he does every time something goes wrong in this competition, puts both of his hands over his head in disbelief. What have I done here? Just overstepping that front mark.
I wish Lucky's not playing for my team. That's a €5 fine, that is. Wicket off a no ball, €5 fine. Get your money in the tin.
Only 5?
Yeah.
What about if the resulting free hit goes for 6?
Then he's buying a round of drinks as well.
Last ball of this over from Aziz Mohammed. Should have been a wicket. And instead it will be a dot. Well, he's redeemed himself there. He concedes just 3 runs from the second over. It could have been so much more. Minaj still struggling. 2 overs into their reply, and that required run rate already beginning to skyrocket. They are 9 for 2.
Yeah, glorious sunshine here now. Blessing this beautiful ground, the Montjuïc Olympic ground. As we're closing on this day and match number 36. And remember, tomorrow, it's semi-finals day. We have the 2 semi-finals, first 2 matches. Then we've got the 2 semi-final losers, which will play in the bronze final, and then the big final itself. We'll give you more details on that, of course, before we go.
Staskier concedes 1 from the first ball of his second. Sarfraz Ahmed thudding his pad in frustration. He's on 2 off 4. It's an unlikely run chase, this. And if they're going to do it, they really need a big over. And this being the last power play over would be a good time to start. Everybody up on the offside. So can't afford much width. And that was there to go over that offside infield. But instead, Jafar Iqbal not really playing the percentages. He's trying to drag it leg side where there's 3 sweepers. 2 sweepers, pardon me, and 2 in the infield. That's a wide. Oh, that's a great shot. Met on the half volley, and that's a huge 6 over extra cover. Well, we've waited a while in this innings to see either batsman successfully open their shoulders. After Ali and Mushtaq both went for ducks, having hit the first 4 of the innings. Now Jafar Iqbal has managed to hit the first 6. Oh, that's met with conviction as well. And another boundary stopped by some good alert fielding from Shahid Bhatti. Miscue by Ahmed, so that will be 1. Pakai Kera locked into first, so they will play in the first semi-final tomorrow. Bright and breezy early morning start, where the dew is all but guaranteed. That's gone over the head of the man at mid-off. A good shot by Jafar Iqbal. That's 6, a second 6 of the innings for him in this over. And Daskir's figures get slightly spoilt by those 2 big blows. So Daskir finishes with 1 for 22 from his pair of overs. With the power play finished, Minaj is struggling after those 2 early ducks. Iqbal trying to rebuild the innings from that very unstable base. Minaj 25 for 2 after 3. Catalunya now set to finish second because the Tigers actually cannot win this game by a big enough margin to overtake them on net run rate. This is Aziz Mohammed going back for his second over. Baseball shot down the ground from Sarfraz Ahmed, flat batted. Aziz Mohammed conceded just 3 off his first. Now you think, oh, that's a great over in T10. But given that he clean bowled Jafar Iqbal off a front foot no ball, no less, he'll be ticking a bit. He's known as quite a fiery character anyway. He'll be determined to get in the wickets column here. That's a wide instead. So we know that Catalunya will be in the second semi-final, starting in the mid-morning Central European time. The question is who will finish 3rd and 4th. Now if the Catalunya Tigers win this, they'll finish above Barcelona Shaheen. If they lose this, they'll finish below them. Beats him outside the off stump. The way things are progressing, it would seem likely the Catalunya Tigers are going to win this to finish with 6 wins from 8 in the pool stage. And that would give us quite a semi-final. And it's part of the reason the players themselves have told me that they're determined to make sure they do win this game. Because they'll meet their arch rivals in the semis. Turned away for 1. They are very determined to get themselves a semi-final against Catalunya. It's a fierce rivalry, and we saw that for ourselves a couple of evenings ago when they met. They had a belter of a game. But in the end, having swung one way and the other, it was the Catalunya Tigers who won it in the final over with 5 balls to spare. Oh, that's gone. That's a huge 6. Well, Minaj trying to make what they can of their time left in the ECS sun here. And one person who is out there and still proudly doing his job for his team is Sarfraz Ahmed, their vice-captain. That is a crunching blow to finally break the shackles. He had just 4 off 6. Now he lays back on that for 1. Still one heck of an ask here. The only consolation is Aziz Mohammed will bowl out at the top. He tends to be one of the Tigers' better wicket-taking bowlers. Yet he looks set to go wicketless. Swung away. Fielded by Kashif. 1 out to deep mid-wicket. So assuming the Tigers do win this, our semi-finals would be Pakai Care against Barcelona Shaheen, and then Catalunya versus the Catalunya Tigers. So the fourth over is finished, 36 for 2, and that would be a great, it's looking the likely pair of semi-finals, and it would be a great pair of semi-finals because the only team that beat Pakai Care in the pool stages were Barcelona Shaheen, bowled them out for 88. So they will not be scared of the fact that Pakai Care are table toppers. They won't give two hoots about that. And then we'll have the Catalan Derby rematch. That's what it looks like is going to happen, unless Jafar Iqbal, Sarfraz Ahmed and company can pull out one heck of a run chase from here. Amir Shahzad to bowl. Oh, he's got him. Base of the leg stump, out of the ground. Stepped away, trying to make room. And he's got to go.
That's the prize wicket. I was just about to say the only way they're going to get there if Jafar Iqbal keeps going the way he is. He was hitting the ball so well. But with that scalp now gone, who's left to come? Who can take over?
36 for 3. Majid Hanif steps out.
Taking guard for his first ball. Amir Shahzad gets the breakthrough.
Jafar Iqbal will finish this tournament as Minaj's top run scorer. That's 2 full, 2 wide. They've got pretty much everyone up on that offside. Like somehow hauled back. That is great fielding on the rope. Ghulam Sarwar, the captain, leading by example here. For all money, this looked like it was gone. Could have been a wide had he left it. He didn't. Majid Hanif threw his hands at it. And that goes for 4. And Minaj struggling along here.
It's well bowled right in the block again. That's his effort ball. Well, that one took the wind out of the batsman. That was a great delivery right in the block. You could see him really tucked up. Had to play it really well. Bit of conversation going on here. Just watching this here now. A little bit of confusion. We just watched this. He's played the ball out. In comes the throw. And yeah, well.
Oh, that looked tight. Did Sarfraz Ahmed get his bat in? I think Sarfraz was hesitant to go because he thought he wasn't out. We, of course, can't have decisions sent upstairs here. No third umpire.
Very little celebration as well. Get through the target. It was just one of those. It's the batsman just looked up, the thing was up, and off he went.
That was one of the strangest wickets we've seen in the ECS. Not just across this tournament, across any.
This is a very good line. He's just bowling it right in the right areas.
Yeah, and this is still really important for the Catalunya Tigers. It's not just about winning and getting that derby game in the semis that we mentioned, but also assessing their bowling options ahead of those semi-finals and who they trust the most. Ishtiaq Nasir with a fine piece of fielding for that run out. Shazad, amidst the slight confusion of that run out, has bowled a brilliant over. He's conceded just 6 from it. And so with the midway point of this struggling reply reached, Minaj still have got to find more than 100 runs. 100 and 100 exactly. 101, beg your pardon, to win. They are struggling on 41 for 4.
Raskat Ali into the attack. It's a good time to introduce a spinner. It's either going to be Razakat or maybe Ghulam Sawa himself who's going to come on. Going with Razakat, going with what they've done so far. Needs to try and get a couple of more wickets here and they know they're in. Single taken. Always so much easier, isn't it, when you're a spinner? You've got the team on the ropes. Halfway stage are on 42. 4 wickets are down. You've got runs to play with. And you can bowl with no pressure and a lot of confidence.
But they can't coast here, the Tigers. Teams that win ECS tournaments don't coast. Want to finish this with their standards high.
Wow, that's just ugly. Ganda shot, Maria. Bargya Banda. Oh, that was a dirty shot. It was a slow delivery, but just stood there, went right across the line. And there you go. That's what happens. The stumps get knocked over. Yeah, I mean, you just have to look where the footwork was. Look at the right foot here. Look where it goes. The front foot right the way across, leaving a massive gap. And it's one of those where even if he did hit it, the odds were more likely that he was going to play that onto his stumps than anything else. So Wakash Basharat departs. It's 43 now for 5. And Babar Basharat. And they're asking a question and the finger has gone up. Babar Basharat is on his way.
It's all happening out there except for boundaries.
Well, he's gone right across. We'll see this again. Similar ball, just straight. Oh, he's got to go, isn't he?
It's hitting medal and leg, yeah.
Yeah, it's no way that's going to bounce over the stumps. We know that. It's going to go straight on and hit. So, Razakat taking 2 in 2. He's on a hat-trick. Nobody's achieved that this time round. Remember the first time round? He had 2 hat-tricks taken by the same bowler, Hamid Shabazz. Can Razakat Ali be the first to take one in this? The Barcelona Bash 2. Can he enter the Hall of Fame for a European Cricket Series bowler? He gets ready. Flights it up, similar ball. Oh, has he got his man? That was so close. Misses the stumps. Misses the edge of the bat. Well, I don't think you get any closer to a hat-trick than this.
What a hat-trick ball. The first rule of a hat-trick ball is try and hit the pins. But if you can't hit the pins, that is the second best thing you can do. What a gorgeous delivery outside that off stump. So 43 for 6 after 6 overs. They're collapsing here like skittles at 10-pin bowling as we have a look at the Olympic Park. Much of it pretty much untouched from 1992. It does feel like being in something of a time machine.
Ghulam Sawa, captain. Well, he gets a good start, Shabba from the fielder here. But it ends up being a wide ball, so maybe not so good a start.
We haven't had a boundary in 14 balls. And in that time, there's been 4 wickets lost for the addition of 8 runs. That is quite a batting collapse. And it's still going.
It's up in the air, that'll be safe. Fielder still giving it chase, but doesn't get there. 4 runs. Well, we just gave you the statistic how long it's been, and that's been broken. Well, thankfully for Minaj, but well, they're going to need a lot more if they're to get anywhere close. And they're running out of time as well. It's well hit. That'll split the 2 fielders as well. Back-to-back boundaries. That's a nice shot. Anything straight and hit well. He's going to split these 2. Kalamsawa. Oh, is this one flatter? Flatter and a bit quicker. Batsman come through for a single. Majid Hanif moves on to 13 off his 6th ball. He's probably just wondering what's going on out there. All these partners are just being blown away. They've pressed self-destruct. Oh, a swing and a miss. You just get the feeling here, if he, Kalamsawa as well, if he could just push one straight up and try and squeeze it in between bat pad or even under the bat, that Faizan Ali will find himself making his way back as well. Very much a case of hit or miss here. Well, he hits. It's gone through the gap for 4 runs. Somebody shouting, catch it to the ball that's racing along the ground. Well, that's 3 boundaries of this over, so the captain's introduction has been a healthy one for Minaj, the batsman.
Dare I say it, Sawa, who's at best an occasional spinner, has brought himself on with a bit of figure manipulation in mind, and it's not working.
Well, just giving it too much width.
To be clear, when I say figure manipulation, I don't mean sort of weight loss type products. I'm talking about his bowling figures, which have at times been pretty unflattering in this tournament. And even there, against the Minaj lower order, he hasn't managed much to improve them, conceding 15 from that, the 7th.
Yeah, 7th over gone. Razkat Ali. Be happy to have another. You'll want to be in a bit more wickets. That's been given a wide. That's a wasted delivery for him. Bowling at Faizan Ali. He would have preferred that, surely. Sprays it down the leg side. Majid Hanif now on strike. Made good room. He wants 2. He's certainly going for it. And in the end, I think he'll get there quite comfortably. Good running from these 2. Set off quickly right from the start. Just an example that if you set your mind to it and you run fast, especially the first one, you're going to get there. That's what he's looking to do. He hasn't quite timed it. And an easy catch taken. And well taken as well. Shahid Bhatti. So Razkat Ali taking his 3rd wicket. So Majid Hanif, after seeing wickets tumble in front of him, can only play one into the hands of the fielder and makes a slow, sad-looking departure himself.
Yeah, and understandably so, because that could be the last time he hits a cricket ball for many a month. the way the world situation currently is, and here in Catalonia, this event exempt from the full lockdown restrictions.
Dilshah Ahmed. It's in the air. Is it going to be 2-2 again? Another chance for a hat-trick, perhaps.
Oh!
Well, the fielder makes a very good recovery there. The first time round, Amir Shahzad, it looked like it was going to pop out of his hands. Well, he used soft hands, and because he had good balance, he was able to snatch it the second time around with his left hand. There we go. Oh, that's good reflexes. So, Razakat Ali has now just taken his 4th wicket for 6 runs.
I think I know where you're going with this.
And now the hat-trick is on, and also 5 wickets is on.
And nobody has done it.
And nobody has taken. Yeah. Here we go. It's in the air, but unfortunately nobody here. Is he going to split the fielders? No. Good work again from the catcher.
Amir Shahzad's getting his money's worth for his match fee out here. Got plenty to do.
Let's get Ali. Can he get a fiver? And Michelle five for us to say. Not with that delivery. Captain Ghulam does the fielding. Gets the ball back to him. Well flighted. Oh! Well, the ball somehow misses the stumps from the bowler. The wicket-keeper takes the bails off looking for a stumping. Neither one is out. And that is the end of a absolutely terrific bowling spell from Razakat Ali. He's bowled his 2 overs, which have gone for 8 runs, but he's taken 4 wickets. And as Michael McCann has already informed us, the first and only bowler to do so, take 4 wickets. Congratulations to that man.
Could have been the first bowler to take a Michelle. Didn't quite get there, but I'm just flicking through my book for if that is the very best figures of this entire competition, and I suspect that it is.
Captain Sarwar. He wants to get in the wickets himself. First over of his went for 15. And, oh, he's been put down. Razkat puts the catch down, and straight away, well, I think you that have been watching this, our global worldwide audience will know what I'm going to say next. He's in an area where the sun is out. There's no point dropping the catch and then saying sun was in my eyes and you're not wearing a cap.
But it's Barcelona, Rico. How could he have possibly anticipated that the sun will be out? Notorious for its cold, temperate climate.
So Razkat Ali would have been a perfect day in the field for him if he had also taken that catch, puts it down, and puts it down from his captain. It's not a good thing to do. Captains, don't forget, he's gone across there.
Captains don't forget.
Better ball from Sarwar, because in the previous over, I think he was giving the batsman too much width. And there was me saying he just needs to get one on the pegs.
There has been one other 4-wicket haul in the tournament, which could be repeated tomorrow.
Well, balle, balle, balle. That one he has got hold of. He's been sent out of the ground. It's a good hit from Amir Shahzad. Michael, who are we talking about?
Kuldeep Lal. 4 wickets for 5 runs, including 3 wickets in 4 balls in a match that is set to be repeated tomorrow, except in the semi-finals. Badalona Shaheen versus Pakai Kher.
It's a nice shot for a single. Yeah, of course. And in the same match, I think he scored. Was he not out batsman? Scored around. I think, if memory serves me right, he was in the 30s, 32, 34 runs.
Well, I have a book for these things, but the man to my right has a supersonic memory. 32 off 17. You're quite right in the successful run chase.
Is he going to take the catch? Oh, well, I thought maybe a dive there would have helped his cause. He was trying to reach, and in the end, it's just yorked him. But fortunately for the fielder, the ball doesn't go underneath him and go to the boundary. Well, the captain's spell is over. He's unable to pick up a wicket. He's bowled these 2 overs for 26. At the end of this, the 9th over, 75 for 8. So an over to go. The last over of today. And well, this is something that we've seen them do a lot. Mohsin Ali comes on to bowl the last.
It's a strange role. He's the specialist 10th over bowler, that's it.
Yeah, and when we've seen, not so much the last game, but when we've seen him do this before, he's come on and he's bowled beautifully, and you just think, well, maybe that's all he's got in him, 6 balls. And there we go again.
I just don't really understand why he's not deserving of slightly more of an opportunity than having to just do the death stuff. Albeit this isn't exactly the trickiest death over he's ever had to negotiate.
Another hit and a miss.
So the semi-final lineup will be Pakai Care versus Barcelona Shaheen. Barcelona Shaheen, of course, the only team to beat them in the pool stages. And a Catalan derby.
He's got hold of that. That's going to go all the way. That's a big hit. Gnabada Shaka just clubbed it away. Captain Caveman style. Goes all the way over the boundary ropes. So a little bit of exciting flurry at the end here. Will he go for another? He does. Gets the bottom of the bat though. This was just chipped out to the fielder. We'll just get it in nice and easily back to Mohsin. '81. Score moves on to. Batsman trot through for a single. And there we go. That's the end to quite an easy victory for Cataluna Tigers. They made sure of that though with the work that they did with the bat. They've had a change in the opening department that seems to be working well for them, and they scored runs at regular intervals. Shahid Bhatti and Mohsin Ali, the man who bowls the last over, gives them a good start. And we just see these highlights. And there was the RBW, a lot of wickets falling in quick succession. Spin certainly is something that they introduced early. Just wondering now we do know what the semi-final lineups are going to be. If Catalonia will be watching this, and we'll watch this time and time again, and be thinking of a plan. Well, that one hurt. That was Safras Ahmed there, getting one on his knee. And he did get his own back with hitting a few big ones. I mean, that one was Jafar Iqbal. He had an absolute beauty. And then, well, finding that he was cleaned up there. That was a good bit of bowling. Ahmad Shahzad. It's a top shot there. Ahmad Shahzad coming in there, just too much width. Unlucky that time. But this was the run out, which was very strange. There was hardly an appeal. You see there from the wicketkeeper, just turned round and put his hand up to the umpire, and the umpire said, yeah, you got to go. And then after that, it was, well, I'm going to say easy pickings. Razkat Ali didn't do anything special with the ball. He's not one of these spinners. If you look here, it's not about how much movement he's getting. There's no movement there at all. It's all about him just giving the ball flight, getting it in the right lines. And that was the hat-trick ball, which he attempted, but missed everything. Missed the stumps, missed the edge. Ghulam Sawa, his captain, tried to get in the at, but couldn't. That was a very good catch there taken. Good, safe hands, got into position beautifully. Showed Butty. And well, that one was a bit of good fortune for Amir Shahzad. Ball pops up, but he was able to scoop it back. And in the end, a comprehensive victory. Catalonia Tigers. So they've ended up winning 6 of their 8 games, losing the 2. And they've gone 12 points. We're getting ready for Michael McCann to give you details of who is going to be the player of this match. And we look forward to greeting you again tomorrow morning for the semi-finals. So remember, it's going to be Pakai Kia. They're going to be playing the Barcelona Shaheen. And then we've got the big derby, the Catalonia Cricket Club versus this team that's come here today and played brilliantly, Catalonia Tigers. So everything up for grabs tomorrow. And we're going to see those lovely trophies from Locker Lifestyle. Thanks once more to our sponsors, Kookaburra, Bizaway Travel, and Spring Productions and Sports Flick. Right, the player of the match, please, Michael McCann.
So the pool stages all done and dusted, and the Catalonia Tigers finishing with 6 wins from 8 and moving up into 3rd place with a comprehensive 58-run victory over Minaj. Razakat Ali was our player of the match, a pretty easy choice. 20 runs off the 10 balls he faced with 3 big sixes and then 4 wickets, conceding just 8 runs with the ball. He was on a hat-trick and nearly got himself a Michelle Pfeiffer. We can speak to the man himself with help from our translator, Sharad. An all-round good performance from yourself into the semi-finals with yet another win. I imagine that you're a very happy camp right now.
आपकी बहुत ही अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस खुद की भी रही और टीम भी अभी सेमीफाइनल में आ गई है, तो अभी आपकी क्या फीलिंग्स और टीम का क्या माहौल है?
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। सबसे पहले तो मैं अल्लाह ताला का शुक्र अदा करता हूँ कि अच्छा परफॉर्म हुआ और इसी नतीजे में मेरी टीम सेमीफाइनल में पहुँच गई है, तो इंशाल्लाह नेक्स्ट में परफॉर्मेंस अच्छा होगा इंशाल्लाह।
I would like to thank God for his performance, and he's very happy that on the back of his performance his team got into semi-finals and they are a very happy camp right now.
6 wins from 8. It's going to be another Catalan derby against Catalonia Cricket Club. You won the first one, a fiercely contested game. Do you think you can beat them again? Are you confident you're going to beat them again?
आपकी अभी जो सेमीफाइनल है वो कैटलोनिया सीसी से है। पहली मैच आपकी बहुत क्लोज रही थी पर आप जीत गए थे उसमें। अभी आपकी सेकंड मैच में आप कॉन्फिडेंट हो कि आप वापस वो जीत के फाइनल्स में जाओगे?
जी इंशाल्लाह हम लोग जो पहला मैच खेले हैं उससे जो कैटलोनिया टीम से जो हम लोग जीते हैं तो उससे टीम का जो दिल है बड़ा हो गया। इंशाल्लाह नेक्स्ट टाइम जो मैच होगा ना सेमीफाइनल हम लोग इंशाल्लाह जीतेंगे। टीम अच्छा खेल रही है।
Well, yeah, they're very happy and confident on the back of the first win that they had against Catalonia in the group stage, and they'll like to build up on that and win that and go into semis.
What do you think you can
Go into finals.
What do you think you can improve on?
आपकी टीम में क्या इम्प्रूवमेंट आ सकता है?
इंशाल्लाह हम लोग टॉस जीत के बैटिंग का फैसला इंशाल्लाह करेंगे और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा टारगेट देंगे। इंशाल्लाह हम लोग जीतेंगे सेमीफाइनल।
Well, he's revealed the strategy of his team. They would like to win the toss and bat first and put on a big score, and that is what they'll look forward to do tomorrow.
Well, there you go. Catalonia Tigers that confident that they're revealing the first part of their semi-final strategy on air to us now in the post-match interview from the pool stages. So if you're watching Catalonia, be mindful of the fact that if the Tigers win the toss, they'd love to have a bat. We're all set for finals day Friday. It's what we've been building up to, 36 games across 9 days of cricket, and it all comes down to tomorrow. Pakai Care versus Barcelona Shaheen, early morning with the dewy start at 8:30 CET local time, and then the mid-morning clash, the Catalan derby, the Catalunya Tigers versus Catalunya, the third place playoff, which none of these 4 teams want to be in, of course, and then the final. We'll see you here tomorrow for all of it. Don't miss it. Bye for now.